Chapter 201, Soaring Contribution Points. So strong. Deity Wang Nan is so strong, he kills an Xian level demon so easily. God Zhongyang is not weak either. Many players posted screenshots of Zhongyang and Wang Nan's battles in the regional chat, undoubtedly attracting a large number of players from other regions to exclaim. Everyone was guessing who would receive more contribution points this time. What they didn't know was that on Sunan's panel at this time, Zhang Yang's role had received more than 16,000 contribution points from this battle. And Wang Nan wasn't too far behind. The contribution points gained by the two roles together were enough to buy a set of ancient scriptures. This number was simply outrageous to other players. Unfortunately, by this time, the second node had been broken. A late-stage Xian level demon made its entrance. In an instant, both Sunan's original body and avatar were under tremendous pressure. Being besieged by more than 10 late-stage Xian level demons, there was no way to continue hunting demons. Congratulations, for slaying an Xian Leave demon, 30 demon points have been granted. Just as Sunan killed his first demon, the completion reminder for the daily task popped up. On the other side, the same thing happened on the avatars panel. Sunan took the time to check the tasks of all three roles today, and there was nothing special about them. The tasks for the roles of Wang Nan and Zhongyang were still about slaying demons, one each of mortal level, spirit level, and Xian level demons. However, all he could hunt now were Xian level demons. Because there were no spirit level and mortal level demons around him, only Xian level demons. Lang 13's task was still mainly about hunting players. Interestingly, perhaps because there were too many players around, Lang 13 had even brushed out a 3-star level task of hunting players this time. Daily Task 3, Slay 160 Outsiders. Task Difficulty -3 stars. Task Rewards 30 Demon Points. Looking at the task and then at the dozens of late-stage Xian level demons besieging him, Sunan was moved. Since I can't hunt other demons now, I might as well complete Lang 13's task. Opportunities like this are rare, and if I miss this time, there may not be another chance like this. Sunan glanced at the distant players unintentionally. Wang Nan and Zhang Yang's roles had already earned their contribution points, and it would be difficult to get more by continuing to consume them. But Lang 13 hadn't yet. He planned to take this opportunity to hunt a wave of players. With a thought, he had an idea. Under the siege of several peak of Xian level demons, Sunan pretended to be overwhelmed by the demons and had to retreat continuously, looking for a chance to escape. Seeing this scene, everyone was discussing. Does God Zhongyang want to escape? It seems that God Zhongyang's strength has finally run out, and he has no choice but to leave. That's normal. Those are more than 10 late-stage Xian level demons. If God Zhongyang can easily defeat late-stage Xian level demons, that would be too outrageous. Sunan was looking for a chance to get away. Soon, he found an opportunity, shook off the attack of a few demons, and turned to run. The demons saw this, looked at the Martial King Temple, and then at Sunan's escaping figure. In the end, they didn't pursue. To them, breaking the array nodes was their main goal. Sunan escaped. Many people wanted to follow him and see what was happening. But their speed was too slow. In just a few breaths, Sunan disappeared from their sight, leaving everyone disappointed. No one noticed that, a moment later, an ordinary-looking youth appeared behind the players. This time, Sunan didn't change into the wolf demon's appearance, but chose to switch to a player's look, only switching the role to Lang 13. In this way, as long as he was careful, he wouldn't attract the attention of other players. Sunan took action. He casually went to the side of more than 10 players and used the power of Divine Soul. Under everyone's unsuspecting eyes, more than 10 players were silently killed. The fallen players didn't struggle at all, as if they had simply logged out of the game. Their deaths didn't attract the attention of other players. Brother, how many contribution points do you think Zhongyang got this time? A young man turned his head to discuss with a nearby player. But when he turned his head, he saw that a stranger had taken the place of a few people who had been beside him, all gone. The youngster was stunned, but before he could figure out what was going on, he went completely blank and logged out of the game as well. Sunan's face remained unchanged, as he continued to use his divine soul to strike down the players around him. In order not to attract the attention of other players, he changed locations after each attack. There were too many players, tens of thousands of them scattered within several thousand meters of the Martial King Temple's mountain forest. The reduction of players in their surroundings did not draw the attention of others. Even if someone occasionally noticed something was wrong, they would be killed before they could figure out what was going on. At the same time, on the other side, the besieged avatar was also struggling against more than 10 late-stage Xian-level demons, seemingly unable to withstand the onslaught, and had to retreat. A moment later, the transformed wolf demon appeared. A wolf demon? It's that damned wolf demon! Where is deity Wang Nan? Hurry up and let deity Wang Nan come and kill this damned wolf demon! This guy must have dared to come out only because deity Wang Nan left. He's so cunning. The appearance of the transformed wolf demon immediately stirred up the nearby players. No one dared to make contact with it and fled in all directions. However, their speed was too slow to escape in front of the avatar. At this moment, Sunan had already withdrawn his divine soul, and his avatar was no longer Wang Nan, but instead had become a tool for Lang 13, naturally counting the slain players towards Lang 13. With Sunan's main body and avatar hunting players simultaneously, their speed was incredibly fast. Total contribution points on their panel were rapidly increasing, reaching over 3,000 in just a few minutes. Lang 13's 3 daily tasks were easily completed without a hitch. Adding Zhongyang and Wang Nan's tasks, today all 3 roles have already gained 110 points. The usable demon power reached a terrifying 381 points. Now if I get the ancient demon essence blood, I can almost make 2 roles break through to Xian level. And this was even without Zhongyang and Wang Nan hunting mortal, level and spirit level monsters. Sunan was controlling his avatar, slaying players in all directions. By this time, the slain players finally reacted and began posting on the forum, trying to find the person who killed them. Sunan paid attention to the time and the situation of the Martial King Temple, ready to take action at any time. However, during this process, he also did another thing. He began searching for the ancient demon essence blood in the Golden Glow Tower in his foresights. 2 minutes later, the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition Array nodes at the Golden Glow Tower are opened, and you rush into the array node formed space for the first time. You don't seize the ancient sacred weapon right away, but instead quickly search for the bones containing ancient demon essence blood among the surrounding skeletons. 3 minutes later, the ancient sacred weapon in the center of the formation space is taken by an outsider, and you still haven't found what you want. The first foresight didn't find it. Sunan didn't give up and immediately started the second foresight. Next, Sunan foresaw once every minute. Second foresight, nothing. Third foresight, no luck again. The third foresight, still the same. In the blink of an eye, 8 consecutive foresights were done. Unfortunately, he still had no gain. And in almost every foresight, the ancient sacred weapon was taken by an outsider. Without a doubt, that person must be Zhou Cheng. Time had already reached the last minute before the 6th formation was broken. Once the 6th formation node was broken, the peak of Xian level great demons would appear, and it wouldn't be long before the 2 nodes in Tianyun County were broken through, leaving him with little time left. Could it be that I can only get 1 drop of essence blood this time? Sunan frowned, but there was nothing he could do. He had no choice but to continue with his foresights. However, to his surprise, his foresight finally brought him some luck again this time. Your chi luck starts to work. In the space 200 meters away from the left outer edge of the formation, you suddenly find that the bones under your feet seem to be different. Rummaging through the bones, you are surprised to see a good bone underneath a heap of bones, as if it had just been peeled off some monster, showing no signs of decay. Congratulations, you have found a bone containing ancient demon essence blood. I found it. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief. With the second bone containing ancient demon essence blood found, this operation was considered a complete success. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time. Otherwise, he would have really wanted to continue searching for the more bones containing essence blood. Now, I only hope that one of the 2 bones contains the spirit rank essence blood of the secret force system. The foresight ended, and at this moment, the 6th formation node was broken. As the 6th formation node was broken, the peak of Xian level great monsters appeared. Now, the warriors guarding the Martial King Temple and the Golden Glow Tower were beginning to falter. Seeing this, Sunan no longer hunted players and immediately left the crowd of players, then found a secluded place to switch roles again and appeared as Zhang Yang. On the other side, the avatar did the same. By this time, Lang 13's panel showed a total of 11,000 contribution points. Though it was less than the 4 to 5,000 points Wang Nan and Zhang Yang had, it was still much more than what was gained in the foresights. Once again, imbuing his divine soul into the avatar and seeing the retreating warriors guarding the Golden Glow Tower, Sunan controlled the avatar, ready to rush into the formation space node at any time. At the same time, Sunan foresaw again. In his previous foresights, he had been branded by the monster. Although later foresights had told him that it was a secret technique gifted by the demon monarch, and it was very likely that all peak of Xian level great demons would know it, he still wanted to try and see if he could find a way to crack it. This time he was lucky. After only 2 foresights, he found the monster that had branded him. In the foresight, he used his racial talent to try to kill that monster. However, much to his dismay, as if stirring up a hornet's nest, with the monster killed, the remaining 10 or so peak of Xian level great demons actually left a mark on him at the same time. And in this foresight, he received another piece of unfavorable information. Those who were branded could be detected by the corresponding secret technique. This meant that once branded, not only could the monster using the secret technique find him, but other monsters could find him as well. Forget it, being branded once is better than being branded several times. If worst comes to worst, I can just quit the game. Finally, as the 8th formation node was broken, the warriors of the Martial King Temple couldn't hold on any longer. Sunan reacted quickly, rushing immediately into the Martial King Temple. "Young friend, it's all up to you now," Ji Changfeng immediately said upon seeing Sunan. "Don't worry, senior." Sunan nodded. Without any hesitation, and following the method in foresight, he directly smashed the statue of the Martial King, and then rapidly entered the formation space. The moment he entered the formation space, he felt a suppression on his power. This suppression was different from the one brought by the formation. The formation's suppression was against the realm, but here, it was against power. Even though his realm was still the same here, the power he could exert was greatly reduced. He couldn't exhibit his usual strength. Even if he augmented his mana with the power of primordial qi, there was no increase in the strength he could exert. Here, there was a limit to power. What a pity! I originally wanted to use the power here to hunt some peak Xian level great demons, but it seems impossible now. Sunan sighed internally. The demons' power was suppressed when they entered, and his was too. So, attempting to hunt peak Xian level great demons was still impossible. Without time to think much, he quickly dashed toward the ancient sacred weapon and pulled it up. An introduction about the sacred weapon appeared before him. Blood Spirit Sword, an ancient sacred weapon, property of the Blood Spirit, a powerful ancient human. It has the ability to extract the essence and blood of others to use as the power of slaughter. Note, this sacred weapon contains a power of slaughter and cannot be placed in a regular storage ring. It can't be stored in a storage ring. Sunan was surprised, but then he thought of the green gold stone, and immediately understood. As a material used to forge sacred weapons, green gold stone couldn't be stored in a storage ring either. Obviously, this was due to the power contained within. No wonder that Governor wanted to give me the task. He probably knew that only the personal space of a player could store this kind of thing. As he was thinking, another prompt appeared before him. Hint: this item is related to the luck of the human clan, and players who have gained the recognition of the sacred weapon cannot use it. Please deliver it to the designated place within 6 days. If the task fails, you will suffer from the backlash of the human clan's luck. Backlash from the luck for failing the task. Sunan's expression became serious. This was the first time he had seen a task where failure would lead to a backlash from the human clan's luck. Obviously, this was due to the extreme importance of this ancient sacred weapon to the human clan. Without time for a closer look, he put the sacred weapon into his personal space for the first time, then rushed at top speed toward the bones containing ancient demon essence blood 100 meters away. Without any accident, he grabbed the bone in his hand. Centipede Demon Emperor's remnant bones, from ancient times, the remnant bones of a powerful demon emperor named Centipede. It contains an essence drop of the physique series. Due to the special environment, some power in the essence has dissipated, but it still retains the power of the Xian level realm. Physique series, Xian level ancient demon essence blood. Sunan frowned, the level of the ancient demon essence blood was beyond his expectation. It was Xian level. The value of such essence was higher than he had imagined. But the problem was that he didn't need it at all right now. Right now, what he needed was spiritual level secret power system essence blood. I can only hope that the essence blood in the golden rosy clouds tower is what I need. Sunan hoped. No time to think, he quickly put away the bones, looked at the few great demons that had entered the formation space, and directly used across the heavens shift to leave. Just in the breath he left, the formation space shattered. That sacred weapon was taken by that kid just now, let's chase after him. Over a dozen peak of Xian level great demons reacted quickly and immediately pursued in the direction Sunan had left. At the same time, elsewhere, the entrance to the formation space of the golden rosy clouds tower was also opened. His avatar followed the martial artist of the Dianxing sect and immediately entered the space. The sacred weapon under the golden rosy clouds tower was a long halberd, presenting a golden yellow color all over. Controlling his avatar, Sunan didn't rush towards the sacred weapon, instead, he headed toward the ancient demon essence blood first. At this swift move, he immediately caught the attention of Zhou Cheng, who had followed the martial artist of the Dianxing sect in. What is he trying to do? Zhou Cheng frowned, a sudden sense of unease arose in his heart. In the next moment, he saw Wang Nan scrape out a bright red bone from a pile of bones. What is that? Zhou Cheng was taken aback, becoming even more curious. Until the next moment, when the bone was collected by Sunan, Zhou Cheng finally responded. Treasure! That must be a treasure! Zhou Cheng yelled in his heart. At this moment, even if he reacted slowly, he understood that only an ancient treasure could make Sunan specifically look for it, and even show a smile on his face. How did he know there were treasures there? Could he have some ability to find treasures? That's it. It must be so. No one could have come here before, it's impossible to know where the treasures are on your first visit, unless he has the ability to find treasures. Zhou Cheng seemed to have suddenly discovered Sunan's secret and showed understanding on his face. No wonder his strength can increase so fast. No wonder his strength is so strong. Jealousy and envy flashed in Zhou Cheng's eyes, he wished he could appropriate Sunan's abilities for himself. As he was thinking, he saw Sunan actually heading toward the ancient sacred weapon in the center of the space, and his face changed. Not good. Without thinking, Zhou Cheng wanted to go and stop him. Fortunately, the next moment he saw three martial artists from the Dianxing sect stop Sunan. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng laughed out, ha ha ha. Wang Nan, how can you be so powerful? The ancient sacred weapon is mine, no one can take it away. Elders, cover me! Zhou Cheng shouted loudly, then swiftly rushed toward the ancient sacred weapon to collect it. But he had only taken 2 steps when from the corner of his eye he saw Sunan's figure suddenly vanish. Zhou Cheng was stunned, and subconsciously thought that Sunan had exited the game. Before he could react, he then saw a figure quietly appear several meters away from the ancient sacred weapon in the center of the space. It was Wang Nan. Stop him! Stop him quickly! Zhou Cheng reacted and immediately shouted. Unfortunately, everything was too late. Chapter 202, The Escape Begins. Across the heavens shift used. Sunan controlled his avatar and instantly crossed over the powerful figures of the Dianxing sect and a group of demons, arriving in front of the ancient sacred weapon. This ability left Zhou Cheng dumbfounded. What kind of ability is this? Instant movement? Thinking back to Wang Nan's disappearance in the ancient space under Zhang Yang's attack not long ago, Zhou Cheng finally understood how Wang Nan did it. Why does Wang Nan have this ability, and I don't? If I also had this ability, I would still be number 1. Zhou Cheng roared in his heart. Sunan's ability to control his avatar in just a few breaths made him jealous. Sunan took 3 steps into, and in a breath's time, arrived in front of the ancient sacred weapon. The next moment, the long halberd-like ancient sacred weapon was pulled out. Congratulations, you have obtained the ancient sacred weapon, triggered the Human Crisis side quest. For detailed information, please check the task panel. Triggered a side quest? Sunan was startled, but instantly understood that what he got must be the sacred weapon escort task. So, as long as you get the sacred weapon, you can trigger the task. You don't even need to get it in advance. Sunan was overjoyed in his heart. A task with 3000 contribution points is already enough to buy 2 divine power fragments. Having obtained the item, he didn't even bother to look at it and stored it away. Ah! That was mine! Damn it! Wang Nan, you're dead! Zhou Cheng shouted. Seeing Wang Nan put away the item, Zhou Cheng knew that it's almost impossible to get the sacred weapon from Su Nan's hand. His task failed again. At this time, the martial artists from the Dianxing sect and the demons finally reacted, roaring and rushing towards Su Nan. Su Nan glanced at everyone and didn't care. Using Across the Heavens shift again, he directly left the space. Human brat! You can't escape! With the support of the ancient sacred weapon gone, the formation space broke instantly. The demons roared and, sensing the mark left on Su Nan's avatar, immediately went after him. 2 kilometers away from the golden rosy clouds tower. Su Nan recalled his avatar and then used Across the Heavens shift once more, heading north. The avatar was also marked by the demons. If not withdrawn, they would surely be chased by the demons relentlessly. Su Nan could exit the game himself, but the avatar couldn't. If he didn't take care of the avatar first, he wouldn't even be able to exit the game. What's going on? How did that kid vanish? Could that kid have the ability to erase the mark? As Su Nan withdrew his avatar, the demons who were chasing him lost their sense of the marks they had placed on him, and over a dozen demons were stunned. Impossible! That secret technique was bestowed by the demon monarch himself, specifically to catch these sacred weapon escorts. How could it be so easy to erase? Even if he can erase it, he can't possibly erase the marks we all placed on him instantly. I know. That kid must be an outsider. Outsiders have the ability to return to their world. He must have returned to their world. If he left our world, that's fine. It's said that when outsiders come back to our world, they will reappear at the place where they left off. We just need to wait at the place where the outsiders disappeared. Then, more than a dozen demons went to where Su Nan had last withdrawn his avatar and planned to wait there. On the other side, the demons who had chased Su Nan from the Martial King Temple sensed Su Nan's position suddenly changing and couldn't help but change the direction, chasing again. How did that kid suddenly get to our north? It must be a secret technique. The techniques of humans are much more numerous than those of our demon clan, and outsiders themselves have some strange abilities. Chase! I want to see how many more times that kid can use that ability. More than a dozen demons quickly chased in Su Nan's direction. You have been marked by demons. This mark allows demons to sense your position within 100 miles range. You tried to escape and attempted to delay as much as possible. 1 minute later, no demons caught up. 2 minutes later, you found demons 1 kilometer away. 3 minutes later, you were still caught up by the demons. You were surrounded by 12 peak Xian level demons. End of first prediction, continue. Caught up in 3 minutes. Su Nan's heart sank, but he had no other choice. If he used his racial talent, he indeed had the ability to resist or even kill the peak of Xian level demons, but that would only be a momentary outbreak. Speed is what matters in escape. Obviously, in terms of speed, he was still a lot worse compared to peak of Xian level great demons. Continue. 2 array nodes were broken, and in Tianyun County, there was no longer any suppressing power on the demons, and their full strength could now be exerted. 12 peak Xian level demons attacked you together. You were not their opponent without the suppression of formation power, and now even more so. Facing the onslaught of 12 peak Xian level demons, you can barely hold on. The situation does not look good. You hold nothing back, release the avatar, and use the racial talent Berserk Netherworld Body and the racial talent One Force Breaking the Sky. With the support of 2 racial talents, your avatar's strength surged, successfully hunting a peak Xian level great demon. You didn't stop there but continued to use the racial talent Destruction Domain to strengthen the Berserk Netherworld Body again, killing another peak Xian level great demon. With the killing of the 2 peak Xian level great demons, the power in your body is exhausted. You died. Can I only hunt 2? Su Nan frowned, but thinking about the strength of the demons at this time, he was relieved. Even before, if he wanted to hunt a peak Xian level great demon, he could only use his racial talents and give it his all. Now that the power of demons has increased without the suppressive effects of the formation and they attack in groups of more than a dozen, it is already extremely difficult for him to kill 2 peak Xuan level great demons at the spirit level realm. I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for this task to be completed in 3 minutes. Sunan's expression became serious, but he did not fear. A bright red bone was held in his hand, which was the bone he had obtained in the space of the golden rosy clouds tower formation earlier. However, what made him shake his head was that the essence and blood within this bone were indeed a secret power system, but not what he needed. Purple-eyed Demon Emperor's remains. A powerful demon emperor called Purple-eyed left the remains in ancient times. It contains a drop of secret power system essence and blood. Although the power in the essence and blood has faded due to the special environment, it still retains the strength of the Xian level realm. Like the bones obtained in the Martial King Temple, they were also remains of great demons at the Demon Emperor level and retained the strength of the Xian level. Although the essence and blood of Xian level demons are far more valuable than those of spirit level monsters. The problem is that he doesn't need it now. I don't know whether it's lucky or unlucky to have already obtained 2 kinds of ancient demon essence blood while still at the spirit level. I have no choice but to wait for this branch task to be completed and exchange ancient demon essence blood from the contribution mall. The harvest of these 3 rolls is not small. Not to mention the more than 100 Xian level great demon corpses, they also got a large number of contribution points. The 3 rolls together have already reached more than 40,000. With the contribution from last time and the contribution from the tasks completed during this time, once the task is settled, Wang Nan will have 16,500 contribution points. Zhang Yang's contribution points have not been used, and in total, they can reach more than 21,000. It's only 18,000 points short of buying an ancient scripture. Once the escorting of the divine weapon task is completed, there are 3,000 contribution points and only 15,000 points remaining to exchange for ancient scriptures. As for Lang 13, he only got nearly 4,000 contribution points last time, and this time he got more than 10,000, but it was still the least of the 3 rolls, with a total of 15,000 contribution points. All this was at the cost of consuming more than 20 bottles of the life-extending pills for replenishing vitality and dozens of foreknowledge opportunities. It's a pity that the contribution obtained by hunting demons can be calculated. There were so many players watching at that time, otherwise, I could have used my avatar as a tool for Zhang Yang, just like hunting players, to help Zhang Yang's role get contributions. In that case, the contributions Zhang Yang got this time would have been almost enough to exchange for the ancient scriptures. Looking at the contribution, Sunan sighed in secret. He couldn't help it, he was too conspicuous. If the contributions were not proportional to the demons he killed, it would surely arouse suspicion from the players. Once this mission is completed, the next time to earn a large number of dividends might be possible, but it will definitely not be as many as this time. In this case, among the 3 rolls, only Zhang Yang is most likely to exchange for the ancient scripture. Wang Nan and Lang 13 have no chance, so it's better to use their contribution points first and convert them into strength. The current task has only rewarded Lang 13 with half the demon power needed to get the scripture, and it's impossible for him to get 40,000 contributions before the task is completed unless there are special circumstances. He plans to use Lang 13's contribution points first. I wonder, what kind of change will happen to this breakthrough? Thinking of the demon below the cave celestial palace and the words of the county magistrate, Sunan's expression grew tense. He had a premonition that this breakthrough might not go so smoothly. Sunan continued to flee while releasing his avatar. He was going to take action. Now the side missions are not over yet, and hunting demons can still earn contributions. According to the calculation of contribution points, a peak Xian level great demon is worth 2,048 points. With 2, it's more than 4,000 points, bringing Zhang Yang's progress towards obtaining the ancient scripture much closer all at once. And the price is that he won't be able to log into the game for the next day. Just as the avatar was released, demons waiting around the golden rosy clouds tower once again sensed the mark on the avatar's body, and more than 10 demons were puzzled. How did that kid appear all of a sudden? Who cares, chase him. More than 10 demons didn't think much and immediately chased after him. Kid, let's see where you run this time. 3 minutes later, the demons chasing from the Martial King Temple caught up with Sunan. When they saw Sunan's avatar, they couldn't help but be taken aback. Huh? That kid also has a mark on him. Could he be an outsider who got another ancient sacred weapon? Ha ha ha, great, good things come in pairs. More than 10 demons laughed. 2 minutes later, Sunan quit the game. 2 peak Xian level demons were successfully killed by him using Zhang Yang's identity. It's just a pity that the situation was so urgent that he had no chance to collect the corpses of the 2 demons. Coming out of the game warehouse, Sunan showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Now all I have to do is wait. Wait for the side task to be completed, and wait for the game to refresh again. Chapter 203, Upgrade of the Netherworld. Body. In the early morning, Sunan woke up without an alarm. Ever since he formed his external avatar, he hadn't been able to rest well. Now, he finally caught up on sleep. I planned to leave for Song Mountain before, but I've been busy these past few days. Now is the perfect time to leave. He had been on Taishan for 7 or 8 days and originally planned to leave 3 or 4 days ago, but the in-game events kept him here. It was foreseeable that more than 20 peak of Xian level great demons in the game would tightly guard the place where he quit the game. As soon as he logged in now, he would inevitably be attacked immediately. He could not log in until the game refreshed. With a storage ring, he could pack everything up quickly. Bought a ticket to Song Mountain, Sunan embarked on a new journey. On the train, Sunan opened the forum to check the situation in the game. Unsurprisingly, the hottest topic among players was the side quest from last night. Turns out that the quest ended 10 minutes after the formation at the Golden Rosy Clouds Tower was broken. As a result, the other 8 of the East Morning 9 prefectures, besides Zhongtian County, fell without a doubt. This time the human race was completely caught off guard by the Demon Clan, who didn't expect that the Demon Clan would directly use the monsters within the 10,000 Demon Ridge to attack the Heavenly Dome Divine. Prohibition. The fall of the 8 counties greatly affected the human race, and the players were also victims. Without the protection of the human race and the suppression of the formation, the collective strength of the monsters increased, and the players became the main targets of the monsters. All the monsters in each county started a new round of hunting against the players. Zhongtian County. Only by going to Zhongtian County can we have a chance of survival. Initially, the players who were reluctant to leave changed their minds after being hunted by the monsters once. Looking further down, a screenshot of the contribution leaderboard caught his eye. Opening the screenshot, there was no doubt that Sunan's 3 characters still ranked the top 3. However, unlike last time, Wang Nan, who was originally ranked first, became second, and Lang 13 remained third. With the killing of the 2 peak Xian level great demons at the end, Zhang Yang's total contribution was over 25,000 points. Wang Nan's total contribution was also over 21,000. Of course, this was the total contribution on the leaderboard. Wang Nan's available contribution was only the 16,000 points he acquired this time, plus the few hundred points he earned by completing daily tasks recently. Over 20,000 contribution points. Deity Wang Nan and God Zhongyang are going against the heavens. God Zhongyang's contribution points are almost enough to exchange for a divine ability seed. It is said that this divine ability seed has not been exchanged yet. Does God Zhongyang want to deal with those 40,000 ancient scriptures? Everyone was amazed and frightened by the two's contribution points. Compared with Zhongyang and Wang Nan, Lang 13's contribution was less, just over 15,000 points. However, even so, it still maintained a considerable gap compared to the 4th place. In this ranking, the 4th place was neither Zhuangbin nor Qianyu but Yang Zheng, who was originally ranked 6th. With 3,700 points, it was almost the same as the contribution points Lang 13 received for the first time. It seemed that because of Zhuangbin's death in reality, his name was no longer on the leaderboard. As for Qianyu, due to Sunan's killing, he did not make it back even after reviving after midnight to partake in the formation event. Therefore, he could not make it to the top 10. Great Master Qianyu is really unlucky this time. Since Master Zhuangbin died, Great Master Qianyu should have been able to rank 4th, but now even the top 10 can't find him. Not only that, I heard that the Qinkansek's task to escort the ancient sacred weapon was originally given to Qianyu, but because Qianyu was not able to return in time, another player got it. As for bad luck, God Zhou Cheng should also be counted. This time God Zhou Cheng was not killed by the wolf demon, but because of the presence of deity Wang Nan, he didn't get any benefits in the end, and the divine weapon was also obtained by deity Wang Nan. Qianyu and Zhou Cheng 1's experiences left people sighing. No one could have expected that 2 of the top 5 great gods on the realm rankings would have such unsatisfactory performances on the contribution leaderboard. Compared with last time, the rest of the rankings didn't change much. The players in the top 10 last time were still in the top 10 but, due to the absence of Qian Yu and Zhuang Bin, every player's ranking did rise a bit. Among them, the biggest improvement was made by Bai Mengmeng. Bai Mengmeng, who ranked 9th last time, jumped to 5th place, just after Yang Zheng. Furthermore, on the realm ranking list, Bai Mengmeng's realm had reached the first spirit grade bloodline great perfection, ranking just below Zhou Cheng. This Bai Mengmeng seems to have a lot of opportunities. Surprise filled Sunan's eyes. Remember, when the game first started the public beta, Bai Mengmeng's realm was only ranked 18th. Now that she has steadily advanced, it really takes something extraordinary. At 5 in the afternoon, Sunan arrived in the city where Song Mountain was. As before, he found a homestay for temporary lodging. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after an hour-long night run, Sunan returned to his lodgings to wait for the game to refresh. Finally, the time came at midnight. Sunan logs into the game. "You finally came back, kid." The low voice of the monster sounded almost instantly upon Sunan logging in. The strong wind roared, and an icy breath quickly enveloped him. Several monsters reacted quickly and simultaneously lunged at him. Sunan's expression remained unchanged, this situation was within his expectations. Without any hesitation, he immediately used the Across the Heavens shift and vanished in front of the monsters. It's that ability again. Sensing that Sunan had appeared 2,000 meters away, a group of monsters' faces darkened. Another group of monsters immediately said, "You guys go after him, there's still an outsider who hasn't shown up yet, we need to keep waiting here." The dozens of monsters who had previously followed him from the Martial King Temple didn't hesitate and immediately pursued him. Sunan quickly fled, but instead of exchanging for essence and blood, he looked to foresee. It's pointless to continue fighting against a group of monsters now. If I can shake them off, it'd be perfect. You know, you've been marked by the monster's secret technique, which allows them to find you within 100 miles. Try using life wheel scripture and bone shifting to transform into a wolf demon's appearance to escape the monsters. A minute later, the monsters haven't caught up. 2 minutes later, to your disappointment, you find the monsters only a kilometer away. The monsters recognize you as Hu Xiaoshan's younger brother and wonder why you're here, they're even more puzzled about the secret technique's mark on you. You pretend to know nothing, asking several monsters what they're up to, trying to deceive them. To your disappointment, the dozens of monsters exchange glances and suddenly attack you. Compared to your identity, they trust the mark on you more. They've become suspicious of your identity. Life wheel scripture with bone shifting can't shake off their secret technique. Sunan's heart sank. Life wheel scripture plus bone shifting can genuinely change his identity, imperceptible even to demon monarchs. He initially thought that under such circumstances, it shouldn't be a problem to shake off Xian level monsters, but the result disappointed him. Now it's difficult. Do I have to use a teleportation stone or perfect resurrection card? Sunan frowned. Being found by monsters within 100 miles meant he could only solve this problem by using a teleportation stone or a perfect resurrection card. However, he didn't want to use either, they were life-saving items, and he wanted to minimize their use if possible. He didn't need to look at the information of his foreseeable future anymore. With the tens of monsters attacking, the outcome was already determined. I can only enhance my strength now and tackle the problem at hand. Switching roles to Lang 13, he looked at the contribution Molly's ranking list. 11,000 contribution points had already been added to Lang 13's total, amounting to over 15,000 available points. Without hesitation, Sunan chose to exchange for Secret Power System Ancient Demon Essence Blood. Would you like to spend 6,000 contribution points to exchange for a drop of spirit-level Ancient Demon Blood? Yes. Please input the name of the monster you want to exchange. How am I supposed to choose? Sunan frowned, as he didn't know what kind of secret power-type monsters existed in the ancient times. Randomly selecting wouldn't work. I'll have to go with a random pick. Congratulations, you have successfully exchanged for a drop of Ancient Demon Essence Blood. The item has been sent to your personal space. Sunan opened his personal space, where Lang 13's personal space contained the essence and blood wrapped in crystals, lying there quietly. Start devouring demonic spirit blood, secret power system spirit level ancient demon blood. The star-devouring demon clan is rare but possesses the ability to devour the essence of the sun and moon, increasing their spirit, energy, and mind strength. After fusing with this essence blood, there is a certain probability of obtaining the star-devouring demon clan's racial talent randomly. Devouring the essence of the sun and moon, increasing spirit, energy, and mind strength. Sounds pretty powerful. Sunan's eyes lit up as he felt that the so-called star-devouring demon bloodline might not be simple. However, now was not the time to think about that, he needed to merge with the essence and blood first. Of course, just having essence and blood wasn't enough, he also required a corresponding demon sutra. Fortunately, spirit-grade demon techniques in the contribution mall were not expensive. Would you like to spend 300 contribution points to exchange for a spirit-grade demon technique? Yes. Please input the name of the monster you want to exchange. Star-devouring demonic beast. Congratulations, you have successfully exchanged for a spirit-grade demon technique. The item has been sent to your personal space. With the demon technique also in hand, Sunan promptly took it out and looked at the information of his foreseeable future in his personal panel. You're hunted down once again by more than 10 peak of Xian level monsters, but fortunately, you've obtained the essence and blood of a star-devouring demonic beast and its demon technique. In your opinion, as long as you succeed in merging the ancient demon essence blood, you'll have the capability to fight against the monsters. While you're running at full speed, you start merging the ancient demon essence blood. 1 minute later, the monsters haven't caught up yet, and you continue the fusion of ancient demon essence blood. 2 minutes later, the monsters have already arrived a kilometer away from you, but fortunately, the fusion of essence and blood is nearly complete. 3 minutes later, you successfully merge the ancient demon essence blood. At this moment, the more than 10 peak of Xian level great demons catch up with you, blocking your path. Congratulations, you have randomly acquired the star-devouring demon clan's racial talent Starlight Body. Since you now possess a racial talent, 2 racial talents will merge. Congratulations, you have acquired a new racial talent Starlight Netherworld Body. Starlight Netherworld Body? Sounds like it should be good. Sunan's eyes showed anticipation, and he immediately began fusing the essence and blood. 3 minutes later. On Lang 13's panel, the 4th spirit level bloodline appeared. At the same time, the racial talent Berserk Netherworld Body disappeared from the panel and was replaced by Starlight Netherworld Body. Starlight Netherworld Body, a new racial talent formed by integrating the racial talents of the Sky Wolf Clan, Netherworld Wolf Clan, and Star-Devouring Demon Clan, possessing the ability to enhance oneself by devouring the sunlight, moonlight, and starlight in the world. Using this talent, during the daytime, your divine soul and essence power will increase by twice, and your primordial chi power will increase threefold. At nighttime, your divine soul and primordial chi power will increase by twice, while the essence power will increase threefold. The duration is 1 minute. After using this talent, your essence, primordial chi, and divine soul power will be reduced by half, lasting for 1 day. Increase primordial chi power during the day and essence power during the night. After reading the introduction, Sunan instantly understood the function of the Starlight Netherworld Body. Obviously, the Starlight Netherworld Body was based on the one-fold increase of spirit, energy, and mind strength in the Berserk Netherworld Body, allowing the primordial chi power to increase by another 2-fold during the day, and the essence power to increase by another 2-fold during the night. Not bad, not bad, now I should be able to kill more demons. Sunan's smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Whether it was increasing primordial chi or essence, the effect on him was the same, both could significantly increase his physique power and control law system power. At this moment, more than a dozen demons caught up and surrounded him. Seeing the smile on Sunan's face, a few demons looked at him as if they were looking at a fool. Kid, can you still laugh when you're about to die? Who will die and who will live is still uncertain. Sunan was calm and fearless, with his gaze focused on the 381 points of demon power. He had an idea in his heart. Upgrade. A total of 80 points of demon power were consumed, and the Star-Devouring Demon Sutra was upgraded from not yet started to great perfection in one breath. The number of foreknowledge times increased again, reaching 57 times. Strong power surged in his body, and at this moment, Sunan had a strange feeling that his own power had reached its limit and could no longer be improved at all. Huh? What's going on? Wasn't this kid already at the spirit level peak? Something's fishy, let's all take action together. Sensing the changes in Sunan's body, the group of demons found it strange. Thinking of the 2 demons who had been killed before, the more than a dozen demons did not dare to take it lightly and took action together. Bring it on! Sunan was not afraid, he wanted to test his current strength. This time he did not use the avatar again. Using the avatar could enhance his combat power, but it would also attract another group of demons. Moreover, using the avatar in front of these demons would undoubtedly tell them that the person who took the 2 divine weapons was actually him alone. Of course, he would not really fight the demons to the death. As he took action, the personal information panel also began foreknowledge again. Surrounded by more than a dozen Xian-level peak great demons, you have no fear. The great perfection of the star-devouring demon bloodline gave you great confidence. Adding primordial chi power to the controlling technique bloodline power, you fight against demons with your soaring control law system power. Sadly, you are disappointed. Although your strength has increased, the gap with the Xian-level peak is still significant. Under the siege of more than a dozen demons, you have no chance to kill any great monster. After 1 minute of fighting, more than half of your internal power has been consumed. You know that if you continue this way, you'll soon be killed by the demons. At the last moment, you decisively use the racial talent Starlight Netherworld Body to boost all your control law system power with the surged essence power and primordial chi power, and use the racial talent Destruction Domain at the same time. You exhaust all your mana, and fire power, water power, and lightning power within 1,000 meters radius gather towards you, condensing into a giant twin-wing snake that bombards more than a dozen demons. The terrifying power shocks the demons, and all of them have to resist hard. When everything is over, you kill 3 Xian-level peak great demons. Your great strength frightens the remaining demons, but unfortunately, after this strike, your secret power system and control law system power are exhausted, and you are not the opponent of the remaining demons. The remaining demons do not kill you, but capture you instead. Killed 3? Not bad. Last time, he had used all 3 racial talents and only killed 2. This time, he used only 2 racial talents and killed 3, which was a significant improvement. However, this was still far from enough. Still a bit short, it seems I have to keep upgrading. Chapter 204, Breakthrough to the Xian level. Since strength at the spirit level isn't enough to kill more than a dozen demon beasts, the only option is to break through to the Xian level. All 3 roles with 4 types of bloodlines have reached great perfection, meeting the conditions for a breakthrough. Moreover, the required demon power for the breakthrough has long been sufficient. Now, as long as I'm willing, I can try to break through at any time. The only problem is that once I choose to break through, unpredictable issues might occur. Switching to Wang Nan's role, Sunan's gaze falls on the panel's realm status. Congratulations, Wang Nan's character with 4 bloodlines has reached great perfection, Zhang Yang's character with 4 bloodlines has reached great perfection, and Lang 13's character with 4 bloodlines has reached great perfection, satisfying the conditions for realm promotion. Do you wish to consume 160 points of demon power and promote Wang Nan's realm to the Xian level? Looking at the pop-up prompt, Sunan wasn't delighted, on the contrary, his expression was solemn. Breaking through is different from merging bloodlines. It requires the personal information panel and consumes demon power. I can't use any abilities related to the panel in foreknowledge, which means I can't foresee the breakthrough process. Last time in his breakthrough to the spirit level, he confidently chose to break through due to having ancient demon essence blood. However, this time is different. Whether it was the words of the demon beast under the cave celestial palace or Tianyun County's governor, they felt like sharp swords hanging over his heart, making him feel uneasy. Sunan was conflicted, unsure whether to break through or not. Soon enough, he made up his mind. I have to break through eventually. I can't avoid it forever just because I can't use foreknowledge. Besides, as the demon beast said, the probability of encountering problems will be even higher when I try to break through to the king level. Even if there really are problems during the breakthrough, I won't be without ways to fix it. I still have the perfect resurrection card. As his thoughts raced and numerous ideas flashed through his mind, Sunan quickly made a decision. Success or failure, he had to try. Of course, he needs to leave this place first. Since he can't kill all the demon beasts right now, there is no point wasting his energy here. Using Across the Heavens shift, his figure disappeared once again. It's the same ability again. Chase. I want to see how many times he can use it. As their prey escaped, the dozen demon beasts angrily pursued Sunan at his current location. While running away, Sunan began to attempt the breakthrough. At this moment, he had switched his role again. He did not choose Wang Nan for the breakthrough, but Lang 13 instead. Wang Nan's bloodline has been eroded by demonic qi, making him the most likely to encounter problems during the breakthrough. It is more prudent to let Zhang Yang and Lang 13 break through instead. Moreover, when Lang 13 breaks through, the growth of the three powers of spirit, energy, and mind strength would be advantageous for both Wang Nan and Zhang Yang. Do you wish to consume 160 points of demon power and upgrade Lang 13's realm to the Xian level? Yes. Please select one of the following bloodlines as your main, and the remaining 3 as auxiliary. Nether Wolf Bloodline, Spirit Crowned Bird Bloodline, Jade Horned Sheep Bloodline, Star Devouring Demon Bloodline. The 4 secret power bloodlines appeared before Sunan, and without hesitation, he chose the Star Devouring Demon Bloodline. You have selected the Star Devouring Demon Bloodline as your main, with the Nether Wolf Bloodline, Spirit Crowned Bird Bloodline, and Jade Horned Sheep Bloodline as auxiliary. Do you confirm your choice? Warning: Realm promotion has the risk of bloodline conflict and loss of control. Please choose carefully. Yes. Realm promotion has begun. Please wait patiently. As a whopping 160 points of demon power was consumed on the panel, Sunan immediately felt the 4 types of secret power bloodline demon sutras start to spin uncontrollably. Then, the bloodlines began to boil. It was no different from the previous breakthrough from mortal level to spirit level. Inside his body, the bloodlines of the Dark Wolf, Spirit Crown Bird, and Jade Horned Sheep fought for dominance, clashing with one another. Unfortunately, as a bloodline that evolved from the mortal level, the Dark Wolf bloodline could only do so much. If another bloodline were present, it would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the onslaught. Not to mention Sunan's 4th bloodline was a spirit-level ancient demon bloodline. As soon as the Star Devouring Demon bloodline erupted, the other 3 bloodlines instantly fell into a disadvantage. However, the next moment, they seemed to sense the Star Devouring Demon bloodline's power and cooperated to fight against it. For a time, Sunan's body seemed to have become a battlefield. Apprehensive, Sunan remained alert, prepared to face the worst-case scenario at any moment. Fortunately, it seemed he was overthinking it. Unexpected situations did not occur. At first, the Nether Wolf, Spirit Crowned Bird, and Jade Horned Sheep bloodlines held their ground against the Star Devouring Demon bloodline. But as time passed, the situation began to change. Sunan noticed that as the Star Devouring Demon bloodline spun, the starlight between heaven and earth quickly gathered towards him, constantly replenishing its consumption. The other 3 bloodlines, however, did not possess this ability of the Star Devouring Demon bloodline. Their power gradually declined with the passage of time. The Star Devouring Demon bloodline actually has such an ability. Sensing the changes within his body, Sunan rejoiced. He understood that this breakthrough was now stable. Finally, 2 minutes later, the Star Devouring Demon bloodline found an opportunity and devoured the Jade Horned Sheep bloodline in one swoop. Now, the balance between the 2 sides instantly collapses. 3 minutes later, when more than 10 demons surround Sunan again, the turmoil within his body has already calmed down. Only one of the original 4 bloodlines remains. Success! How did it succeed so smoothly? Sunan is excited in his heart. He knows that the smoothness of this attempt is largely due to the special nature of the Star Devouring Demon bloodline. If it were any other ancient demon bloodline, it would never have been so smooth. With the successful fusion of the 4 bloodlines, Sunan can obviously feel that his spirit, energy, and mind strength have all experienced a significant increase. At this time, whether it is essence power, power of primordial qi, or power of divine soul in his body, they are all stronger than before by several times. Congratulations, you have become the first player to break through to the Xian rank, and you have been rewarded with 200 points of qi luck. Congratulations, your realm has been promoted to Xian rank, talent to foresee the future has been enhanced, and the number of daily uses has been increased by 3. Congratulations, the number of uses of your talent to foresee the future has reached 60, meeting the conditions for advancement. Your talent to foresee the future has been promoted, please explore the specific effects by yourself. Continuous prompts pop up, and Sunan's mouth reveals a delighted expression. He expected the gain of luck. The increase in the number of foreknowledge times left him a little disappointed though. It still only increased by 3, and it didn't increase more due to breaking through to a higher level. Fortunately, his current number of foreknowledge times is already enough for him. Even if there is no increase at all, it will have no effect on him. On the contrary, the advancement of his foreseeing the future talent again makes him pleasantly surprised. The last time I advanced, I could use predictions continuously. What new ability will I have this time? Surveying the surrounding 10+ demons, Sunan couldn't help but try. Huh? Did this kid have a breakthrough? How is it possible? When did human warriors have such casual breakthroughs? Just breaking through whenever they say. With the changes in Sunan's bloodline, the more than 10 demons that were surrounding him detected the problem right away, and their faces subtly changed. Outsiders have only descended for more than a month. How did he break from the mortal level to the Xuan rank in such a short time? The monsters are doubtful, and at this moment, a sudden fear of Sunan rises from the bottom of their hearts. Yesterday, Sunan had not yet broken through, but he was already able to kill one of the demons in their encirclement. Now, Sunan has broken into the Xuan rank, and it's hard to imagine what his strength will be. Make a move. We can't let him escape this time. Sunan's rapid growth has frightened the demons, and they dare not imagine what he would look like if he continued to grow. All the demons launched their attacks together, and Sunan also held nothing back. While counter-attacking, he looked to foresee. You successfully broke through the Xuan rank, becoming the first outsider to break through the Xuan rank, and the growth of your strength has once again given you the confidence to face the more than 10 peak of Xuan level. Demons. Without any reservation, you used the racial talent Starlight Netherworld Body, amplifying the power of primordial chi on the controlling technique Bloodline, and then used the racial talent Destruction Domain again. Mana rampaged under your control, gathering the law controlling power within 1,000 meters radius, condensing it into a giant twin-wing snake, and bombarding the more than 10 demons. The terrifying power shocked the group of monsters, forcing them to struggle to defend themselves. When everything finally settled, you killed 5 peak of Xuan level demons. 5 of them. Sunan's eyes brightened. With the same technique, he could kill 3 Xuan level demons before, but this time he could kill 5. But it wasn't over yet. The remaining 6 demons fear your strength, they want to escape, but they also sense the depletion of your power and want to attack you again. You are not afraid, your essence power bursts forth, replenishing the consumed primordial chi, then amplifying the power of physique bloodline with the power of primordial chi, and attacking the remaining demons with the power of divine soul again. The demons finally discover that you can use all 3 system powers at the same time, and they dare not attack you again when they are puzzled. They turn around and try to run. You have no intention of letting them go. You use your racial talent One Force Breaking the Sky, which increases your physical strength several times. Even without using your most powerful attack, combined with the power of Divine Soul, you are still powerful enough to kill peak of Xuan level demons. A minute later, the effects of your racial talent Starlight Netherworld Body and your racial talent One Force Breaking the Sky ended one after another. Fortunately, at this time, the more than 10 demons have all fallen at your feet. Congratulations, you successfully killed all 10+ demons that were chasing you. You don't know that your actions will attract more powerful beings. 2 minutes later, you leave the battlefield and continue to head north. 3 minutes later, no more demons are chasing you, and you are temporarily safe. The first prediction ends. Do you wish to continue? Finally, I can kill them all. Sunan showed a satisfied expression. Seeing the 10+ demons attacking again, he didn't waste any time. After switching his role to Zhang Yang, he directly used his racial talent. A moment later, the twin-wing snake condensed from law-controlling power between heaven and earth dispersed, and a task completion prompt appeared on his panel. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Hunt a Xuan level demon, 30 demon points have been issued. He didn't even have time to check the daily tasks of the 3 characters today, but he could guess what tasks there would be without having to look. How is this possible? Even if you've broken through to the Xuan level, you shouldn't have such immense power. It's the power of heaven and earth. The racial talent he just used could actually mobilize the power of heaven and earth. What kind of demon bloodline did he merge with? In an instant, 5 demons were killed, leaving the remaining ones in fear. Although Sunan used his racial talent last time, the mobilization of the power of heaven and earth was not obvious, and the demons didn't notice anything. This time, as Sunan used his racial talent, the power of heaven and earth was too obviously mobilized. The demons finally realized the problem and were terrified. Mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. That's a method only available to king-level entities. What kind of bloodline fusion would grant such ability? Sunan didn't bother with the demon's surprise. He immediately switched roles to Wang Nan and continued to use one force breaking the sky as foreseen. Without using the strongest strike, the power amplification time of one force breaking the sky is still 1 minute. However, even if he doesn't use the strongest strike, it's not enough to kill the 6 peak Xian level great demons. He can only be evenly matched with the remaining 6. Fortunately, he still has the power of Divine Soul. When he first broke through to the spirit level, the power of Divine Soul helped him greatly. However, as his physique series and law-controlling bloodlines improved, the power of Divine Soul gradually became less significant. Even if he could enhance it with the power of Primordial Qi, compared to enhancing the physique series and law-controlling class powers further, there was no advantage in enhancing the power of Divine Soul. After this breakthrough, his power of Divine Soul increased dramatically, and it could once again be effective against late Xian stage and peak Xian level monsters. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Hunt a Xian level demon. 30 demon points have been issued. Usable demon power, 201 points. A minute later. Under the terrified gaze of the last demon, Sunan killed it with one punch. Without much time to think, he collected the demon's corpses and left quickly. A few minutes later. Sunan stopped on a small hill and looked at the information from his foresight with furrowed eyebrows. To prevent accidents, he immediately predicted again after killing a few demons. He wanted to see what problems hunting the demons would bring and observe changes in his foreknowledge talent. No danger was detected. However, he was disappointed that his foresight ability hadn't changed much since before. The only change he found was that there was no more cooling down period for his foresight. Now, even if he died during his foresight, he could immediately predict again without waiting for the cooldown. So, did the talent upgrade just reduce the cooldown time? Sunan frowned. If that's all it did, then the upgrade didn't provide much assistance. After researching for a moment, Sunan still couldn't find anything special. Helpless, he gave up. Instead, he considered the hint he received from his first prediction. The prediction said that killing a few demons would attract even stronger demons. Demons stronger than Xian level ones are naturally demon kings. Besides the 2 in the city god temple, there are only the White Water and Green Wolf demon kings in Tianyun city. Will those 2 come after me? Sunan's expression became serious. If it was the demon kings, he would be in danger. With his current strength, even if he continued to upgrade the other 2 roles to the Xian level, he might not be a match for the demon kings. Moreover, neither of them were ordinary demon kings. They were peak-level demon kings. If it really was one of the 2 demon kings who made a move, his only option would be to escape using the teleportation stone. As he thought about it, suddenly, a game prompt appeared before his eyes. You realize that your demon-slaying actions may bring a massive crisis. Do you want to consume a certain number of foresight times to predict the last 3 minutes before your death? Consume a certain number of foresight times? Predict the last 3 minutes before my death? This is a new ability of foresight. Seeing the prompt on the panel, Sunan's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood what was going on. However, he frowned soon after. This ability doesn't seem to be that useful. Judging by the description, it allows me to skip the middle process and see the final outcome directly. Although it seems to save some trouble, using foresight multiple times consumes the same amount, so it's better to use the talent over and over, which gives more information. Sunan quickly reasoned, but felt that the ability was somewhat unhelpful. If this new ability consumes the same amount of foresight times as using it multiple times, why would he bother taking shortcuts and seeing the final outcome directly? What's the difference between this and taking off pants to fart? Anyway, I'll give it a try and see if it's different from what I thought. Chapter 205, Death's Foresight. You realize that killing the Xian level demon might lead to enormous danger. Do you wish to consume some foreknowledge times to foresee the situation 3 minutes before your death? Yes. After viewing the prompt on the panel, Sunan made his choice. A hefty 20 premonition chances were consumed instantly. 20 times. Sunan couldn't help but gasp. 20 times, which is equivalent to a full hour. So, the White Water Demon King would kill him an hour from now? Sunan was bewildered. An hour could be considered neither long nor short. Considering his present speed, escaping 100 miles was not a problem at all. You are pursued by the White Water Demon King, and the continuous escape that lasted 1 day and 1 night leaves you completely exhausted. All methods and measures you can use are entirely exhausted. Even if you use 2 teleportation stones consecutively, you still can't escape the pursuit of the White Water Demon King. The mark on your body is insolvable. Although you could evade a demon if you escape over 100 miles away, you cannot guarantee that there aren't other monsters with the secret technique within 100 miles of you. The mark on your body shines like a spark in the night in the eyes of the monsters that know the secret technique, making you especially conspicuous. Even if the White Water Demon King temporarily loses your position, it can still find you again through other demons. The initial part of the foreknowledge already gave Sunan a hint. 1 day and 1 night? It's not just an hour. The number of foreknowledge times consumed isn't proportional to the length of foreknowledge time. My previous speculation was wrong. Instead of being disappointed because his speculation was wrong, Sunan's eyes lit up with excitement. Using 1 hour of foreknowledge time to foresee something 24 hours later, wasn't 11 that a big win? This way, even if he encountered a significant crisis, he could use a day's time to prepare and seek a solution. However, the subsequent foreknowledge made him frown. All means exhausted. Even after using 2 teleportation stones, I still couldn't get rid of the White Water Demon King. His heart sank. He hadn't been too worried about the mark on his body thanks to the teleportation stones. In his mind, if he encountered an unstoppable danger, he would use the teleportation stone to leave. But the current prediction shattered his plan. Eventually, you are caught by the White Water Demon King in Red Mountain Prefecture. The White Water Demon King did not kill you straight away, but instead transported you directly back to the White Water Lake in Tianyun City using a teleportation stone. A minute later, the White Water Demon King locks you in a secret chamber where another demon resembling both a deer and a horse is also imprisoned. Like the other demon, the White Water Demon King impaled you with iron chains, which have a special ability to confine all your strength. 2 minutes later, the White Water Demon King brings a peak of Xian level demon into the secret chamber. This demon is adept at manipulating the power of Divine Soul. The demon exerts the power of Divine Soul on you, and as your power has been completely restrained, you cannot resist and are forced to have your memory read. 3 minutes later, you die. Congratulations on unlocking new abilities and foreseeing the future. You can actively use this ability through the Personal Information panel. An alert appeared, and down the Foresee the Future section on the panel, a new option suddenly appeared. Death's Foresight. You can consume a certain number of foreknowledge times to foresee the situation 3 minutes before your death. The foreknowledge ended, and during it, there was no information about how the White Water Demon King chased him or how he escaped. However, from the first few simple sentences of foreknowledge, it could already be imagined how pathetic his escape was. The White Water Demon King is indeed very cautious. It's not enough to just imprison me, he even needs to restrain my power. Sunan's face darkened. In his last foreknowledge, the secret chamber where he was imprisoned was the one he had been to before. It was below the 6th stone chamber in the inner hall at the palace in the center of the White Water Lake. However, he had wanted to approach that demon several times in his previous foreknowledge, but was killed each time. This shows that the demon was not completely restrained from its power, which was different from his situation. As long as there are demons that know the secret technique within 100 miles, the White Water Demon King can find me. It seems that there are only 2 ways to escape the capture of the White Water Demon King. Either find a method to solve the mark or find a place where no demon within 100 miles knows that secret technique. Either of these methods, whether it's the first or the second, is very difficult to accomplish. From his previous foreknowledge, he had tried to solve the mark on his body, but it ended in failure. Even his strongest measure, the life wheel scripture, was of no use. He could not think of any other solution. And realizing the second method was also very difficult. Where could he find a place where within 100 miles no demon knew the secret technique? Sunan quickly pondered in his heart. At the same time, just as he had just broken through to the Xian rank as Lang 13, not only in the region chat, but also on the forum, all players were abuzz. In a moment, All topics of conversation centered around Lang 13. Great God Lang 13 has broken through. Great God Lang 13 actually surpassed both great gods Wang Nan and Zhang Yang to be the first to break through. How did he do it? How is this possible? Didn't he just fuse the fourth bloodline? How did he break through to the Xian rank now? The breakthrough of Lang 13 left a deep impact on ordinary players. Initially, everyone thought that Wang Nan would still be the first to break through to the Xian rank. Even if Wang Nan had an accident, Zhang Yang would be the first to break through. No one expected Lang 13, who was originally only accomplished in 3 spirit-level bloodlines, to be the first to break through. I see now, it's the ancient demon essence blood. Actually, Lang 13's demon power has long been sufficient, it's only because he wanted to merge with the demon's essence and blood, he's been delaying this. This human crisis branch task allowed Great God Lang 13 to accumulate enough contribution points to exchange for ancient demon essence blood. Only then could he quickly integrate the fourth bloodline and make a breakthrough after the task ended. Some speculated a possibility that quickly found acceptance amongst players. Ever since the top-tier items in the contribution wall were disclosed, everyone has gained a certain understanding of high-end things like mystical techniques, ancient scriptures, and ancient demon bloodlines. Many even guessed Wang Nan and Zhang Yang had fused the ancient demon bloodline at the mortal level. Now everyone realizes the importance of the ancient demon bloodline to martial artists. Will Lang 13's breakthrough lead to another public beta test, just like when God Wang Nan broke through last time? It's possible, but not certain. The conditions for the first public test and the second public test were different. It's highly possible that the conditions for each public test are not the same, so someone breaking into a higher realm is not the only condition for a public test. Whether there will be a public test will be known when the game refreshes next time. As per the previous 2 patterns, once the conditions for a public test are met, a notice will be issued the next day. Thinking about the public test, countless ordinary gamers were excited. Since the second public test, the number of players who can use game abilities in reality has reached hundreds of thousands. Walking on the streets, you can encounter beings with extraordinary powers. This powerful ability not only evokes envy but also fear among ordinary people. Powerful strength amplifies people's desires. It gives them confidence and ability to do things they dare not think or do before. Compared to before the demon world appeared, the current crime rate has soared dozens of times and all of it is related to the players, without exception. If it wasn't for the control exerted by the officials, reality would have been in chaos by now. Now, for ordinary people, their biggest wish is to enter the game as early as possible and obtain the power in the game. By the way, does anyone know which county Great God Lang 13 is in the game? Again, someone thought of Lang 13's identity in the game. Everyone was then shocked to realize that up till now, no one has ever seen Lang 13. We know the players that large forces have nurtured, this Lang 13 is definitely not from any of those forces. Search. Find that Lang 13. If such a person could work for us, we could walk sideways in the game hereafter. The various major forces reacted swiftly and wanted to find Lang 13. For a time, once again, a wave was set off in the search for Lang 13. In the game. After contemplating, Sunan finally had an inkling of how to deal with the whitewater demonic creature. Finding a spot within 100 miles where there are no monsters that use secret techniques is hard. Maybe only a place like the Cave Immortal's cave mansion space would be possible. Depending on the space formed by the cave mansion, it might be possible to avoid detection by the demonic creature. But that's not a long-term solution. I need to escort the divine weapon to Tianyun County, and I won't possibly be able to hide all the time. I still have to find a way to break the mark. Given my own abilities right now, breaking the mark is nearly impossible, I can only look to others for help. I wonder if the governor of Tianyun town is still around. Sunan's mind was running fast. He planned to seek help from the governor. There is a portal leading to Wansheng County in the mansion of the Tianyun city's governor. If he can utilize that portal to get to Wansheng County and then through the portal in Wansheng County to get to Zhongtian County, the task would be much simpler. However, there's another problem. Is that governor still in Tianyun City? A day has passed since the portal in Tianyun City was broken. Now, he has no idea what the situation in Tianyun City look like. Moreover, if he returns now, there's a high probability that he'll be captured by the Whitewater Demon King. Foresee. Sunan didn't think much and decisively chose to foresee. He didn't choose Death's foresight, but used the normal method to foresee. The ability of Death's foresight is good. It can predict farther events with fewer foresight times. But it's not applicable in all situations. For example, now he wants to know what happened in between and he can only foresee multiple times. You've been marked with the secret technique of the demonic creatures. Given your abilities, you have no way of solving this. You plan to return to Tianyun City and seek the help of the governor of Tianyun County. A minute later, you have not encountered any demonic creatures. He had used the Across the Heavens shift twice, each time being chased by a demon for 3 minutes. At this point, he was already far from Tianyun City. To return to Tianyun City, he would naturally have to spend another 6 or 7 minutes. The 2 premonitions ended, fortunately, without any unexpected events occurring. It wasn't until the 3rd foresight that he returned to Tianyun City in his vision. 2 minutes later, you finally return to Tianyun City. By this time, Tianyun City is already completely abandoned, becoming a city entirely occupied by demons. You head straight for the governor's mansion, planning to find the governor of Tianyun County and use the formation there. You are unaware that in yesterday's battle, the governor was defeated by Hu Xiaotian and was severely injured and disappeared. The formation in the governor's mansion was also destroyed when the 2 heavenly dome divine prohibition nodes in Tianyun County were broken by demons. 3 minutes later, you arrive at the governor's mansion. However, as soon as you arrive there, a figure appears not far from you and strikes you with a palm. You recognize that figure. It's the Whitewater Demon King, one of the 2 great demon kings in Tianyun City. Facing the demon king's attack, you knew you couldn't resist and decisively used the teleportation stone that you had prepared in advance. In the nick of time, the teleportation stone transports you to Red Mountain Prefecture. As expected, I encountered the Whitewater Demon King. Sunan had a sinking feeling in his heart, the Whitewater Demon King would appear 9 minutes later. Now it seems that at least 9 minutes later, the Whitewater Demon King will know that more than 10 Xian level demons had all died and will come to capture him. It turns out the governor was heavily injured by Hu Xiaotian and disappeared, and the teleportation formation was destroyed. If that's the case, the formation in Wansheng State must have also been destroyed. It looks like I'll have to figure out another way. Sunan thought quickly. In an instant, he thought of another person. The emperor-level powerhouses he knew weren't limited to the governor of Tianyun County. There was one more person. Zhou Lingyan. During the foreknowledge, I was teleported to Red Mountain Prefecture. Maybe I can take this opportunity to find Zhou Lingyan. Sunan quickly made a decision. Whether or not he could find Zhou Lingyan, he couldn't stay in Tianyun County any longer. He needed to leave Tianyun County as soon as possible. And the Qinkan sect, where Zhou Lingyan was located, was just in Red Mountain Prefecture. It was worth a try. But right now, Red Mountain Prefecture had also fallen. Even if Zhou Lingyan had already left Kuntian prison before, she might not still be in Red Mountain Prefecture now. Such a shame, although the foresight of death allows me to foresee for a long time, I can only see 3 minutes before death. Otherwise, I could directly try to find her with the foresight of death. Having made a decision, Sunan didn't hesitate any longer. He held the teleportation stone in his hand and used it. With the activation of the teleportation stone, Sunan felt his body being wrapped in a strange force. The next moment, his vision blurred, and he disappeared from his original location. Red Mountain Prefecture. Yuxia Town, a small town not far from Tianyun County in Red Mountain Prefecture. Due to its location at the border of the 2 prefectures, there used to be many martial artists coming and going, making it quite prosperous. Unfortunately, with the fall of both Tianyun and Red Mountain Prefectures, this place too is now deserted. Only a few players were still lingering here. At this time, on a small hill north of Yuxia Town, several middle-aged men, protecting a young girl, were looking anxiously at the front. Not far from them stood a peak spirit-level demon. How could this be? There were no spirit-level demons here before. How did a spirit-level demon suddenly appear now? It's over, we were just about to complete the task and leave. Now, a spirit-level demon has suddenly shown up. I knew it, a 3-star novice task wouldn't be that simple. What are you standing there for, run! One of the men at the forefront reacted quickly, shouted, and was ready to cover the rest of the people to escape. The others then snapped back to reality and immediately protected the young girl and fled. However, the demon obviously had no intention of letting them go. In almost a bhnk of an eye, it arrived at their rear, blocking their path. Chapter 206, The Disappearance of Zhou Lingyan. It's over. It's over, this demon is too fast, we have no chance to escape. Blocked by the demon, their faces turned pale instantly. At this point, only more than 10 minutes had passed since the game refreshed, and they hadn't even completed a single daily task. Except for the young girl, the rest were at the peak of mortal level, their 4 bloodlines completed. Dying once didn't mean much to them, but if the girl died as well, they would be punished, more severe than just dying once. The demon stared at them, drooling thick, viscous fluid. It's been a long time since I tasted blood, today I will feast on you. Run, miss, they shouted, looking prepared to face death. The young girl in the middle was panicked, having never experienced such a situation before, and didn't know what to do. It wasn't until she was pulled by a middle-aged man that she snapped back to reality and started running. The demon was leisurely following them, seeming slow but constantly closing the gap, causing them to feel their hearts in their throats. In just a few breaths, the demon had caught up to them once again and reached out towards the young girl. At this point, the men were horrified, and could only stop running to attack the demon together. Unfortunately, their attacks were no different from tickling the demon. With a swipe of its hand, they were sent flying and seriously injured. The demon continued towards the girl, and she was almost caught. However, at this moment, the demon suddenly sensed something, stopped in its tracks, and looked to the side abruptly. Following that, a voice sounded from not too far away, "What place is this in Red Mountain Prefecture?" Hearing the voice, the players were momentarily stunned. When they saw Sunan, their spirits were lifted. A martial artist. They didn't expect to run into a martial artist here. They would be saved. They didn't think Sunan was a player because most of the players had already left, and even those who hadn't wouldn't dare to come here alone. The man closest to Sunan said, "This is Yuxia Town." Yuxia Town. Sunan seemed to remember the place, having been here before. He had passed this place when he went to the cave dwelling of the cave immortal. "Do you know where the Qinkan sect is?" Sunan continued to ask. The Qinkan sect is in Qinkan County, which is more than 300 miles away from here. 300 miles wasn't far. According to the foreknowledge, he would be caught by the White Water Demon King a day later, which meant that even if the demon knew he was in Red Mountain Prefecture now, it would not find him that quickly. "Do you have a map of Red Mountain Prefecture? Give me one." Sunan continued to ask. "No map." The man shook his head, but quickly added, "But I know how to get to the Qinkan sect." The man's intention was clear, he wanted Sunan to save them. Sunan frowned slightly, not intending to drag them along, as it would definitely slow him down. He could only seek help from the regional chat. Just as Sunan was about to turn to the regional chat to seek help from other players, the young girl quickly said, "I have one. I have a map." Sunan addressed the girl, "Give me the map, and I'll help you deal with this monster." The demon stared at Sunan, seeming to realize that Sunan was also at the spirit level peak. At first, the demon was cautious, but it gradually became angry as it saw Sunan dismissing it to converse with the other players. This puny human dares to ignore him. At this point, hearing Sunan's words, the demon became furious. "Boy, I advise you to mind your own business. These people are my prey, if you want to save them, be prepared to become my prey as well." The demon bared its teeth, trying to scare Sunan away. Although they were both at the peak of spirit level, without the suppression of the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition, the demon was confident that it was stronger than Sunan. Sunan ignored the demon and continued to look at the girl. The girl quickly took out a roll of map like a scroll and handed it to Sunan while sizing him up. Sunan took a brief look at the map, located his current position and that of the Qinkan sect, and pocketed it with satisfaction. Seeing Sunan's actions, the demon was completely enraged. "Since you don't cherish the chance I give you, don't blame me." "Shut up!" Sunan glanced at the demon, and with a wave of his hand, a flame hit the demon before it could react. The flame exploded on the demon, and it let out a miserable scream before being reduced to a charred corpse. It was too fast. This scene left the players with eyes wide open and mouths agape. Sunan ignored them, turned around, and left, disappearing from their sight in an instant. An expert of Xian level. He's definitely an expert of Xian level. It took a while for the players to regain their senses, and they couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, one player hesitated for a moment and said, "Do you guys feel like he looks familiar?" Hearing this, the eyes of the young girl lit up, and she looked at the player who had spoken. "You feel that way too? I thought I've seen him somewhere before. On the forum. We saw him on the forum. He's Zhang Yang," someone suddenly remembered, exclaiming in surprise. Upon hearing the name Zhang Yang, the others immediately recognized, "Yes. That's definitely him. I can't believe we've met God Zhang Yang here. We're so lucky. What is Zhang Yang going to do in the Qinkan sect?" Several men were puzzled. The young girl quickly said, "Who cares? Hurry up. Let's complete our tasks, and I'm going to Qinkan sect too." Congratulations, you have completed the daily task of hunting a spirit-level monster, and 15 demon power points have been issued. Current usable demon power points, 216. Zhang Yang's second daily task was completed, and Sunan suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked the tasks for today's 3 roles. He looked through the tasks for the 3 characters. As he had thought earlier, the 3 characters did not refresh any extraordinary tasks, it was still the most common task of hunting demons. I wonder how many demon power points are needed to further upgrade Demon Sutra after reaching Xian level. Switching roles back to Lang 13, Sunan was slightly moved as he looked at its only bloodline on the panel. "Will you consume 8 points of demonic power and upgrade Star Devouring Demon Sutra to beginner level?" 8 points, huh? It's just what I was expecting. Sunan nodded secretly. At mortal level, it took 4.0 demon power points for the Great Demon Art Perfection of one kind. At spirit level, it took 80 demon power points for the Great Demon Art Perfection of one kind. From the experience of the previous 2 times, Sunan only had to look at the demonic power required for beginner level and he knew that it would take 160 demon power points for one Xian level bloodline to reach great perfection. If all 3 characters are upgraded to have the ability to kill king level great monsters, it wouldn't be too hard to get 160 demon power points. There is still enough demon power for one character to break through. Should I try to break through Zhang Yang's character as well? With the far soul wheel spinning, Sunan switched his role back to Zhang Yang. He wasn't in a hurry to upgrade Lang 13's bloodline. Uplifting Zhang Yang and Wang Nan's characters to Xian level was the most effective way to enhance his strength. If he could break through Zhang Yang as well, the chances of escaping from the Whitewater Demon King would undoubtedly be much greater. However, thinking of the situation when Lang 13 broke through, he hesitated a little. If it hadn't been for the Star Devouring Demon Bloodline's ability to absorb the power of the sun and moon between the heaven and earth, it would have been far from easy during Lang 13's breakthrough. It's a pity that this time, the advanced foreseeing the future still can't use the game interface ability during the premonition. I wonder if it will be possible in the future. Looking at the new Death's Foresight on the panel, Sunan sighed, unable to resist trying out the ability. However, what he didn't expect happened. A game prompt popped up. You realize that breaking through from the spirit level to Xian level may involve unknown risks. Do you want to consume a certain number of foresight chances and predict the situation of your death in the future 3 minutes? Huh? Foresight is possible. Can I use game abilities after upgrading this time? Sunan was delighted and couldn't help trying immediately. He didn't try to use Death's Foresight but attempted to use regular Foresight to see if he could actually use the game's abilities. You have fulfilled the basic conditions for the breakthrough to Xian level with 4 bloodline great perfections. You want to try to break through to Xian level. You know that to break through to Xian rank, you need to fuse the 4 bloodlines into one. In this process, one bloodline needs to be the main one, and the other 3 need to be supplementary. You plan to use the Auspicious Beast Dragon Turtle bloodline as the main one, and the other 3 bloodlines as supplementary, in order to break through. The fusion of bloodlines is extremely dangerous. During this process, the martial artist needs to control the main bloodline, and gradually fuse the secondary bloodlines one by one. However, the secondary bloodlines will not willingly be fused and will join forces with other bloodlines to resist. In such a situation, if the martial artist wants to successfully fuse bloodlines, they can only control the main bloodline bit by bit to devour the secondary bloodlines. This process is very lengthy. It takes a short period of months, to several years for a martial artist to fuse 4 spirit-level bloodlines. The higher the bloodline's grade, the longer it takes. As you just tried to control the Dragon Turtle bloodline to fuse with the Burning Sky Sparrow bloodline, it immediately caused the other 3 bloodlines to resist. Seeing this, Sunan didn't need to read any further, and he was somewhat disappointed. It was obvious that he was trying to break through using the normal martial artist method in the foresight, and he still couldn't use demon power. If you can't use the game's abilities in foresight, what's the point of Death's foresight? Could it be that Death's foresight only looks at the outcome, not the process? Looking at the hint of Death's foresight on the panel again, Sunan thought of a possibility. You realize that breaking through from spirit level to Xian level may involve unknown risks. Do you want to consume a certain number of foresight chances and predict the situation of your death in the future 3 minutes? Yes. This time, Sunan didn't hesitate anymore. As long as it could give him the result he wanted, it would be fine. As he confirmed, 20 foresight chances were instantly consumed. 20 chances again. Does my final outcome still end up being caught by the Whitewater Demon King? You used a teleportation stone to escape to Red Mountain Prefecture. You even successfully broke through Zhang Yang's character to Xian level. However, despite all this, you were eventually found by the Whitewater Demon King. After running for a day and a night, you were exhausted and completely consumed all available means, but still couldn't escape the Whitewater Demon King's pursuit. You were caught by the Whitewater Demon King, who didn't kill you directly. Instead, he took you with him using a teleportation stone, returning directly to Whitewater Lake in Tianyun City. A minute later, the Whitewater Demon King locked you in a secret chamber, where another non-deer non-horse-like demon creature was also imprisoned. A foreknowledge similar to the previous one appeared. Sunan's eyes lit up. It is really possible. At the beginning of the foreknowledge, it was very clear that Zhang Yang's role had successfully broken through to Xian level. Although there was no process in the middle, he didn't know what would happen during the breakthrough, but as long as he knew the result, it was enough. I was eventually caught in the foreknowledge, didn't I find Zhou Lingyan? Sunan thought of another problem, frowning involuntarily. In the first foreknowledge, he had not thought about seeking help from others, so it was not surprising that he was eventually caught by the Whitewater Demon King. But this time he came to seek help. If he was caught in such a situation, there would indeed be a problem. Now is not the time to think about these things, let Zhang Yang break through first. His gaze fell on Zhang Yang's realm, and a prompt for advancement popped up. Do you want to consume 160 demon power points to upgrade your character Zhang Yang's realm to Xian level? Yes. Please choose one of the following bloodlines as the main, and the other 3 bloodlines as the auxiliary. Double-winged snake bloodline, triple sun crow bloodline, burning sky sparrow bloodline, dragon turtle bloodline. 4 law-controlling class bloodlines appeared before his eyes, and Sunan, without any hesitation, chose the dragon turtle bloodline. You have chosen the dragon turtle bloodline as the main, double-winged snake bloodline, triple sun crow bloodline, and burning sky sparrow bloodline as auxiliary. Do you confirm your choice? Reminder, there is a risk of bloodline conflict and loss of control during realm advancement, please choose carefully. Confirm. Realm advancement has started, please wait patiently. With the consumption of a full 160 demon power points on the panel, Sunan immediately felt the uncontrollable operation of the bloodline demon sutras of the 4 law-controlling classes, followed by the boiling of the bloodlines of the 4 law-controlling classes. A similar situation to Lang 13 before appeared. The difference was that when Lang 13 broke through, the combination of the Dark Wolf, Spirit Crown Bird, and Jade-Horned Sheep bloodlines could rival the star-devouring demonic beast. But this time, such a situation did not happen. The combination of the 3 law-controlling bloodlines was nothing in front of the Dragon Turtle bloodline, which was easily dissolved and eventually devoured. As expected of Auspicious Beast bloodline, it really is different. Sunan was delighted, suddenly feeling that he had been too cautious before. However, after these 2 breakthroughs, he also discovered a problem. Ancient Fiend bloodlines also have their strengths and weaknesses. It is not to say that if you randomly fuse an Ancient Fiend bloodline, you will definitely be able to break through smoothly. If the fused Ancient Fiend bloodline is too weak, the effect will likely be not very noticeable. It seems that I have to choose a powerful bloodline for the Ancient Fiend bloodline in the future. Sunan reminded himself secretly. Of course, such a situation probably only happens to him. Ordinary people would be happy just to have an ancient fiend bloodline, let alone be picky. He fused an ancient fiend bloodline at the mortal level and another at the spirit level. There probably aren't many people like him in the demon world. The previous foreknowledge mentioned that for a martial artist to fuse bloodlines, it takes several months or even years. But now I use demon power to break through, and the method of breakthrough hasn't changed. It's just that the process has accelerated hundreds or even thousands of times, allowing the bloodline that should have taken several months to gradually fuse within a few minutes. Congratulations, you have become the second player to break through to the Xian level, and you have received a 150 Qi luck reward. Congratulations, your realm has been upgraded to Xian level, your talent to foresee the future has been enhanced, and you will have an additional 3 uses per day. I did it. When the last bloodline was devoured, Sunan instantly felt that the mana inside his body was surging exponentially, several times stronger than before in an instant. At the same time he broke through. In the regional chat and the forum, just after the heat of Lang 13's breakthrough had not subsided, Zhang Yang's breakthrough immediately caused another sensation among everyone. Many people began to speculate about when Wang Nan will break through. There are already 2 people who have broken through, so will it make the third public test come sooner? In a small building, several black-clad members of the Destiny Society looked at the information in the forum and discussed it. If there is anyone who knows the most about the demon world, they are undoubtedly one of them. It's hard to say, according to the guess of the powerful people in my family, the conditions for each public test will be different, and no one knows what the conditions for the third public test are. But among the several possibilities, one of them is most similar to the current situation. What possibility? There are 3 Xian level players. Having 3 Xian level players? Doesn't that mean that as soon as Wang Nan breaks through to Xian level, the third public test will start? If that's the case, I'd rather hope that the guy can break through sooner so that once the third public test begins, there will be changes in this world, and we will be able to borrow the power of our world. That's right, and we won't have to be as restrained in intervening in the demon world as we are now. I only have 56 usable demon power points left. Otherwise, I could use foreknowledge to see if Wang Nan can break through. With the strong force circulating inside his body, Sunan was intoxicated, and he couldn't help but want to continue to improve. Unfortunately, his demon power is not enough. Sunan sighed, stopped thinking about it, and quickly headed in the direction of Qinqin sect according to the route on the map. For Sunan now, a journey of 300 miles is neither too far nor too close. 4 or 5 hours later, he arrived at Qinqin County, where Qinqin sect was located. In this process, apart from encountering a few inattentive demons who were killed by him casually, nothing unexpected happened. 2 tasks of hunting mortal-level demons and 1 task of hunting spirit-level demons were completed, with 25 demon power points added to his account, making his available demon power points reach 81. Half an hour later, Sunan finally found the Jiangkan sect. However, to his disappointment, as he had thought, not only had the place already been abandoned, but it was occupied by an early-stage Xian-level demon. Sunan's face looked bad, even though he guessed earlier that he might not find Zhou Lingyi in this time, he still couldn't accept the result when faced with it. Kid, you actually have the mark left by my demon clan on you? Did you get that ancient human clan's divine weapon? The demon occupying the Jiangkan sect ruins noticed Sunan, and when it saw the mark left by other demons on him, it couldn't help but light up its eyes before becoming puzzled. That's not right. I remember that the 2 divine weapons were taken by a little girl and a middle-aged man, not you. Where did you get your mark from? The demon stared at Sunan without rushing, its eyes showing contemplation. Upon hearing this, Sunan looked at the demon and suddenly had an idea. The Xian-level great demon before him obviously participated in the battle for the Red Mountain Prefecture's array node. Thus, he might know the powerful individuals who took part in the war on behalf of the Jiangkan sect. Ordinary demons and humans couldn't reach the king and emperor level battles, but as a Xian-level great demon, the demon before him should know something about it. I know. You're not a martial artist from Red Mountain Prefecture but from another prefecture who got the divine weapon. Haha, great. If I catch you, the demon kings will definitely reward me heavily. At this moment, the demon seemed to finally realize what was going on with the mark on Sunan, and couldn't help but be overjoyed, quickly attacking Sunan. Sunan sneered, having killed hundreds of early-stage Xian-level demons already. In just an instant when the demon attacked, he unleashed his power of divine soul while stepping in front of the demon and lifted it by its neck. A Xian-level demon was subdued almost effortlessly. I ask you, how many king-level powerhouses and emperor-level powerhouses did the Janken sect send to defend the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition Node this time? The demon looked at Sunan in fear and struggled in his grip, whimpering, I don't know. You don't know? Then you may die. Sunan's voice deepened, and he applied force to his hand, preparing to kill the demon. Feeling the threat of death, the demon's face turned pale, and it hurriedly said, I don't know about the king-level powerhouses, but I know that the Janken sect didn't send any emperor-level powerhouses. None? Sunan quickly asked, how do you know that? The demon explained, it is said that the Janken sect has 2 emperor-level powerhouses, but one of them was entangled by a demon emperor of my demon clan long before we attacked the formation and has never had a chance to take action. The other one has reportedly disappeared for several years and has never appeared since. Never appeared. Sunan's heart stirred, and he immediately understood that the missing emperor-level powerhouse the demon mentioned might be Zhou Lingyan. Zhou Lingyan didn't appear in this task. Could it be that Zhou Lingyan never left the Kuntian prison? He thought of a possibility, and his heart sank again. If that was the case, then his journey was in vain. However, thinking of Zhou Lingyan's actions back then, he felt it was unlikely. Zhou Lingyan went to great lengths to have me steal the bronze bell, which must have been of great use to her. It's very likely that it's the thing that can help her leave the Kuntian prison. Moreover, when Zhou Cheng helped Dianxing sect control the Kuntian prison with the Rongling disc later, Zhou Lingyan somehow tampered with it, gaining partial control over the Rongling disc and thus controlling the Kuntian prison. Sunan secretly pondered, and with just these 2 points combined, he could judge that Zhou Lingyan had the ability to leave the Kuntian prison. Moreover, when he left the Kuntian prison last time, he had asked Zhou Lingyan where to find her in the future, and she had told him to go to the Janken sect. This meant that Zhou Lingyan had information that she could leave the Kuntian prison. Afterward, the Kuntian prison was taken away by a powerhouse from the Dianxing sect, and I don't know what happened later. It seems I still need to find a way to get information from the Great Princess. Chapter 207, Divine Ruins. When Dianxing sect had taken action against Sky Wolf Valley, Kuntian prison was taken away by a powerful person of the Dianxing sect. From the situation of the battle in Sky Wolf Valley at that time, Zhou Lingyan did not leave Kuntian prison at that moment. As such, if Zhou Lingyan were to leave Kuntian prison, it would most likely be after the demonic emperor's coffin flew away. After casually dealing with the demon, Sunan once again unleashed his avatar, with a part of his divine soul descending upon it, and resolutely chose to use his foreknowledge. Facing the great princess, he did not dare to be careless. Even though the great princess is trapped in the cosmic ring right now and cannot attack him, she is still a king-level existence, so it is better to be cautious. You arrived at Kunkin sect and didn't find Zhou Lingyan. You plan to ask the Sky Wolf clan princess about the follow-up situation of the battle between Dianxing sect and the Sky Wolf clan. Your divine soul enters the cosmic ring, and this time, the great princess does not attack you. You ask the great princess, as you did last time. The great princess does not directly refuse to answer your question this time, telling you that if you want to know the answer, you must release her. You urgently want to find Zhou Lingyan, so you agree to the great princess's condition and release her from the cosmic ring. The great princess does not attack you, and keeps her promise to tell you about the past events. You learn that back then, after the array on the ancient demon emperor's coffin was destroyed, a powerful force erupted from the coffin, which not only came from the force that protected the coffin but also from inside the coffin. At the moment the force erupted, all the powerful people present felt a faint vitality. This vitality led both the Sky Wolf Demon Clan and Dianxing sect to believe that there must be more than just the Emperor's corpse in that coffin, and there might be other priceless treasures hidden within. Dianxing sect and Sky Wolf Demon Clan fought for the treasures in the coffin, but the power of their battle caused the treasures inside the coffin to mutate, resulting in the coffin flying away. Both sides chased the coffin, which was incredibly fast, covering hundreds of miles in an instant, and if it were not for the fact that the lowest-ranked fighters were king level, capable of controlling heaven and earth, they would not have been able to keep up with the coffin. After a chase of several hundred miles, they eventually left Tianyun County and arrived at a bizarre place in Red Mountain Prefecture called the Divine Ruins. This place, like the Bone Cave in Tianyun County, is one of the top 10 forbidden areas of life in East Chen, inhabited by a terrifying creature known as the soul-eating demon. It is a conglomeration of countless remnant souls, possessing a mysterious ability to devour the divine souls of demons and martial artists. The Demon Emperor's coffin entered the depths of the Divine Ruins, and the Dianxing sect and the Sky Wolf clan demons hesitated about whether to enter. Just as everyone was hesitating, the Kuntian prison in the hands of the powerful person from Dianxing sect suddenly became uncontrollable, erupted with a force that broke free from its shackles, and also flew into the Divine Ruins. Did the Kuntian prison just run away by itself? Seeing this, Sunan was astonished. He couldn't help but think of a possibility. Could it be that the Kuntian prison was controlled by Zhou Lingyan, and that's why it escaped the control of the powerful person from Dianxing sect? This change in the Kuntian prison caught everyone off guard. The Dianxing sect immediately entered the Divine Ruins without any hesitation, and after a moment of hesitation, the Sky Wolf clan demons also entered the Divine Ruins. At first, neither the Dianxing sect nor the Sky Wolf clan encountered any significant danger. However, as they passed through a broken palace, all of them were attacked. In this process, the Great Princess's divine soul was severely damaged. If it weren't for her using a treasure to teleport out of the Divine Ruins at the last moment, she would most likely have died there. The Great Princess didn't know what happened after that. After telling you what you wanted to know, she rapidly left without attacking you. So it turns out, the Great Princess was actually severely injured in that so-called Divine Ruins place. Sunan was shocked. Even the Emperor-level fighters of Dianxing sect and the Sky Wolf clan didn't dare to set foot in that so-called Divine Ruins place. He couldn't imagine how terrifying it must be. However, thinking of the Bone Cave, one of the so-called 10 forbidden areas of life, he felt relieved. The Bone Cave is one of the 3 banned places in Tianyun County. He understood the danger of this place after having entered it once. If it hadn't been for his ability to foresee the future, he wouldn't have known how many times he would have died there. Even so, he didn't make it to the end of the 3 paths in the end. Divine Ruins. Sunan soon found the Divine Ruins on the map. Unlike the Bone Cave, which had only a small part on the surface, and the majority contained within its formed space, the Divine Ruins were entirely on the surface. As seen on the map, within just 200 miles from Jankan sect to the east, there was a large blank area. There were only a few simple words marked on the map for that place. Divine Ruins, Forbidden Area of Life. Sunan estimated that the area covered by these so-called Divine Ruins was as large as 600 or 700 square miles. The Kuntian prison has already been refined, and logically, it shouldn't escape control and enter the Divine Ruins for no reason. The only person who can control the Kuntian prison, besides the Emperor-level fighter of the Dianxing sect, is Zhou Lingyan. Sunan was certain that Zhou Lingyan must have entered the Divine Ruins. Now, if he wanted to find Zhou Lingyan, he had to go to the Divine Ruins himself. Should I go and take a look? He hesitated a bit. However, he quickly decided to go check it out. The Divine Ruins were too dangerous, he didn't want to tread there recklessly. However, if he didn't try to get rid of the mark on him, he feared he won't be able to escort the ancient sacred weapon to Zhongtian County. If he were a different player, perhaps he could get another player to transport the divine weapon out, but he couldn't. Even if he managed to escape from the Whitewater Demon King now, he might be targeted by other Demon Kings while on his way to Zhongtian County. Even if the Divine Ruins are dangerous, as long as I don't venture into it and merely foresaw from outside, nothing should happen. Sunan quickly decided. Without any further hesitation, he swiftly headed for the Divine Ruins. But, the best laid plans often go awry. Over half an hour later, something happened that made him lose his complexion. A figure appeared in the sky not far from him, out of nowhere. It was a young man clad in a white robe, silently observing Sunan. The Whitewater Demon King. The Whitewater Demon King came at such a time. Upon seeing the young man, Sunan's face changed drastically. Several hours had passed since he left Tianyun City. His ability to foresee the future was limited, so he couldn't maintain it all the time. The Whitewater Demon King finding him was normal. "Young man, you're pretty good at fleeing." The Whitewater Demon King spoke calmly, not letting on any emotions. But in Sunan's ear, it made his heart sink. He quickly grabbed the last teleportation stone in his hand. Facing the sudden arrival of the White Water Demon King, he didn't even have time to use foresight, he could only use the teleportation stone immediately. There was no other way around it, the White Water Demon King was a peak king level existence. In front of such an existence, a second of hesitation may not even leave time to regret later. After activating the teleportation stone, his figure disappeared the next moment. A teleportation stone. The expression on the White Water Demon King stayed the same, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He carefully sensed Sunan's mark. The next moment, it seemed he sensed something, a smirk appeared on his face. What a pity, your luck doesn't seem to be very good. The White Water Demon King was looking eastwards. Then, his figure transformed into a rainbow light and vanished instantly. The place was cold and deserted. Apart from the grey-white mountains of all sizes, there was nothing else. A complete silence. At first, Sunan didn't realize this. However, he soon found out that here, he couldn't sense the forces between heaven and earth. Ever since Zhang Yang and Lang 13's characters had broken through, he could barely sense the various forces filling up the spaces between heaven and earth. Among them, he could sense water power, fire power, and lightning power clearly. But now, he bizarrely went back to the state before breakthrough, incapable of sensing various forces between heaven and earth. The dragon turtle, which had been hiding in his clothes, also noticed the changes in the power of heaven and earth. It crawled out of his clothes, its small eyes looking around doubtfully. Obviously, it didn't like this place at all. The little guy's eyes were full of disgust, and finally, it hid back into its shell and crawled back into his clothes. What kind of place is this? Sunan looked around, quickly turning to the foreseeing information jumping on his individual panel. Yet, once he looked at it, his face changed. The sudden attack of the White Water Demon King forced you to use the teleportation stone to escape immediately. However, you're out of luck, or perhaps attracted by an unknown chi luck. Unfortunately, there is a certain deviation in the location of your transfer. You have arrived in the Divine Ruins, one of the top 10 forbidden areas of life in East Chen State. Divine Ruins. Unknown chi luck attraction. Surprised and curious, Sunan was wondering what unknown chi luck he was attracted by. He came to the Divine Ruins simply to glimpse into the future from the outskirts, not contemplating entry into the Divine Ruins themselves. Now, to his surprise, after using a teleportation stone, he found himself within it. I wonder where in the Divine Ruins I am right now. I hope it's the peripheral area, otherwise that spells danger. Without guessing, the closer to the central region one is in such a place, the more perilous it becomes. Looking around, you are unaware of your location and cautiously proceed forth. After a while, you suddenly feel the cosmic ring in your hand vibrate, and you realize that this is caused by the great princess of the Sky Wolf clan trapped within. Releasing your avatar, descending your divine soul upon it, and channeling your power of the divine soul into the cosmic ring, the great princess tells you that she senses changes in the power of heaven and earth around you and asks if you have entered the Divine Ruins. Unsure of your whereabouts being the Divine Ruins, you ask the great princess why she thinks so. The great princess tells you that even while trapped inside the cosmic ring, she can still sense the worldly powers and currently can barely feel these powers. To her knowledge, only the Divine Ruins fit the description. Eventually comprehending where you are, with alarm, you begin thinking about how to escape. The great princess reveals to you that the deeper one goes here, the more diluted the earthly powers become till they cease. Here, neither martial artists nor demonic beasts can but use their own bloodline power. The great princess also informs you that this was once an area forbidden since ancient times, its origin unknown and rumored to be the relic of a heavenly dynasty known as the Heavenly Kingdom of God's Dynasty. Legend has it, there are treasures remaining after the ruins of the Heavenly Dynasty, but there are also many unknown threats left behind, making it a cursed place. Here, the luck of martial artists and demonic beasts alike will be greatly impacted, the odds of encountering danger significantly increased. The great princess believes the chances for you to safely leave are slim. To avoid drawing danger to herself due to you, she offers to guide you out, on the condition that she be released from the cosmic ring. After some hesitation, you release the great princess from the cosmic ring. She does not attack you. After discerning the direction, she informs you that to leave, you need to head west. Is the great princess so agreeable now? Sunan was taken aback. Not only did the great princess abstain from attacking him, but she also offered to guide him out. Soon he guessed a possibility: could it be the effect of the bloodline coexistence technique? In the previous prediction, even after the great princess left, she did not attack him. This time she did not attack him either, a fact clearly at odds with regular logic. Under the guidance of the great princess, you cautiously proceed westward. A minute later, you do not encounter any danger. 2 minutes later, unfortunately, you run into a swarm of roaming soul-eating demons, who attack you. These are demons without corporeal forms, made entirely of mixed remnant souls, with strong resistance to divine soul powers. However, to slay them requires equally strong divine soul powers. Thankfully, due to you and the great princess both possessing formidable divine soul powers, along with the fact that the soul-eating demons aren't particularly strong, you two manage to fend them off effortlessly. 3 minutes later, you finally reach the edge of the divine ruins, but at that moment, the Whitewater Demon King appears by your side and instantly grabs you. End of first prediction. Continue. I can leave the divine ruins in 3 minutes, it seems I am located at the periphery of the divine ruins. Sunan breathes a sigh of relief, this is a silver lining in the misfortune. However, the final piece of information left him frustrated. The Whitewater Demon King is here too. If I leave now, it will be no different from throwing myself into a trap. If I do not leave, there might still be hope, but if I leave now, I'll probably have to quit the game immediately. Even Emperor-level powerhouses dare not lightly tread here, and although the Whitewater Demon King is a peak king-level demon, he does not dare to easily enter. Otherwise, he would not have waited for him to almost leave the divine ruins before launching an attack. Besides, where there is an absence of earthly powers, is certainly not a place friendly to king and emperor's levels who control those powers. Here they would undoubtedly be greatly reduced in strength. Of course, this also affected Sunan. His law-controlling class racial talent, the destruction domain, can no longer be utilized. To use it again would mean relying solely on his own power, inevitably causing the destruction domain's power to considerably diminish. Since I can't leave for now, I can only delve deeper, hoping Zhou Lingyan is really here. Sunan's expression was grave. With both teleportation stones used, and the presence of the Whitewater Demon King blocking his path, now unless he took his own life, then chose to use the perfect resurrection card, he only had the option of venturing further into the divine ruins to find Zhou Lingyan. Looking into the future, he decided to start foreseeing further into the ruins. Just then, the cosmic ring began to tremble. Sunan paid it no mind, and started the second prediction. Chapter 208. The Unavoidable Earth God Temple. You know, outside the divine ruins, a demon king is waiting for you. You dare not leave lightly and have to continue exploring deeper into the divine ruins. Even though this is the periphery of the divine ruins, you dare not be careless and are prepared to act at any time. A minute later, you encounter no danger and cautiously continue forward. 2 minutes later, after crossing a slope, you have bad luck and encounter a group of soul-eating demons. There are 7 or 8 of these soul-eating demons, including 3 at the peak of Xian level. Facing them, you have no choice but to bless all of the power of primordial qi and essence energy on the power of divine soul. Unfortunately, soul-eating demons are an aggregate of remnant souls and have strong immunity to the power of divine soul. Your soul power is still a little lacking and you have no choice but to use the power of law control system and physical strength as a supplement. For these beings without physical bodies, the physical strength under king level is ineffective against them. Only the power of law control system can have some effect. But without the blessing of the power of heaven and earth, the effect is not very significant. In the process of fighting, your divine soul power is gradually eaten by the soul-eating demons. 3 minutes later, you die, killed by the soul-eating demons who consumed your divine soul. Before you die, you realize that your divine soul power is too weak here. You must find a way to enhance it, otherwise, it will be very difficult for you to go deeper into this strange land. I died the first time I predicted. Sunan's heart sank. If it were anywhere else, with the full blessing of primordial qi power and essence energy, his divine soul power combined with the power of law control system could easily kill any Xian level peak demon. But here, all he could do was be killed. Continue to predict. Outside the divine ruins, a demon king is waiting for you, you dare not leave lightly, and you have to continue exploring deeper into the divine ruins. You know, continuing deeper into the divine ruins, you will inevitably encounter soul-eating demons. What you do is unleash your avatar and use it to clear the way ahead and probe the situation. You keep a kilometer distance from your avatar. A minute later, no soul-eating demons encounter your avatar. 2 minutes later, your avatar arrives at a slope. You know that crossing the slope ahead, you will likely encounter soul-eating demons, so you promptly choose to take a detour from the left side. 3 minutes later, you have bypassed the slope. You are lucky, there are no demons ahead. The first prediction is over. Do you want to continue? Continue. Next, Sunan made 4 or 5 consecutive predictions. He was fortunate in these predictions. Although he encountered a group of soul-eating demons, the strongest was only the strength of a spirit-level peak and he easily dispatched them. Moreover, without the descent of divine souls, the avatar is just a tool. It does not have a soul, thus even if it encounters the soul-eating demons, it is unthreatened. As such, the avatar undoubtedly became a humanoid detector. As soon as the avatar detected the soul-eating demons, his body immediately changed direction. With the avatar around, his subsequent advances were particularly smooth, successfully avoiding a number of soul-eating demon groups several times. From the current situation, it seems that the main danger here is focused on soul-eating demons. As long as you don't encounter soul-eating demons, there doesn't seem to be any other danger, but this situation will definitely not continue. If the danger comes only from soul-eating demons, then this place is definitely not qualified to be listed as a forbidden area of life. Several successful predictions did not cause Sunan to let down his guard. He understood, this is just the beginning. Sure enough, in the 7th prediction, a problem arose. The avatar leads you to traverse a small hill, then astonishedly you see a ruined building built of bluestone standing 100 meters ahead. It's unclear how long this structure has existed, the surface of the bluestone is severely weathered but you can vaguely see that it is a temple. The style of the temple is not from this era, you guess that it may be a building left over from the ancient times. You are curious in your heart and want to see the architecture of the ancient times. You carefully control the avatar and approach the temple. A minute later, you are in front of the temple and only then do you see that it is the Earth God Temple. The Earth God Temple is in a state of disrepair, half of it has collapsed, and even the statue of the Earth God inside has only half a body left, which is covered with thick dust. What's strange to you is that through the remaining half of the statue, you find that the statue of the deity is very different from a normal statue. Unfortunately, the remaining part of the statue is too few, only the lower half of the body, so you can't determine exactly where the difference lies. You control the avatar to enter the Earth God Temple. 2 minutes later, after inspecting within the Earth God Temple, you have not found anything and continue to control the avatar to move forward. However, when your body passes over the small hill and sees the Earth God Temple, you do not realize that the Earth God Temple seen by your body is drastically different from the one your avatar sees. In your body's eyes, although the Earth God Temple is old, it is not dilapidated and is a complete temple. You do not realize these abnormalities and continue towards the Earth God Temple. When you arrive in front of the Earth God Temple, you see a statue of an old man with a benevolent face enshrined inside. You can't resist entering the Earth God Temple and paying your respects to the statue of the Earth official. You have died. I'm dead. Sunans was surprised. After all, what his body saw was different from what his avatar had seen. When his avatar entered the Earth God Temple, there were no issues. However, when it came to his original body entering the temple, problems arose. An illusion. What my original body saw was an illusion. Sunan thought of one possibility. And this was the only explanation for the situation witnessed in the foresight. An illusion is constructed by the power of the divine soul. An avatar does not possess a divine soul, hence it's naturally immune to illusions. However, his original body wasn't. This obviously was the key reason for the discrepancy between what his avatar and original body experienced. I ended up dying after being compelled to worship the divine statue. What's the reason behind that? Sunan couldn't help but ponder in his thoughts. Subconsciously, he recalled the previous incident at the City God Temple in Tianyun City. In that foresight of the City God Temple, he was killed after worshipping the divine statue, just like what he experienced now. Having died mysteriously again, he began to suspect if there was a powerful soul-eating demon residing within the Earth God Temple as well. One is the City God Temple, and the other is the Earth God Temple. Could there be any connection between the two? In a sudden inspiration, Sunan thought of a bold possibility. But sadly, the information he had was too scarce for him to confirm this theory. Places like the Earth God Temple are likely to occur more than once within these divine ruins. If I can't figure out what caused this, I might fall into such a situation again. After pondering for a moment, instead of avoiding the Earth God Temple like he would avoid a soul-eating demon, Sunan decided to find out what was really happening in the temple. He did not immediately continue with the foresight. On his panel, there were only 17 instances of foresight left. After hesitating slightly, he decided to first approach the area where the temple was located as suggested by the foresight. It took him 7 consecutive attempts of foresight to reach the temple earlier. Continuing the foresight here, despite having traversed this path once before, which would mitigate some of the foresight usage, would still consume at least 4 to 5 times of foresight to reach the Earth God Temple. If he was still unable to determine the situation within the temple, it would waste several instances of foreknowledge the next time. Not to mention his attempts at foreknowledge were already running out. Even if he had 60 instances of foresight left, he could not afford to squander it like this. With a decision made, Sunan controlled his avatar to pave the way, and kept himself trailing behind the avatar at a distance. Just as he summoned his avatar, the mark on the avatar was immediately detected by the White Water Demon King outside the divine ruins, causing him to reveal a look of confusion. 2 more marks appeared, and they belonged to another outsider. Strange, why is another outsider appearing all of a sudden? The White Water Demon King was puzzled, unable to figure out how another outsider who had obtained a divine weapon had appeared. A moment later, he sensed that both outsiders were heading deeper into the divine ruins, which prompted a cold smile from him. Interesting. The young are fearless. Perhaps till now, they are still unaware of where they have entered. I am curious to see how far you can go. About 10 minutes later, Sunan stopped before a desolate small hill. He had already advanced several tens of miles. As soon as he scaled the small hill in front of him, he would be able to see the Earth God Temple he had foreseen. Not daring to proceed any further, he began his foresight. Commanding the avatar to the front of the temple, you realize that this ruined temple in front of you is not as simple as it appears, and there's unknown danger lurking within. You control the avatar to venture into the temple, meticulously searching its interior, trying to uncover any abnormalities. 2 minutes later, you've combed through most regions of the temple but found nothing unusual. 3 minutes later, you've inspected the entire temple and still found nothing. Unwilling to leave just like that, you decide to command your avatar to destroy the temple completely. However, the moment your avatar touches the temple with the intention to destroy it, an unexpected change occurs within the ruined temple, and a terrifying aura begins to rise. The next moment, your avatar is annihilated, transforming back into its original divine power and returning to your body. Just as your avatar is annihilated, you hear a mechanical and emotionless voice. Those who destroy the temple die. End of first foresight. Continue. My avatar was killed. Sunan was shocked, as his avatar was formed from the immortal power of the green gold stone and was thought to be indestructible. Even in the city god temple, the king-level sacrificial god demon soul could only severely injure the avatar with its big sword, but never kill it. But now, just because of the destruction of the Earth God Temple, it was killed. I can't imagine how powerful the energy was when the Earth God Temple exploded at the end. If I can't destroy it with my avatar, and my physical body can't see it, can't I just avoid it? Without continuing to predict, Sunan let go of his plan to understand the Earth God Temple. He decided to take a detour. You know that there is an unknown danger ahead, you decide to take a detour, and you make your avatar move to the left, trying to circumvent from the left. 1 minute later, you have not come across any danger. 2 minutes later, through your avatar you see a dilapidated structure built of blue stone about 100 meters ahead. The structure, which had weathered the elements for an unknowable amount of time, was clearly a temple, a land god temple. A land god temple? How come there is another land god temple? Why are there so many land god temples here? Sunan found this perplexing and continued to observe. But the information from the following predictions completely changed his complexion. You are curious about the Earth God Temple, you control your avatar to walk toward the temple, and after a short while your avatar arrives in front of the temple. The Earth God Temple is falling apart, half of it has already collapsed, and even the Earth God statue inside has only half of its body left, covered by a thick layer of dust. Interestingly, through the remaining half statue, you find that the statue is different from normal statues. Unfortunately, the remaining parts of the statue are too little, only the lower half left, preventing you from figuring out what exactly is different. Could this land god temple be the same as the one I encountered before? Watching the prediction information identical to the previous one, Sunan's face darkened. He had a bad feeling all of a sudden. You decided not to enter the temple and quickly made your avatar retreat, planning to change your direction. 3 minutes later, you return to the beginning point before the small hill, and this time you choose to detour from the right. First prediction ends. Do you want to continue? Continue. 1 minute later, you have not encountered any danger. 2 minutes later, through your avatar, you see a ruin built from bluestone about 100 meters ahead. It is a land god temple. This land god temple feels very familiar to you. Looking from its exterior, it is exactly the same as the one you encountered earlier. You have a vague justification in your heart, but in order to verify your justification, you still control your avatar to continue moving forward. You quickly arrive at the land god temple. Through your avatar, you found out that this temple is in ruins, half of it has collapsed and even the land god statue only has half of its body left, covered by a thick layer of dust. This land god temple is exactly the same as the one you encountered earlier. At this moment, you are certain that these are not two similar land god temples, but the same one. I knew it. Seeing this, Sunan took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. The thing that he didn't want to see the most had happened. The 3 land god temples he encountered were not similar, but identical. What does that mean? It means that he was stuck by this strange land god temple. It has made up its mind not to let him go. You make your avatar enter the land god temple, planning to attempt to destroy the temple again. However, when you try to destroy the temple, the dilapidated temple begins to show a different change, and a terrifying energy starts to rise. The next moment, your avatar is annihilated, and it turns back into the original power of technique and returns to your body. Second prediction ends. Do you want to continue? What exactly is the matter with this land god temple? How can it appear in different places? So all along, everything I saw, including what my avatar saw, was an illusion. The situation now is strange. A temple could appear in different places. Sunan had never heard of this. I wonder if the great princess would know what's happening. Sunan thought of the great princess in his cosmic ring. The great princess had also entered here before, maybe she would know what was happening now. Chapter 209, The Weirdness of the Divine Ruins. The great princess was last seen with a demonic emperor from the Sky Wolf clan. Even if the great princess didn't know the situation of the divine ruins, the demonic emperor should know. Moreover, the great princess also encountered ancient buildings and got injured there. If she said that she had no idea about the strangeness of these ancient buildings, he wouldn't believe her. But before that, he was going to try again. He had one more method that he hadn't used yet. Across the heavens shift. Earlier in his foreknowledge, he was always planning to avoid the Earth God Temple, not using the Across the Heavens shift. This time, he planned to use the Across the Heavens shift. Today's Across the Heavens shift opportunity has been used twice, with only the last one remaining. Hope it works. Foreknowledge began again. You know that there are unknown dangers ahead, and you plan to use the Across the Heavens shift to get past them. With the use of Across the Heavens shift, the next moment you pass the small hill, arriving 2,000 meters away. Quickly looking around, you are delighted to not see any temples or similar buildings in the vicinity. Did it succeed? Hope showed in Sunan's eyes. However, the following foreknowledge made his expression darken. You control your avatar to continue forward, and your main body follows 1,000 meters behind the avatar. A minute later, through your avatar, you suddenly see a dilapidated ancient temple appearing 100 meters before you. It's an Earth God temple. Why did it appear again? Sunan's face looked awful. The powerful Across the Heavens shift didn't work here. This was the first time encountering such a situation. What followed in the foreknowledge was the same as before. He tried to change direction, but it was of no use. Was the distance I shifted too short? If I could shift further, would it have an effect? With a thought, he took out the divine power fragment that the county magistrate of Tianyun County had given him. 3 fragments, just one short of the 4 needed to elevate his divine power. This was actually very simple. Switching the role to Lang 13, the contribution mall appeared before his eyes. After buying the ancient demon essence blood last time, it cost 6,000 points, leaving Lang 13 with only over 9,000 contribution points now. Would you like to spend 1499 contribution points to exchange for a divine power fragment? Yes. Congratulations, you have successfully exchanged one divine power fragment, and the item has been sent to your personal space. Opening his personal space, Sunan quickly took out the divine power fragment. With 4 divine power fragments in hand, he set his eyes on the divine power. Would you like to use 4 divine power fragments to elevate across the heavens shift to the 3rd level? Yes. Congratulations, your divine power across the heavens shift has been elevated to the 3rd level, increasing the number of daily uses by 1, and increasing the farthest shifting distance by 1,000 meters. An additional 1,000. Now, with 2 chances, I can shift 6,000 meters. This should be enough. Sunan showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. His current across the heavens shift could now shift 3,000 meters each time, with a total of 4 uses per day. It was already very good. Another life-saving method had been upgraded. Checking the divine power again, he saw a prompt pop up. Would you like to use 8 divine power fragments to elevate across the heavens shift to the 4th level? You do not have enough divine power fragments to continue leveling up. It doubled again, hi. Sunan nodded, not surprised. From 2 to 4 and then to 8, the required divine power fragments had always been doubling. After this, there's no need to further upgrade the across the heavens shift. Sunan didn't plan to continue upgrading across the heavens shift. Even if he had enough divine power fragments, he wouldn't upgrade it. At present, the abilities of across the heavens shift were sufficient. Continuing to upgrade it would not be cost-effective. If he could still get divine power fragments, he'd rather find a way to get a new divine ability to upgrade. Foreknowledge began once more. Across the heavens shift is used, and you arrive 3,000 meters away. Looking around, you see no traces of ancient buildings, but you do spot a group of soul-eating demons. Ignoring the group of soul-eating demons, you use across the heavens shift again. The next moment, you arrive at a scattered stone beach. Looking around, it's unusually quiet, and there doesn't seem to be any danger. You send out your externalized body, continue to control the avatar to scout the path ahead. A minute later, through your avatar, you suddenly see a dilapidated ancient temple 100 meters in front of you. It was an earth god temple. Not again. Do they really not want to let me go? Sunan's heart sank to the bottom. 2 across the heavens shifts, a full 6,000 meters away. If it were a demon chasing him, he could understand it. But now, being chased by a lifeless, dilapidated building, he couldn't understand how it happened. No choice, I have to hope the great princess knows. This time, Sunan didn't foreknow but directly used spirit descent on his avatar and channeled the power of divine soul into the cosmic ring to communicate directly with the great princess. There weren't many foreknowledge chances left, so he had to save as much as possible. If he could get information without letting the great princess out, it would naturally be the best. If he couldn't, he would have to continue with foreknowledge. Have you entered the divine ruins? As soon as his spirit penetrated the cosmic ring, the great princess's inquiry echoed within it. Yes, I was chased by a demon king-ranked monster and used a teleportation stone, mistakenly entering the divine ruins. Sunan didn't hide anything and briefly explained the current situation. I'm in trouble now. My path is blocked by an earth god temple, and I want to know, what is the deal with that earth god temple? Earth god temple? You can only encounter such a thing deep in the divine ruins. Have you already ventured deep into the divine ruins? The great princess's pretty face darkened, somewhat disbelieving. This was not good news for her. The divine ruins were extremely dangerous, and one might not even know how they died if they ventured deep into them. With your strength, how did you avoid those soul-eating demons? The great princess was curious. From the strength of Sunan's divine soul, she could roughly judge his strength. In her opinion, it was already quite good for Sunan, with his current strength, to wander around the outer edge of the divine ruins. It was impossible for him to venture deep into them. Even in her current state, she could only rely on luck to leave the divine ruins safely, even if she left the cosmic ring. I guess I was just lucky. Naturally, Sunan wouldn't admit that he had foreknowledge. Lucky. The great princess fell silent, deep in thought. A moment later, she continued, let me go, and I'll tell you. As expected, the great princess's condition had not changed, and she still demanded that Sunan release her. Sunan naturally wouldn't agree. I suggest you give up this unrealistic idea. If I let you go, what's the difference between that and committing suicide? The great princess sneered, then prepare to wait for death. Sunan wasn't in a hurry and said, you should be aware of the dangers of the divine ruins. As far as I know, if I, the caster, die, you, the one the technique was cast on, won't be any better off. If I die, not to mention whether or not you'll be trapped in this cosmic ring forever, even in your current state, I'm afraid you'll incur even worse injuries. Since the bloodline coexistence technique had the word coexistence, it naturally bound both the caster and the one the technique was cast on. Whether the caster died or the one the technique was cast on died, the impact on the other party was significant. Initially, he managed to turn the situation in his favor because he had attempted suicide, causing the backlash of the technique against the great princess. Humph. Although I don't know how you changed the bloodline coexistence technique, if you want to use this to threaten me, then you've miscalculated. The great princess's voice was cold, showing no signs of giving in. Sunan fell silent and looked at the panel, preparing to use his ability to foresee the future. However, at this moment, the great princess seemed to have thought of something and finally acquiesced. I need some items to restore my vitality. If you can find them, I might as well tell you what I know. Items to restore vitality? Sunan understood what the great princess was trying to do. Since the great princess was of the secret power system, like him, she naturally could transform vitality into essence energy and then use essence energy to quickly heal her injuries. Okay. Without much hesitation, Sunan gave a bottle of life-extending pills to the great princess. Now that they were in the bizarre divine ruins, they might still need the great princess's help. So, if they could slightly improve their relationship now, it would be for the best. Upon receiving the life-extending pills, the great princess sensed the rich vitality within them and showed delight in her eyes. She then said, I've only entered the divine ruins once, so my understanding of them is limited. In the divine ruins, there's a mysterious phenomenon called bizarre relics. Here, you often encounter ancient temples, shrines, and other architectural relics from ancient times. Those ancient temples and shrines do not always exist in one place. Instead, they appear at random, with no pattern to follow. These buildings are taboo in the divine ruins and are absolutely forbidden to enter. Once you enter, your divine soul may be swallowed by an unknown existence, and you will eventually become a soulless walking corpse. Appear randomly? How could that be possible? Sunan was astonished. He couldn't understand how a building could appear randomly. Many people who enter the divine ruins know about this taboo, but knowing it doesn't mean they will follow it. Some people enter the divine ruins to hunt for treasure, and they naturally won't miss out on those ancient temples and shrines. And there are others who are influenced by the power of those ancient temples and shrines, unknowingly entering them. Sunan nodded. It was clear that he belonged to the latter group. If it's the former, they are either bold because of their high skill or simply seeking death. If it's the latter, it's even more of a dead end. If you're influenced by the power of these ancient temples and shrines, it means you can't resist the remaining power inside those ancient temples and shrines. Entering them is undoubtedly. You've just encountered an ancient temple and haven't entered yet, so there's still a chance to make amends. All you need to do is not approach the temple and go in another direction. Can he escape the Earth God Temple by going in another direction? Sunan frowned. The method mentioned by the great princess is clearly different from the situation he encountered. If changing direction could solve the problem, he wouldn't have come to consult the great princess. What if changing direction also doesn't work? Sunan said in a deep voice. Unable to escape. The great princess was slightly surprised and said, You've already tried changing your direction, but you still can't escape from that ancient temple. Yes. Sunan nodded, briefly describing what had happened earlier. The great princess fell silent. At length, she said, You're finished. Upon hearing this, Sunan's heart sank, and he immediately asked, What do you mean? The great princess replied, What you've described is a very rare phenomenon, one that only a few people might ever encounter. The divine ruins have existed since ancient times. Countless powerful people have explored this place, but only a few have ever recorded anything similar to your current situation. And the end result for those people wasn't good. They never made it out of the divine ruins. They all died. Sunan's heart instantly plummeted to rock bottom. This was something he didn't want to face. No one knows why. The great princess shook her head. Under normal circumstances, you can avoid entering the influence of those ancient temples as long as you possess a sufficiently strong divine soul power. But judging by your current situation, it's clearly not as simple as just having weak divine soul power. Would he be able to escape under normal circumstances if his divine soul power was strong enough? Sunan's heart moved. Looking back at the foreknowledge panel, he decided to take a gamble in the foreknowledge. He tried to use all of his primordial chi and essence energy to support his divine soul power. Unfortunately, earlier, in order to tackle the swift great demons that were chasing him, he had used Starlight Netherworld Body. The side effect of Starlight Netherworld Body was the same as the Berserk Netherworld Body. All three powers, essence energy, primordial chi and divine soul, would be reduced by half within a day. This reduction affected both the upper limit of his three powers and their capabilities. Even if he used the life energy to convert essence energy, he couldn't recover. You know that once you cross the small hill in front of you, you'll encounter a strange phenomenon in the divine ruins due to the interference of an unknown chi luck. You'll be entangled by an ancient temple left behind by the heavenly kingdom of God's dynasty. From the Skywolf clan princess, you learn that powerful divine soul power may resist the power of the ancient temple. You intend to try imbuing your divine soul with primordial chi and essence energy. Your main body and avatar climb over the small hill together. Indeed, you see a dilapidated ancient building about 100 meters away from you. Unknown chi luck? Influenced by unknown chi luck again. What is this chi luck that has it in for me? Just as the foreknowledge began, its contents changed. Sunan's expression again. Maybe this time, because he gained a deeper understanding of the divine ruins, the foreknowledge finally offered him a hint, revealing that everything was due to the influence of unknown chi luck. However, this didn't help at all but only made him more confused. He couldn't understand what chi luck was constantly affecting him. Having been affected by unknown chi luck 2 times in a row, Sunan had a bad premonition. He felt that perhaps in these divine ruins, he would encounter endless bizarre incidents due to the unknown chi luck. You channel all your primordial chi and essence energy into your divine soul power. Your divine soul power erupts, rivaling that of a mid-stage Xian level great demon capable of controlling divine soul power. Unfortunately, your divine soul power is still too weak. When passing by the Earth God Temple, you cannot resist entering it. You arrive at the Earth God Temple and pay your respects to the Land God statue. You die. Your divine soul is devoured by an unknown entity, making you a walking corpse. Chapter 210, A New Task. Failed. My divine soul power is too weak now. Sunan sighed, feeling a bit helpless. Now unless he waited for the game to refresh, the side effects of using Starlight Netherworld Body would persist. But the negative effects on him would not be significant in other places, as he still had 2 other systems of power. Just in the Divine Ruins, the Physique series and law-controlling class powers were not very useful, while Divine Soul power became a critical force. There's no other way now, I can only quit the game and wait for the game to refresh. He glanced at the time. In reality, it was early morning now. He had been busy until now, just to avoid the pursuit of the Whitewater Demon King. 3 p.m. Sunan woke up from his sleep. There was still a long time before the game refreshed. With nothing to do, he habitually opened the forum to have a look. He didn't need to guess, he knew that today's forum would undoubtedly be filled with hot topics about Lang 13 and Zhang Yang's breakthroughs. As expected, when he entered the forum, the posts with the most replies were all about Lang 13 and Zhang Yang. Among those, the majority were discussing Lang 13. Which district's player is the great god Lang 13? Why has no one ever seen him? It's so strange, how come no one has seen Lang 13? By now, the 9 counties land has changed drastically. Even if Lang 13 was secretly developed by one of the 3 sects and 6 religions, he should have been discovered by now. As Lang 13 became the first Xian-level player, surpassing Wang Nan to become number 1, this mysterious character once again became the focus of everyone. It turned out that no one had ever seen Lang 13 from beginning to end. Do you think it's possible that Lang 13 is not a player from our Dongchen state? Impossible. Since he's on our Dongchen state ranking list, he must be a player from our Dongchen state. In my opinion, Lang 13 must have been seen by someone, but even if they've seen him, they just don't recognize him. Maybe Lang 13 is good at disguising and hiding among ordinary players. The above comment is correct. I'm not hiding anymore, laying my cards on the table, I am Lang 13. The more mysterious Lang 13 was, the more players wanted to speculate. All kinds of wild guesses were flying around. Some even thought that Lang 13 was a player secretly developed by the official. Sunan silently browsed, not paying attention. Continuing to scroll down, besides discussing Zhang Yang and Lang 13, naturally, there were many discussing Wang Nan. Everyone was guessing when Wang Nan would break through. Aside from that, the most discussed topic was undoubtedly the third public beta test of the game. Apart from these, the remaining discussions were all about Zhongtian County. With the major guilds gathering in Zhongtian County, it's undoubtedly a grand event. Before, each guild was located in different places, each ruled their own territory. Everyone developed silently, no one infringed upon one another. Now that everyone has gathered in Zhongtian County, there may not be any conflicts at the beginning, but as time goes on, various guilds' development will inevitably lead to contradictions, and it will be time for the guilds to compete. Based on the current strength shown by the major guilds, the first-ranked guild is Great Master Zhan Yu's Nine Heavens Guild, followed by God Zhou Cheng's Deification Guild, and the third is the official. These three powerhouses are the first echelon, followed by the second echelon guilds, such as Li Longfei's Working Guild and Bai Mingmeng's Dream Guild. Above, don't brag too much. As far as Lin Si, those guilds are just more numerous. In front of the three great gods, Lang 13, Zhang Yang, and Wang Nan, they don't count for much. Any guild without the three great gods doesn't deserve to be ranked in the top 3. The discussion about the rankings of the major guilds was intense. Sunan read with interest, and he found that at first, it was only ordinary players discussing, but as more people joined the discussion, the guild's players began to get involved one after another. Thus, what was originally just an ordinary discussion gradually evolved into a mutual blame game among the several major guilds' players. Even towards the end, there were players from several major guilds proposing to settle their differences in Zhongtian County. After taking a look for a moment, Sunan didn't find any other content that interested him. Just about to exit the forum. At this moment, a message popped up in his inbox. It was from Li Hao. Big brother, I have some good news for you. I finally completed that task, and there is even a continuation of that task that let me get a 3-star mainline task. Li Hao obtained a teleportation stone and a task to deliver a message to a powerful person in Kuntian prison, and then he was teleported to Silverfrost County. Calculating the time, more than 10 days had passed since Li Hao completed the task, which was admittedly a bit slow. What task? Sunan replied. It's a task to find something. The first part of the task requires me to find a jade pendant. The jade pendant is in a dangerous place, and I'm afraid I might not be able to complete it. And now everyone has gone to Zhongtian County, and I'm considering whether to give up this task and go to Zhongtian County. Li Hao expressed his concerns. Sunan replied, the first part is already 3 stars, the third part should be 4 stars. 4-star tasks have special rewards, and if you're lucky, they could change your fortunes, allowing you to leapfrog and surpass the vast majority of players. Since you got it, try your best to complete it. Defying the heavens? That sounds great. Since Big Brother puts it that way, I have to complete this mission no matter what. Li Hao was moved, without any doubt in Sunan's words. By the way, Big Brother, Lang 13 and Zhang Yang have already had a breakthrough, why haven't you? Li Hao asked again. Sunan replied, nothing really, I just don't want to break through yet. Not wanting to break through yet? On the other side, taken aback by Sunan's response, Li Hao was astonished. If such words were spoken by others, he would have brushed it off. But when it came from Sunan, he believed wholeheartedly. Time passed. Before they knew it, it was 11 o'clock at night. Tonight was bound to be another sleepless night. Countless people were waiting for the game to refresh. They wanted to know whether the game would begin its third public test as Xian-level players emerged. Sunan was waiting too. In my previous death's foresight, I would be caught by the White Water. Demon King a day later. Now that I'm in the Divine Ruins, the White Water. Demon King shouldn't be able to catch me, right? Finally, it was midnight. The game refreshed, and Sunan logged into the game. To the disappointment of many players, no game notice appeared. Apparently, the breakthroughs of Sunan's two characters did not trigger the third public test of the game. Why is there no announcement? I got my hopes up for nothing. I thought there'd be another public test. That's normal, it's only been over 10 days since the last test. Even if there's going to be a test, it should be after the completion of this human crisis task. In the regional chat, many players were complaining. Didn't meet the conditions. Sunan was somewhat surprised too. But he didn't really mind. Whether the game tests publicly or not doesn't really affect him much now. The number of players now can satisfy Lang 13's mission requirements. What limits him isn't the number of players, but the high-end players among them. Of course, if the public testing brings new abilities, he hopes for another public test. Before attempting to foresee escaping the Earth God Temple, he first looked at his daily tasks. Sunan's tasks came into sight. Daily Task 1, Hunt down immortal level soul-eating monster. Task difficulty, 1 star. Task reward, 5 demon power points. Daily Task 2, Escape from Earth God Temple. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Task reward, 30 demon points. Daily Task 3, Find Zhou Ling Ian. Task difficulty, 4 star. Task reward, 45 demon power points. The task to escape the Earth God Temple appeared. As for this task, Sunan wasn't surprised at all. On the other hand, the third task made his eyes light up. Find Zhou Ling Ian? Indeed, Zhou Ling Ian is really in these divine ruins. Even though he already speculated, when this task appeared, Sunan still felt a sense of relief. If Zhou Ling Ian wasn't here, then he would have wasted his time for nothing. To escape from the Whitewater Demon King, it would be difficult. The life wheel scripture operated and he looked at Zhang Yang's tasks. Because Zhang Yang had broken through to the Xian rank, today's task levels had collectively dropped by 1 star level. Daily Task 1, Hunt down a spirit level soul-eating monster. Task difficulty, 1 star. Task reward, 15 demon points. Daily Task 2, Explore an arbitrary temple. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Task reward, 45 demon power points. Daily Task 3, Explore the divine ruins. Task difficulty, 4 star. Task reward, 60 demon power points. Explore a temple. Explore the divine ruins. Looking at the two tasks, Sunan couldn't help but feel his heart race. The temples and ancient temples were extremely dangerous areas within the divine ruins. Now, he had just encountered the first ancient temple and had been trapped, unable to leave, let alone explore. Now, a task requiring him to explore temples appeared. Wasn't this sending him to his death? And the last task to explore the divine ruins was even more absurd. A 4-star task. This is not a 4-star task at the spirit level, but a 4-star task at the Xian level. He could be certain that to complete this task, he would have to at least enter the deepest parts of the divine ruins. Well, it seems like neither of these two tasks is going to be possible. Sunan shook his head. He switched roles again and looked at Lang 13's tasks. Clearly because there were no other players in his location, there were unusually no tasks to hunt players in Lang 13's tasks today. Daily Task 1, Explore any ancient temple. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Task reward, 45 demon power points. Daily Task 2, Explore any 2 ancient temples. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Task reward, 45 demon power points. Daily Task 3, Escape from the divine ruins. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Task reward, 45 demon power points. Zhang Yang has been assigned a task to explore a temple, Lang 13 has been given a task to explore ancient temples, and 2 of them at that. This isn't just making me do tasks, it's clearly pushing me down the path to death. Sunan gave a wry smile but was powerless to do anything. After looking at the tasks of all 3 roles, he looked at foreknowledge again. The number of foreknowledge attempts refreshed and returned to 63. With so many foreknowledge attempts, as long as he didn't use deaths. Foresight, he was sure to have enough. Begin foreknowledge. This time, he intended to use his racial talent in his foresight. Upon seeing the Earth God Temple, you immediately display your racial talent Starlight Netherworld Body, following which you enhance your divine soul with all the increased power of primordial chi and essence power. The power of your divine soul increases several folds, surpassing a Xian-level demon who excels in harnessing the power of the divine soul, reaching the equivalent of an early-stage king-level demon. Without hesitating for a second, you immediately rush with all your speed towards the distant part of the Earth God Temple, wishing to leave the area of the Earth God Temple. 1 minute later, you cross the Earth God Temple and reach a place several kilometers away from the temple, free from its attraction. Did I succeed? Sunan didn't rejoice. If he hadn't used Across the Heavens shift before, seeing that he had left the Earth God Temple in his foresight, he would definitely consider it a success. But with his previous 2 foresights, he wouldn't think it would be that simple. After leaving the Earth God Temple, your racial talent Starlight Netherworld body's effects disappear, and you continue to control your avatar to clear the path ahead. 2 minutes later, through your avatar, you suddenly see an ancient, dilapidated temple appear 100 meters ahead of you. The appearance of the temple is exactly the same as the Earth God Temple you encountered just now. You try to bypass the Earth God Temple, but due to the depletion of your divine soul power, the influence of the Earth God Temple on you exacerbates. The moment your avatar sees the Earth God Temple, your body is involuntarily drawn towards it. 3 minutes later, you enter the Earth God Temple and bow before the Land God statue. You are dead. Your divine soul is consumed by an unknown being, and you become a walking corpse. Death again. Sunan's heart sank, but this foresight wasn't entirely without gains. The increase in divine soul power is useful. It can indeed get rid of the power of the Earth Temple. But the increase in divine soul power brought about by the racial talent is not lasting. Once the effect disappears, I will still be entangled with the ancient temple, even more relentlessly than before. Sunan made an effort to calm himself down and ponder a solution. Right now, he wasn't thinking about exploring the mysteries of the Earth God Temple anymore, he only wanted to figure out how to escape from the temple. Undoubtedly, the enhancement of divine soul power indeed played a significant role in resisting the power of the ancient temple. The problem was, how could he maintain the strength of his divine soul for an extended duration? The best method now should be to increase divine soul power. What methods can quickly enhance divine soul power? Sunan pondered. Suddenly, he remembered the reward he obtained from completing the first part of the Mystery of the Divine Dao task, Method for Refining the Divine Dao Ritual Artifact. The method for refining the Divine Dao Ritual Artifact not only served to refine the Divine Dao Ritual Artifact, but also to enhance divine soul power, and at a rapid rate. As long as he could kill the offering god demon inside the incense burner once, he would be able to obtain a portion of the divine soul power of the offering god demon. With the incense burner in hand, Sunan pondered deeply. The offering god demon inside the incense burner was a king-level being. If he could kill it once, the acquired divine soul power would undoubtedly be immense. Only, there was one problem with this method. With his current divine soul power, even with the effect of the Starlight Netherworld body and channeling all his primordial chi and essence into his divine soul, he could surpass Xian level and match a king-level great demon. But despite this, he'd still have difficulties tackling a king-level great demon, as his capability was not permanent. I might not be able to handle it alone, but that doesn't mean that 2 of us can't handle it. If I can get the Great Princess to help, maybe there's a possibility of success. Sunan thought of the Great Princess and his eyes brightened. Chapter 211, Hunting the Offering God Demon. The Great Princess, even though she is currently still severely injured with only 1/10 of her power of divine soul left, undoubtedly possesses early king rank strength. If he could get the help of the Great Princess, it shouldn't be a problem for him to kill the offering god demon once. However, if he were to do this, a new problem would arise. In order to gain the help of the Great Princess, he would have to release her. When deciding whether it would be more of an advantage or disadvantage to release the Great Princess, he must weigh his options carefully. The Great Princess has already been unconsciously affected by the bloodline coexistence technique. If I continue like this, I should be able to completely control her in no time. If I release her now, and she runs away, it would be a huge loss. Sunan isn't worried about the Great Princess attacking him, because she hadn't attacked him in the first 2 foreknowledge events, he's certain she won't this time. Why worry so much about this? I'll just use foreknowledge to find out. You know that you are entangled by the relics left behind in the divine ruins. To break free from the relics' grip, you must enhance your power of divine soul. You plan to cultivate the method for refining Divine Deo ritual artifact by killing the offering god demons within the Divine Deo sacrificial artifact to strengthen your power of Divine Soul. You tell the Great Princess your plan and ask for her assistance. Upon learning that you can use such techniques from the ancient Dixuan dynasty's fragrant fire spiritual path, the Great Princess warns you that the fragrant fire spiritual path is cursed, and no one who practices it will meet a good fate. You don't care. In your opinion, your method for refining the Divine Deo ritual artifact is only a method for refining the sacred sacrificial artifact, not the true cultivation technique of the fragrant fire spiritual path. Even if you cultivate it, no major problems should arise. The Great Princess tells you that she can help, but on the condition that you release her from the cosmic ring. You agree to the Great Princess's condition and release her. After leaving the cosmic ring and discovering that you are not a member of the demon clan but a human, the Great Princess is extremely surprised. Fortunately, due to the influence of the bloodline coexistence technique, the Great Princess does not think of killing you. Instead, she enters the Divine Deo sacrificial artifact as agreed upon. You also control the power of Divine Soul and touch the Divine Deo ritual artifact. The moment your power of Divine Soul touches the artifact, it erupts with a pulling force, drawing your Divine Soul into the Divine Deo ritual artifact. You arrive at a city god temple, the same one where you obtained the Divine Deo ritual artifact. You know that the current city god temple is just an illusion created by the ritual artifact. In the courtyard of the city god temple, the Great Princess has already started battling the offering god demon. Although her Divine Soul is severely injured, she is still stronger than the offering god demon. As expected, even when severely injured, the Great Princess still possesses early king rank strength. This time, it should be a sure thing. It is clear that the offering god demon is only at the early king rank. With the Great Princess dominating it, and his own intervention, its defeat is inevitable. Your power of Divine Soul, backed by the power of primordial Qi and essence energy, is comparable to the late Xian stage. Transforming your Divine Soul into a long spear, you shoot it at the offering god demon, who is furious and roaring. With your help, the offering god demon, who was already struggling against the Great Princess, can only put up a weak resistance. A minute later, the Great Princess finds an opportunity, and the offering god demon is seriously wounded by your attack. 2 minutes later, you successfully kill the offering god demon. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the offering god demon once. Success! Sunan showed joy in his eyes. Although the offering god demon had the ability to resurrect within the offering tool space, it could not have unlimited resurrection. If he could succeed in killing it once, he could do so twice. And with a few more kills, he could refine the incense burner according to the method for refining the Divine Deo ritual artifact. At that time, the second phase of the mystery of the Divine Deo task would be regarded as completed. Without the support of the incense fire power, the offering god demon cannot resurrect immediately after being killed. Its massive power of Divine Soul fills the entire offering tool space, and you know this is your chance to assimilate the power of Divine Soul. You quickly perform the refining method of the Divine Deo ritual artifact, attempting to refine the residual power of Divine Soul left by the offering god demon after it was killed, while also leaving your mark within the Divine Deo ritual artifact space. Your power of Divine Soul increases, with the remaining power of Divine Soul from the offering god demon gathering. 3 minutes later, your power of Divine Soul has increased to a level comparable to the mid-stage Xian level. The offering god demon finally resurrects, and you have left an initial imprint within the Divine Deo ritual artifact. End of first prediction. Do you want to continue? One successful attempt has brought my power of Divine Soul to a level comparable to mid-stage Xian level. The result is surprisingly good. Sunan is surprised. Even though he had guessed that killing the offering god demon for the first time would yield considerable rewards, he had not expected such a great gain. Without the support of the power of primordial Qi, his power of Divine Soul was at the early stage Xian level. Now, it has reached the mid-stage Xian level, an enhancement of a realm. This is equivalent to him assimilating a Xian level bloodline that primarily controls the Divine Soul. Continue with the prediction. The offering god demon resurrects and launches an attack on you in a fit of rage. You want to kill it again, but eventually give up. The method for refining Divine Deo ritual artifact can only be used once per day. Even if you kill the offering god demon again, you cannot refine its power of Divine Soul anymore. So, you give up on hunting the demon again. After fulfilling her agreement with you, the great princess doesn't leave. She tells you that since you've encountered the relics of the divine ruins, you must already be deep within the area. It would be difficult for her to leave this place in her current state. To her, you must have unique means to have made it this far. After hesitating for a moment, the great princess decides to temporarily follow you. She didn't leave. Sunan's eyes brightened at this. The last 2 times, the great princess had left immediately after fulfilling the agreement. But this time, she was temporarily unable to leave because she had ventured deep into the divine ruins. This might be an opportunity. As long as the great princess stayed by his side, the effect of the bloodline coexistence technique would become stronger and stronger. As long as he stayed long enough in the divine ruins, there was still a chance to completely control the great princess. You are pleased with the great princess' decision to stay. You knew that the great princess stayed due to the effects of the bloodline coexistence technique, a fact she herself wasn't aware of yet and the consequences it would bring. You didn't reveal this and continued to move forward with the great princess. The power of primordial chi and essence energy are all blessed on the power of the divine soul, causing your divine soul power to soar, reaching a level comparable to the peak of Xian level. However, when you passed by the Earth God Temple, you couldn't help but walk towards it. Fortunately, the great princess reacted quickly and launched a divine soul attack on you, preventing you from entering the Earth God Temple. Under the princess's attack and your own divine soul power, you regained your senses. You understood the seriousness of the matter, and without any hesitation, left at full speed. A minute later, you didn't encounter any danger. 2 minutes later, you didn't encounter any danger. 3 minutes later, while passing a slope, you saw a group of soul-eating demons through your avatar. The second foreknowledge ends. Do you wish to continue? The Earth God Temple didn't show up again. Did it succeed this time? Without stopping, he continued with another round of foreknowledge. 3 minutes passed in the foreknowledge, and the Earth God Temple didn't appear again. It really succeeded. Sunan took a deep breath. After more than 10 continuous foresights, he finally passed the obstacle of the Earth God Temple. I wonder if something like this will happen again down the line. Confirming that there was no problem, Sunan released his avatar and controlled it to leave first. The avatar was his trump card and he couldn't have the great princess know about it yet. Of course, if he gains full control over her later, it wouldn't matter. Next, he communicated with the great princess again following the method in his foresight. A moment later, the great princess left the cosmic ring. You're human? How is that possible? Even if you have integrated my Skywolf clan's bloodline, it would be absolutely impossible for you to establish a bloodline coexistence with me. How did you do it? The great princess looked up and down at Sunan, her eyes full of awe. Sunan didn't answer this question and took out the Divine Deo ritual artifact, the incense burner, saying, "This is the Divine Deo ritual artifact. You just need to touch it with your divine soul power, and you will be drawn into it." The great princess didn't bother with pleasantries. She exercised her divine soul power, and with it, the incense burner emitted a force that pulled her divine soul into it. Seeing this, Sunan immediately channeled all his primordial chi and essence energy into his divine soul power. Inside the space formed by the Divine Deo ritual artifact. Damn it! All of you deserve to die. Sunan and the great princess join forces, and within a moment, they severely injure the offering god demons. This was his first time using all his primordial chi power and essence energy on his divine soul power after the breakthrough. The strength of his divine soul gave him an unreal feeling. In the previous foresight, I used my starlight netherworld body. Once the power of primordial QJ and essence energy are all channeled into divine soul power, it can reach an early king rank level. I wonder what experiencing that strength would feel like. Sunan was somewhat expectant. Unfortunately, in these divine ruins where divine soul power was extremely important, he couldn't use the starlight netherworld body unless absolutely necessary. Once used, his secret power would decrease significantly. Should he encounter any danger afterward, he only had the choice to quit the game. When I was in the city god temple, this offering god demon had a physical form. I could have shattered it with physical strength through the avatar. But now, after leaving the city god temple, the offering god demon no longer has a physical form. It has transformed into a monster completely condensed from divine soul power. As soon as Sunan made a move, he noticed the difference in the offering god demon. However, thinking of the situation where he killed the offering god demon in foresight, he felt relieved. In the foresight, he controlled his avatar and used the one force breaking the sky technique to blast the offering god demon. But after the blast, the offering god demon formed a pile of fragments and left no corpse behind, then revived in the city guardian hall in the blink of an eye. Thus, it can be seen that in foresight, the body of the offering god demon was not a real body, but more like a temporary shell. The fully formed state of the divine soul could be the true form of the offering god demon. This point is somewhat similar to those soul-eating demons. 2 minutes later, the offering god demon was killed and turned into a vast amount of divine soul power floating in the divine soul space. Facing this divine soul power, Sunan felt that this divine soul power was not the same as the divine soul power of the warriors and demons, but he was unable to pinpoint the differences. The divine soul power began to converge, and once all the divine soul powers were gathered, the offering god demon would be revived again. Without time to think too much, Sunan immediately started cultivating the divine Deo sacrificial artifact refining method and began to refine these divine soul powers for his own use. Princess was looking at him with surprise. She also tried to refine the divine soul power in the space but found she could not do it at all. It was evident that only those who cultivate the divine Deo sacrificial artifact refining method could refine these soul powers. When the offering god demon revived again, Sunan's cultivation finally stopped. At this time, his divine soul power, just as in the foresight, had reached the mid-stage Xian level. Damn it! You ain't dare to steal my power, you deserve to die! The offering god demon roared and wanted to strike at Sunan again. Sunan noticed that after he had refined part of the divine soul power, the strength of the offering god demon had significantly declined, and its body appeared somewhat illusory. I wonder how many times this offering god demon can be killed. Sunan did not take action. He left the space where the divine Deo ritual artifact was condensed, with the princess. The divine Deo ritual artifact refining method could only be used once a day. To use it again, he had to wait until tomorrow. Princess, our agreement is now complete. If you want to leave now, I won't stop you. Once the target was reached, Sunan looked at the great princess with a smile on his face. In the foresight, the great princess did not leave, so naturally, he was not worried that the great princess would leave. Sure enough, the great princess looked around and said after a moment of silence, "We are already deep inside the divine ruins. Even for me, it is difficult to leave." Originally, according to her plan, she would leave immediately after the agreement was fulfilled, to find a way to resolve the bloodline coexistence technique. But at this moment, seeing the desolate divine ruins and the shock she had on her last visit to the divine ruins resurfacing in her heart, she hesitated whether or not to leave now. Seeing the great princess's hesitation, Sunan said opportunistically, "In that case, why not stay with me for a while, princess? My luck is quite good, perhaps I can help you get out of here." The great princess's eyes moved slightly, and she looked at Sunan with a strange expression. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "All right then, I really want to see how you made it to this place." During this conversation, she didn't notice at all that not only did she no longer want to kill Sunan, but she somehow started to trust him a bit more. Can you believe that a king-level great demon would trust a human? This was something unimaginable before. Sunan showed a smile. His avatar was already scouting the road ahead, and he, along with the great princess, also began to move. Through his avatar, he had already seen the Earth God Temple. Previously, it was only in foresight, and this was the first time he had truly seen the Earth God Temple. In the avatar's eyes, the Earth God Temple was enormous, several times larger than a normal Earth God Temple. Unfortunately, perhaps due to the wear and tear of time, the Earth God Temple had already collapsed, leaving only ruins behind. At this time, he thought of Lang 13's 2 tasks to explore the ancient temple, and his heart moved. Perhaps he could attempt to have his avatar explore the Earth God Temple. The avatar has no divine soul and is not influenced by the power of the Earth God Temple. Isn't this the best tool for exploring the Earth God Temple? If it really works, then the 2 tasks of Wang Nan and Lang 13 will be easily accomplished. With that thought, Sunan's eyes brightened. He immediately switched his role to Lang 13, while controlling his avatar to explore the inside of the Earth God Temple. Chapter 212, Earth Official Seal. Earth God Temple. Through his avatar, Sunan saw the broken land god statue. Just like what he had seen in his foreknowledge, when he first laid eyes on the land god statue, Sunan felt it was slightly strange and different from the normal land god statues. However, the land god statue only had half of its body left, so it was impossible to figure out what was wrong with it. The ancient temple was filled with debris, as if there had been a great battle, and most of the temple had been destroyed. Since his avatar hadn't found anything in his previous foreknowledge, there was naturally no gain this time either. After taking a complete tour of the ancient temple, he controlled his avatar to leave. However, what made Sunan frown was, although the avatar had taken a stroll within the Earth God Temple, there was no task completion notification on the panel of his original body. What's going on? Sunan wondered. When controlling his avatar during the Divine Soul's descent, his role was fixed as Wang Nan. But when the Divine Soul was not descending, the avatar was just a tool. As long as he switched roles with his original body, he could complete the task using the avatar. This method had been verified several times before. But now, even after searching the entire Earth God Temple with his avatar, the task hadn't been completed, which was strange. Sunan couldn't understand where the problem occurred. What's wrong? Did you find anything? Noticing Sunan's abnormality, the great princess asked. Nothing. Sunan shook his head, without saying much. A moment later, the two of them climbed over a small hill and saw the Earth God Temple. Is this the Earth God Temple you mentioned that we can't avoid? The great princess asked with concern. Sunan nodded. Don't worry, the power of this Earth God Temple is not strong enough to affect you. It will only have some influence on me. You need to wake me up when the time comes. How do you know? The great princess asked curiously. Sunan simply smiled without giving an explanation. Soon, the pair passed by the Earth God Temple. As expected, Sunan was affected by the temple's power and couldn't help but walk towards it. Only when the great princess acted in time was he awakened. Let's leave this place quickly. The great princess urged. Sunan naturally knew that they couldn't linger here. He was just about to leave quickly. At this moment, he once again thought of Lang 13's task and couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. If my avatar couldn't complete the task by entering the Earth God Temple, can my original body do it? A bold thought emerged, and Sunan himself was frightened. When did he become so desperate for a mission that he disregarded his own life? Ancient temples and shrines were forbidden areas in the divine ruins, entering them was no different from committing suicide. Sunan quickly suppressed the thought and wanted to leave as soon as possible. However, as soon as the thought emerged, he seemed to have become possessed, constantly thinking of entering the Earth God Temple. It was as if he would miss a huge opportunity if he didn't enter now. Am I being influenced by the temple again? Sunan suddenly realized what was happening. But upon further thought, his idea seemed possible. Before, he had been alone, so entering the temple was a dead end. But now, with the great princess by his side, everything was different. Moreover, he had foreknowledge. Thinking of the foreknowledge, Sunan was tempted. Since the power of the Earth God Temple wanted him to enter so badly, there was no harm in him trying to enter in his foreknowledge. Having made up his mind, he stopped hesitating and started his foreknowledge. With the help of the Sky Wolf clan princess, you have gained the ability to resist the Earth God Temple. However, you don't intend to simply leave and decide to explore the temple. Knowing your intentions, the great princess tries to stop you and doesn't agree with you taking such a risk, but you insist on exploring. You tell the great princess that the power of the Earth God Temple is not very strong at present, and it may face even more significant dangers later if he doesn't take this opportunity to clarify why the temple is entangling him. After a moment of hesitation, the great princess finally agreed to your idea and decided to enter the Earth God Temple with you to investigate. Upon closer examination near the Earth God Temple, what you see with your original body is completely different from what you see through the eyes of your avatar. In your original body's eyes, the temple is old, but intact. Attempting to step inside the temple, you're relieved to find that there are no abnormalities, either because your soul has grown stronger or because you have already broken free from the influence of the Earth God Temple. Upon entering the temple, you carefully examine everything there. You find that the place still retains its original appearance. In front of the temple's divine statue, there are several bronze sacrificial vessels placed on a blue stone divine case. Most of the vessels have decayed, covered with thick rust, and can only be identified by their outlines. Carefully picking up each vessel to observe, you suddenly find a unique oil lamp. The lamp is a foot tall and covered with large patches of rust, just like the others. However, for some reason, you are attracted to the lamp at first sight. You can't help but reach out for it, but when you touch the lamp, you suddenly realize that the dust-covered land god statue has changed. Suddenly, the land god statue transforms from a kind-looking old man into a strange-looking demon resembling a toad. The change in the land god statue was abrupt, giving you no time to react before you were attacked by the demon. You died. So, could this be a demon transformed into a god? Seeing this, Sunan was startled and immediately thought of the city god temple in Tianyun City. From an earth god statue, it turned into a demon. How similar it was to the situation he encountered when he tried to obtain the Divine Dao ritual artifact. In an instant, he finally understood what was happening here. Fragrant Fire Spiritual Path. This Divine Ruins area is actually related to the Fragrant Fire Spiritual Path. Unknown Chi Luck. Could it be that the unknown Chi Luck that appeared in the previous foreknowledge refers to the Chi Luck from the Fragrant Fire Spiritual Path? Without a doubt, the oil lamp he touched in the foreknowledge was the Divine Dao ritual artifact. And in the previous foreknowledge, he was continuously devoured by an unknown existence, which was the work of the offering god demons. Looking at the foreknowledge information jumping in the panel, Sunan was both enlightened and shocked. The offering god demon that could silently kill him, must be a king-level existence. The earth god temple he was currently in was just the first ancient temple he encountered, but who knows how many ancient temples and divine halls exist in this divine ruins area, and one can only imagine how many terrifying existences there would be. Forbidden Area of Life. No wonder it can be called the Forbidden Area of Life. Sunan couldn't help but shiver at the thought. At the same time, he thought of another question and was puzzled in his heart. Why didn't I find the Divine Dao ritual artifact when I avatar entered the Earth God Temple before? If what he saw in the foreknowledge was all illusions created by the Divine Dao ritual artifact, then he should have discovered the Divine Dao ritual artifact when he avatar entered the temple previously. After all, these illusions were all based on the Divine Dao ritual artifact, and everything here might be fake, a virtual existence, but only that Divine Dao ritual artifact should be real. Sunan was puzzled and couldn't figure out why this was happening. Since it's offering god demons, it's actually easy to deal with. With a glint in his eyes, he already had an idea in his heart. If it was an existence that couldn't be seen or touched, he would really have no way to deal with it, but since it was a tangible demon, then there would be ways to deal with it. The changes that occurred in the foreknowledge just now were too sudden, and he didn't react in time, so he was attacked by the offering god demon. He naturally wouldn't make the same mistake next time. The foreknowledge started again. You know that the Earth God Temple is connected to the Fragrant Fire spiritual path and there is a king-level offering god demon hidden within. You plan to go in with the Great Princess and solve it together. The Great Princess, who knows your thoughts, tries to stop you and doesn't agree with your risky plan, so you tell her what you know and assure her that it's safe as long as you're careful with the Earth God statues in the temple. The Great Princess is half skeptical and doesn't understand how you know all this, but eventually agrees to go into the Earth God Temple with you. You put all your primordial chi and essence power into your divine soul power, and as soon as you enter the Earth God Temple with the Great Princess, you both launch an attack on the Earth God statues inside. Attacked by you, the Earth God statue instantly turns into a demon covered with bumps all over its body. This is an early king rank offering god demon, which is slightly stronger than the one you and the Great Princess killed together. With the Great Princess's cooperation, you can barely suppress the demon. A minute later, you haven't killed the demon and continue to fight with it. 2 minutes later, the Great Princess seizes the opportunity and severely injures the demon. 3 minutes later, you successfully kill the offering god demon. First prediction end, do you want to continue? We killed it. Sunan's eyes lit up. He was very grateful for his earlier decision not to kill the Great Princess. If it weren't for her help, he would probably still be worried about how to escape this Earth God Temple and wouldn't be able to explore ancient temples and kill offering god demons. Continue. He didn't stop the foreknowledge and wanted to see what would happen after. He killed the offering god demon. You and the Great Princess successfully dealt with a king-level offering god demon. However, you are puzzled as the offering god demon didn't leave behind any divine soul power after being killed but turned into nothingness and vanished. Not understanding what's going on, you can't help but shift your gaze towards the blue stone-carved divine case, and spot the oil lamp on it, trying to pick it up. However, the moment you pick up the oil lamp, you discover that the method for refining divine Deo ritual artifact you had practiced only once uncontrollably starts to operate, and the rusty oil lamp in your hand shatters. You don't know that in the instant the oil lamp shattered, an invisible mark was branded on your divine soul. Congratulations, you have received an Earth God Seal. Earth God Seal? What is that? What's it for? Sunan was surprised, not expecting to gain such an item. However, without guessing, he could be sure that the Earth God Seal must be a product of the fragrant fire spiritual path. And with the congratulations in his foreknowledge, it meant that the Earth God Seal must also be a valuable object. As you obtain the Earth God Seal, a strange scene suddenly appears before your eyes. In the scene, you turn into an old man, who looks exactly like the Earth official you saw earlier. Behind you is the temple and divine statue of the old man you transformed into. In front of you is a gigantic strange man, and you're fighting him, trying your best to kill him. Unfortunately, the strange man's strength far surpasses yours, and even if you're determined to kill him at all costs, you can never deal a major blow to him. Negative emotions such as anger, unwillingness, and resentment spread in your heart, and your body gradually changes, becoming grotesque and bizarre. With the changes in your body, your strength gradually increases, and you finally have the power to contend with him. You go all out to fight him but can only die together in the end. In the moment before you die, you can't help but gaze into the distance. You see that, tens and hundreds of miles away, there are many people like you, who are fighting against more giant strange men with everything they've got won. The scene seems long but is only an instant. When you regain your senses from the battle, the Earth God Temple in front of you has changed into the broken ancient temple you saw in the scene. You're confused and don't know what's going on. You tell the great princess what you saw, but she doesn't know what's going on either and can only guess that you saw the scene before the Earth official's death. 1 minute later, you search the Earth God Temple carefully but find nothing else. 2 minutes later, you leave the Earth God Temple and continue to venture deeper into the divine ruins. 3 minutes later, you spot a group of soul-eating demons through your avatar. End of second foreknowledge. Do you wish to continue? The scene before the Earth official's death. Sunan was surprised, not expecting to see such a thing. At the end of the scene, the Earth official saw powerful people fighting within 100 miles, which indicates that there was once a very intense battle in the Divine Ruins area. Perhaps it was this battle that turned this place into a forbidden area of life. Sunan couldn't help but speculate, growing ever more alarmed by the thought. A battle that created a forbidden area of life, he couldn't imagine how strong the forces on both sides were. Noticing the change in Sunan's complexion, the great princess asked, "What's wrong? Did you discover something?" Sunan snapped back to reality and looked at the Earth God Temple. "I know what's in the Earth God Temple now." "What is it?" the great princess asked. "Offering God demons." "Offering God demons? Just like the ones we just killed?" Sunan nodded, "That's right. It's another early king rank offering God demon." "How did you determine that there's an offering God demon in there?" The great princess looked at Sunan, curious. She couldn't understand how Sunan, who had just known nothing about the Earth God Temple, was able to know what was inside. "You don't need to worry about that. Once we go in, we just need to attack the Earth official statue directly." Sunan explained the basic plan. The great princess's curiosity deepened. "You want to kill the offering God demon? Are you trying to use it to enhance your divine soul again?" Sunan shook his head. "This offering God demon is different from the ones we hunted before. It can't be used to increase the divine soul, but there's something I need in the Earth God Temple, and I'm going to get it." He was naturally referring to the Earth God Seal. Although he didn't know the purpose of the Earth God Seal, he didn't want to miss out on things that were already in front of him. Moreover, he suspected now that only by killing the offering God demon and completing the exploration task would the quest be considered done. Before, he had just walked around the Earth God Temple in his avatar form without doing anything else, which had led to the task not being completed. Eventually, under Sunan's insistence, the great princess agreed to enter the Earth God Temple. Chapter 213, Divine Seal Fusion. Inside the Earth God Temple. As soon as Sunan and the great princess entered, they immediately attacked the statue of the earth god. 2 to 3 minutes later, without any surprises, a king-level sacrificial demon was killed. Sunan quickly picked up the oil lamp on the divine case. With the uncontrollable operation of the divine Dao ritual artifact refining method in his body, the oil lamp in his hand seemed to rot and shattered in response. Without any special sensation, without the foreknowledge, he might never know that an invisible mark had entered his body at this moment. At the same time, the image from the foreknowledge appeared. Sunan saw a giant, 4 or 5 meters tall, fighting the old man. The giant, with wings on its back, had flesh that seemed to resemble a crystal, transparent and lustrous, and a powerful strength burst out between his movements. Even though it was merely an image, it gave Sunan a strong sense of oppression. The old man fought with the giant. Sunan noticed that the old man's strength was even more formidable than that of the sacrificial demon. He was a peak king-level existence at the very least. This giant doesn't seem to belong to the demon clan. Sunan frowned. The double-winged giant gave him a feeling that the opponent was neither human nor demon, a strange feeling. If asked to point out the problem, he couldn't pinpoint it. The two were engaged in battle, moving from the ground to the sky. In the end, the old man sacrificed something resembling a complex rune. Sunan noticed that there were 6 shining golden lights on the rune, like 6 dazzling suns. The rune erupted with terrifying power. Eventually the old man and the giant perished together. In the instant the image disappeared, through the old man's perspective, Sunan could see that there were indeed many other human warriors like the old man, fighting with giants in the distance. While they waged a fierce war in the air, on the ground below, one could see an ancient temple or shrine every few dozen miles. These ancient temples and shrines did not exist independently, there were many buildings around them. With the temples and the shrines at the center, countless ordinary people lived among those buildings. At a distance of several hundred miles, there was a vague outline of a massive city. The city seemed to be suspended in the air, and in the city, a golden tower was particularly conspicuous. That must be the central area of these divine ruins. Sunan guessed. Through the image in front of the earth god, he finally had a rough understanding of the past scenery of the present divine ruins. It was clear that these divine ruins used to be extremely prosperous, with millions of humans living here, but unfortunately, it was destroyed later in the war. The ordinary buildings had long since turned into dust over the countless years, with only the ancient temples and shrines with special power preserved. What did you discover? The great princess immediately asked when she saw the different color on Sunan's face again. After taking a look at the great princess, Sunan roughly narrated the scene he saw. He didn't hide anything. In his opinion, he would eventually control the great princess sooner or later, so revealing a little bit now didn't matter. Hearing his words, the great princess frowned and murmured, "Strange, how come I've never heard that there are such sacrificial demons in these ancient temples, much less, that after killing the sacrificial demons, one can see images of their past life." Really? Sunan was surprised. Previously, he didn't have much understanding of the divine ruins, so he didn't think about this problem. But now, hearing the words of the great princess, he immediately noticed the problem. If everyone who enters the divine ruins could also discover the existence of sacrificial demons, then the great princess, who had entered the divine ruins with many powerful members of the demon clan before, would surely know about it. Not only do no people know that there are sacrificial demons here, but also very few people know about the matters related to the fragrant fire spiritual path. Maybe only a few emperor-level powerhouses from your human clan know it. Why is it like this? Sunan frowned. I don't know. The great princess shook her head. She seemed to think of something and said, "You were ensnared by this earth god temple previously. Such things rarely happen. Perhaps there are specific conditions which made you discover the existence of sacrificial demons." Specific conditions. The words of the great princess gave Sunan a shock. He suddenly thought of the chi luck mentioned in the foreknowledge. Without a doubt, if there were specific conditions needed to discover the sacrificial demons, it must be related to chi luck. The great princess looked deeply at Sunan and continued, "You said that when you touched the oil lamp, the divine Dao ritual artifact refining method automatically operated. This implies that to obtain the memories of the sacrificial demons before they died, one needs to practice the divine Dao ritual artifact refining method. But according to my knowledge of the fragrant fire spiritual path, the function of the divine Dao ritual artifact refining method is only to refine the divine Dao ritual artifact, I've never heard of a refining method that can enhance the divine soul when the sacrificial demons are killed. There's no refining method that enhances the divine soul. Now, Sunan frowned even more. He instantly realized that the Divine Dao ritual artifact refining method obtained from completing the mystery of the Divine Dao might be different from the refining method practiced by the Daxuan dynasty. Could the problem lie in the refining method of the Divine Dao ritual artifact? He thought of a possibility. Unfortunately, with the limited information he had now, all he could do was speculate. The two checked the Earth God Temple, which had been restored to its true form, again, confirmed that there was nothing else, and then left. Just as Sunan was leaving the Earth God Temple, the prompt for completing Lang 13's task popped up. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Explore an Ancient Temple, 45 Demon Power Points have been given. Usable Demon Power, 126 points. 1 King Level Demonic Beast, 45 Demon Power Points. It's not over yet. He switches his role to Wang Nan and continues to walk forward. When he is completely away from the Earth God Temple, a task completion prompt pops up in front of him. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Escape from the Earth God Temple. 30 Demon Power Points have been issued. Current available Demonic Power, 156 points. 2 tasks completed in a row, a total of 75 Demon Power Points. Only 4 points short of having enough Demon Power for Wang Nan to break through to Xian level. And these last 4 points came quickly. A few minutes later, Sunan deliberately didn't avoid a group of soul-eating demons. With the help of the Great Princess, he effortlessly killed them all. Both Wang Nan and Zhang Yang's tasks to hunt soul-eating demons were completed. A total of 20 demon power points were received, and the available demon power reached 176 points. I have enough demon power, but I don't know what will happen if I want to break through with this character Wang Nan. This character Wang Nan has not merged an ancient demon bloodline. His bloodline has been enhanced through bloodline spirit fruits, and compared to the star-devouring demon bloodline and dragon turtle bloodline, it is naturally inferior. This is not the biggest problem, the biggest issue for Wang Nan is the erosion of demonic qi. Fortunately, he has Death's foresight, so he can try to see the outcome of the breakthrough with it. I wonder how I will die if I use Death's foresight in the divine ruins. With a thought, Sunan decides to start foreseeing. Although in the divine ruins, the utility of physique power is not obvious, breaking through has benefits in various aspects, which can greatly enhance his ability to respond to danger in the divine ruins. He switches his role to Wang Nan and looks at the Death's foresight on the panel. Do you realize that breaking through from spirit level to Xian level may pose unknowable dangers? Would you like to consume a certain amount of foreknowledge times to foresee the situation of your death in 3 minutes? Yes. As Sunan's thoughts moved, he saw 3 foreknowledge times disappear from the panel. You explore the divine ruins, you know, if you want to survive in such dangerous places, you should enhance your strength as much as possible. You choose to let your character, Wang Nan, break through from the spirit level to Xian level. Unfortunately, you failed. In the process of bloodline fusion, demonic qi hidden in your bloodline erupted. If it wasn't for Skywolf clan's princess intervening at the crucial moment to break the bloodline fusion process, you would have ultimately been affected by demonic qi, leading to an uncontrollable bloodline conflict. The breakthrough still failed. As soon as foresight began, the information about his attempted breakthrough was revealed. Sunan's heart sank slightly, but he was not too surprised. This situation was actually within his expectations. It was just that the lucky strike was exposed, and he felt somewhat unwilling. The foresight continued. After dodging a disaster, you no longer think about breaking through and continue to delve deeper into the divine ruins. Later, you encounter 2 more ancient temples successively, and with the help of the Great Princess, you successfully kill the offering god demons inside. Finally, you come across a huge temple. The moment you lay eyes on it, the Great Princess immediately recognizes that it was the very temple where she was severely injured. You realize the seriousness of the problem and immediately want to turn around and leave. However, you are horrified to find that no matter which direction you run, you are getting closer to the temple. 1 minute later, you and the Great Princess finally enter the temple. The moment you enter, you fall into a coma. 3 minutes later, you wake up to find yourself lying on a stone bed, dressed in a big red wedding gown that you don't know when it was changed. At this time, an 8 or 9-year-old boy walks into the room and tells you that it's time for the wedding ceremony. You see that the boy is not human at all but a paper man made of red paper, very similar to the paper puppet demons you've seen before. You realize that you're trapped in an illusion. You dare not stay any longer and make a dash for the door to escape. But your actions only anger the child, and you die. Wedding gown? Wedding ceremony? What's going on here? Sunan was astonished in his heart. He had expected that he might encounter a powerful soul-eating demon, or be killed by the gods of an ancient temple, but he had never thought that he would be killed by a paper puppet demon. Of course, it's also possible that the paperman-like child was not a paper puppet demon, but a god from one of the temples. There was still a long way to go before reaching the temple, so Sunan temporarily ignored the matter of the temple and instead turned his attention back to his breakthrough. Princess, is there any solution if one's bloodline is being invaded by demonic qi? Invaded by demonic qi? The great princess was surprised, not knowing why Sunan would ask this question. After thinking for a moment, she said, demonic qi is an extremely peculiar power, very difficult to deal with. Even the bloodline baptism of your human race can't solve it, and I don't know how to cleanse it. You don't know either. Sunan was somewhat disappointed. He remembered that as the Demon Hunting Bureau chief, one of the benefits was bloodline baptism. He asked, what is bloodline baptism? The great princess said, bloodline baptism is a method used by your human race to suppress uncontrolled bloodlines. After the bloodline baptism, the originally unstable bloodline will become calm. However, I heard that this method can only be used by martial artists below the king level, and once they enter the king level, it is useless. I see. Sunan nodded, no wonder it was a benefit only available to the Demon Hunting Bureau chief. The ability to calm an out-of-control bloodline was an unimaginable temptation for a martial artist. Unfortunately, it couldn't solve the problem of demonic qi erosion. Sunan's heart was heavy as he realized the more he came into contact with demonic qi, the more terrifying this power was. This was an unsolvable power. Fortunately, the number of demonic beasts was constant, and most of them were suppressed by the powerful beings of the human and demon races during the ancient times. Otherwise, there would be no place for humans and demons in this world. I don't know if Zhou Lingyan has any solution. Sunan sighed in his heart, and could only pin his last hope on Zhou Lingyan. With his avatar leading the way and foreseeing the future, the journey went smoothly. After using his foresight 5 or 6 times, he indeed encountered another ancient temple as expected. It was a stove god temple. Like the earth god temple, the ancient temple appeared to be destroyed and only the ruins remained in the eyes of the avatar. However, in the eyes of Sunan's main body and the great princess, it was intact. Even though his foresight had already told him that he would kill the god from this temple, Sunan still proceeded with caution. After using his foresight once again to make sure there were no accidents, he entered the ancient temple with the great princess. A few minutes later, the god from the stove god temple was killed. Just like before, when Sunan picked up the divine Dao ritual artifact in the stove god temple, he obtained a stove god seal and the image of the stove god before his death. Similar to the previous earth god's last moments, the enemy he faced was the huge strange person whose body was like crystal and had wings. At the end of the image, Sunan saw the stove god unleashing a complicated rune infused with 6 golden lights. With the power of that rune, the stove god was able to die along with the enemy. Continuing onward, more than 10 minutes passed. Sunan encountered the third ancient temple. This was a river earl temple. Like the previous stove god temple, he smoothly killed the offering gods and obtained the river earl seal. However, as he predicted, something he didn't expect happened after he obtained the river earl seal. Congratulations, you have obtained the earth god seal, stove god seal, and river earl seal. Your divine Dao Qi luck has increased significantly. Your Dao Qi luck has connected to the remaining Dao Qi luck of the divine ruins, and as a result, unknown changes will occur in the divine ruins due to your arrival. Deep within the divine ruins, golden light surges into the sky. As the golden light rises, a mark that you couldn't sense before is branded onto your divine soul, and the 3 divine seals appear in your divine soul. You see that it's an inscription mark composed of 3 peculiar patterns, each with a golden light on it. You don't know what that golden light represents, the rank of fragrant fire spiritual path. The 3 divine seals merge and turn into a new seal in an instant, showing 2 golden lights on it. Congratulations, you have obtained a second-grade divine seal. Chapter 214, 9th grade Ascending to God. So, the rune-like objects that the previous Earth God and Stove God sacrificed in the end were divine seals. The Earth God and Stove God had 6-pointed golden divine seals in their lifetime, which should be 6th grade, but now they have become 1st grade in my hands. Upon understanding this information from foreknowledge, Sunan recalled the scenes he had seen before and instantly understood what was going on. Obviously, these so-called divine seals can be used as a final trump card, capable of erupting with astonishing power. Can the fusion of 3 different divine seals mean that as long as I can collect more divine seals, I can keep upgrading the level of my divine seals? After contemplation, Sunan understood that the so-called level of divine seals probably represents their status in the heavenly kingdom of God's dynasty and their strength. The higher the level of divine seals, the higher their status and strength. His Earth God seal, Stove God seal, and River Earl seal were once powerful, but now they seem to have turned into the most ordinary existence, perhaps because of time or the original battle. No matter what the use of this divine seal is, let's get it first. After reading the foreknowledge, Sunan acted quickly. A few minutes later, he and the great princess killed the offering god demons in the River Earl temple, obtaining the River Earl seal. Upon seeing the golden light in the depths of the divine ruins as the River Earl's dying memories flashed before his eyes, Sunan looked deep into the divine ruins. Sure enough, a golden light soared into the sky. What is that? Seeing the golden light, the great princess's face became serious. The golden light ascended, transforming into a golden pillar of light piercing the sky. This scene was naturally seen by many demons and players in Red Mountain Prefecture. Outside the divine ruins, Whitewater Demon King looked at the golden light pillar with curiosity in his eyes. Is this related to those 2 outsiders? Whitewater Demon King thought of Sunan, but quickly shook his head. Although I don't know how those 2 outsiders managed to escape the soul-eating demons, with their strength, they definitely can't make such a commotion. Feeling the marks on Sunan and his avatar, Whitewater Demon King was no longer indifferent, his eyes filled with surprise. Initially, he thought that Sunan would soon be killed by soul-eating demons after entering the divine ruins. However, time passed, and not only was Sunan not killed, but he also went deeper into the divine ruins grounds. At this moment, Sunan's position was faintly beyond his detection range, which was simply unbelievable. He couldn't figure out how a person who had just broken through to the Xian rank could achieve this. Interesting. I really want to capture you now and study you. Whitewater Demon's interest intensified. If not for knowing the strangeness of the divine ruins, he could hardly resist capturing Sunan at this moment. Just then, Whitewater Demon King suddenly noticed something and looked to the left. He saw a streak of light breaking through the sky, quickly approaching. The next moment, a burly youth appeared not far from him. Whitewater Demon King. Why are you here instead of in your Whitewater Lake? This youth was not a human, but a demon king. Obviously, he was attracted by the abnormalities in the divine ruins. Kunyan? Don't you welcome me? The Whitewater Demon King remained calm, his voice indifferent. The Demon King called Kunyan glanced at the golden pillar in the depths of the divine ruins, sneered, you Whitewater people don't get up early for no benefits, it looks like you're trying to get your hands on treasures here. Whitewater Demon King said indifferently, treasures belong to those who are capable. You don't want to tell me that treasures in your territory are yours, do you? Kunyan frowned, about to say something, but at this moment, a man and a woman rapidly approached. Seeing Whitewater Demon King, both were surprised, but they didn't inquire about why he was here. They were only at the early king rank and had no qualifications to question Whitewater Demon King. They looked at the burly youth and asked, Lord Kunyan, what's going on? Kunyan stared at the golden pillar, and after a moment, said, if I'm not mistaken, someone must have triggered something, causing an ancient treasure to emerge. Ancient treasure? Hearing this, the 2 demon kings smiled, said, Lord Kunyan, should we investigate? Kunyan pondered for a moment, glanced at Whitewater Demon King, and said, there's no rush, let's just watch for now. The divine ruins are too mysterious. Last time, the Sky Wolf clan and Dian-Seeing sect went in to pursue an ancient demon emperor's coffin, but half of the people never came out. Even those guys from the Sky Wolf clan, who are good at using the power of divine soul, suffered heavy losses when they entered. We're all lacking in comparison. A treasure. There must be a treasure. That seems to be the divine ruins. Has a treasure appeared in the divine ruins? Quickly inform the president. Players who hadn't left Red Mountain Prefecture and were not far from the divine ruins all saw the golden light and similarly thought that it indicated the emergence of a treasure. One by one, they hurriedly approached the divine ruins. The golden light ascended for 1 to 2 minutes and gradually disappeared. In Sunan's divine soul, the 3 divine seals had disappeared, replaced by a second-grade divine seal with 2 golden points. At the same time, on Lang 13's panel, a game prompt appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, you have gathered 3 first-grade divine seals, condensed into a second-grade divine seal, triggered the mainline task. For more information, please check the task panel. Mainline task. Sunan was surprised and didn't expect to acquire a mainline task like this. Not wasting a moment, the task panel materialized before my eyes. On Lang 13's task panel, apart from the mainline task named Wrath of the Demon Monarch, there finally appeared a second mainline task. Mainline task, 9 ranks to ascend to godhood. The Divine Dao divides into 9 grades, through the 9 grades one can ascend to godhood. Numerous eons ago, there existed a divine dynasty that established its nation using the fragrant fire spiritual path. It was invincible in its time, power suppressing generations. Regretfully, a great war in the past led to the destruction of the divine dynasty and the interruption of the divine Dao's path. You, who have condensed a second-grade divine seal, became the only person in this era to possess a divine seal. You have preliminarily possessed the qualifications to climb the path to godhood. First stage of the task, advance your divine seal to the 4th grade. Task difficulty, 4-star. Task reward, Xian level bloodline, Xian level monster scripture, 60 points of demon power, divine Dao secret techniques. Hint, the level of this task will change with the player's rise in realm. 9 ranks to ascend to godhood? This is compelling me to cultivate the fragrant fire spiritual path. Facing the task, Sunan didn't rejoice but wore a serious expression. The path of the divine Dao was peculiar, even more dangerous than the bloodline path. The once flourishing Dexuan dynasty collapsed within a short time due to the harms of the divine Dao's path. The reason he dared to cultivate the method for refining divine Dao ritual artifacts was purely because it seemed, to him, that this secret technique did not involve the core of the fragrant fire spiritual path. But now it appears that since he obtained the method for refining divine Dao ritual artifacts, he had already begun to connect with the chi luck of the divine Dao. Later, having cultivated the method for refining divine Dao ritual artifacts, he had willingly stepped onto this path. Now, having condensed a second-grade divine seal, he had wholly stepped onto the fragrant fire spiritual path. He didn't know whether this was because he was influenced by the fragrant fire spiritual path's luck, but he was certain that if he continues down this path, his connection with the fragrant fire spiritual path would only deepen. Sunan's face shifted, with his heart trembling towards the fragrant fire spiritual path. He didn't want, like those martial artists of the former Dexuan dynasty, all his efforts to be in vain and disappear in a flash. But now, the appearance of the task and the condensation of the divine seal made him hesitant. That's not right, judging from the images before the Earth Official and Stove King's deaths. Those who had cultivated the fragrant fire spiritual path were in a controllable range, despite the weird changes occurring just before their deaths. Not only did they not lose their sanity, their power surged instead. Does this imply that, countless eons ago, the deficiencies of the fragrant fire spiritual path weren't as massive as imagined, that it was controllable, or even resolvable? Thinking about the images he saw from the 3 divine seals, Sunan's eyes shone. Why? If the fragrant fire spiritual path could develop to extraordinary heights in the past, it wouldn't have encountered problems so easily. This suggested that, perhaps after the fall of the heavenly kingdom of God's dynasty, some of the methods of cultivating the fragrant fire spiritual path were lost, leading to the subsequent problems. Just like after the collapse of the Dexuan dynasty, the fragrant fire spiritual path's cultivation methods became forbidden, and nobody dared touch them. Of course, other possibilities were not excluded. The foreknowledge had suggested before that this was a cursed path. Perhaps the transformations of the Dexuan dynasty's cultivators could be related to the curse. If that's really the case, it indicates that the fragrant fire spiritual path was indeed possible to traverse in the past. Then, there's no reason why I can't walk on this path now. Sunan's heart stirred. As long as the fragrant fire spiritual path didn't have inherent flaws, then maybe he could find a solution. While others might deem this impossible, with the help of the game interface, it wasn't impossible for him. Furthermore, the bloodline path has its issues as well. Plus, I'm getting closer and closer to these problems. According to that governor from Tianyun County, once I enter the Xian level range, for every bloodline I merge, the probability of losing control will double. If the bloodline path really stagnates because of this, then cultivating the fragrant fire spiritual path might be an alternative. Sunan's train of thought sped up, analyzing the pros and cons of cultivating the fragrant fire spiritual path in an instant. The fragrant fire spiritual path was powerful, this was undeniable. If he cultivated the fragrant fire spiritual path, there would undoubtedly be substantial improvement to his strength. Thinking about this, Sunan was somewhat moved. Looking again at the task's description, he was struck by a thought. The task mentions that I am the only person in this era who cultivates the fragrant fire spiritual path. Could it be that the reason I was entangled by ancient temples was that I was the only person possessing the fragrant fire spiritual path's luck? Recalling his previous experiences, Sunan became suspicious. This was highly probable. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for him to encounter problems as soon as he arrived in the divine ruins, while others didn't notice anything abnormal. The first stage is already 4-star level. The difficulty of this task is indeed at no ordinary level. Moreover, the task difficulty will change along with my rise in realm. This is the first time I've seen such a task. He obtained 3 first-grade divine seals, which condensed to form a second-grade divine seal. If 3 similar second-grade divine seals could condense to form a third-grade divine seal, he would still need to acquire a total of 9 first-grade divine seals. 9 first-grade divine seals, meaning he has to kill 9 king-level offering god demons. This is only for condensing a third-grade divine seal. If he wants to condense a 4-star one, the quantity needs to be tripled. Thinking about it makes Sunan feel overwhelmed. The good thing is, this is a task without a time limit. In this way, whether he can complete this task, and when he is going to complete it, all depend on his luck. Let's go, there's nothing left here. Sunan and the great princess left the ancient temple. Just as he left the ancient temple, the notification of Lang 13's task completion popped up again. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task. Explore any 2 ancient temples. 4.5 demon power points have been awarded. Current available demon power, 221 points. His demonic power could easily upgrade 1 Xian level bloodline to great perfection, but Sunan didn't do so. He had only upgraded 2 roles to Xian level yesterday. If he upgraded his bloodline to great perfection today, it would be hard not to arouse suspicion. At the very least, he's thinking of upgrading this character, Wang Nan, to Xian level first. Earth Official, Stove King, River Earl, these are divine positions in folklore. It seems that the cultivation of the incense divine path is inseparable from these divine posts. If that's the case, in the previous death's foresight, I was wearing festive wedding clothes in the temple. Does this mean the temple is presided over by the joyful deity, who is in charge of happy events? Having experienced 2 ancient temples, and according to the information given by Death's foresight, he will encounter a temple next. Sunan had to start paying attention to the temple issue. His avatar was still ahead clearing the way, and the information from foresight kept popping up rapidly. Sunan looked at the foresight information while turning to the great princess and asked, "Princess, after passing this ancient temple, we will encounter a temple. It is very likely the same one where you were critically injured last time. How much do you know about that temple?" "Temple? How do you know we are going to encounter a temple?" The great princess gazed at Sunan with questions in her eyes. All along the way, she had long noticed Sunan's extraordinary actions. Sunan had been leading her round and round, not always going forward. Yet except for the beginning, they hadn't encountered any soul-eating demons, which was simply unbelievable. If it happened once or twice, it could be luck. But now, she was sure that Sunan had some way of avoiding danger. The temple that severely injured me was very strange. If we were really going to encounter that temple next, I suggest you find a way to avoid it. If you can't, then we must stop immediately. Thinking about the temple that had injured her severely, the great princess had an extremely solemn expression. Seeing the great princess like this, Sunan also became serious. What was there in that temple? The great princess stopped walking, speaking in a deep voice, "Soul-eating demons, Corpse puppets. There are a lot of soul-eating demons and corpse puppets there. Corpse puppets? What are those? Sunan was curious. It was normal to have soul-eating demons, but he had never heard of corpse puppets. He couldn't help but think of the paper puppet demon. In his foresight, a paper puppet demon appeared. Now, the great princess told him there were corpse puppets. This made Sunan instantly connect the two. The great princess didn't answer directly, but asked in return, "Do you know what happened to those martial artists who entered these ancient temples, had their divine souls swallowed, and what was their final fate?" Final fate? Remembering the information in his foresight, Sunan instantly understood what the great princess meant by corpse puppets. Are you saying those corpse puppets are the walking dead who had their divine souls devoured? Exactly, the great princess nodded. This divine ruins has existed for countless years, and countless humans and demons have entered this place, including many powerful beings at the king or even emperor level. That's not all, there is a strange power in that temple, which seems to be some kind of rule. Rule? Sunan was surprised. As they were speaking, on his interface, the foresight information showed that his avatar had already arrived in front of the temple. Chapter 215, Rules in the Temple. After successfully avoiding another group of soul-eating demons, you climb over the hillside and see through your avatar a magnificent temple standing a kilometer away. Different from the 3 ancient temples you encountered before, this temple is not completely broken and most parts of it are well preserved. A moment later, you control your avatar to approach the temple and see many figures inside the temple, including humans, demons, males, females, old and young. Are they corpse puppets? Unlike the previous 3 ancient temples, even in the eyes of the avatar, this temple is not in a broken state. It is unknown whether the temple was originally like this, or its power has already begun to influence avatars without divine souls. Upon seeing your arrival, all the people in the temple look at you together, and to your horror, their faces are expressionless, their eyes are dull, and they have no spirit. You know that these are likely the unfortunate ones who entered the divine ruins and got their divine souls devoured. They are corpse puppets without divine souls and are gathered here under the control of the temple's power. Undaunted, you control your avatar to enter the temple, wanting to probe the secrets of the temple. However, as soon as your avatar enters the temple, the originally expressionless corpse puppets instantly become terrifying, surrounding your avatar. You notice that among these corpse puppets, there are 3 figures you have seen before. Standing among the corpse puppets on the left is a middle-aged man, ordinary in appearance, but you recognize him at a glance as the Demon King who once guarded the Wolf King Palace of the Sky Wolf clan. Among the many corpse puppets on the right are 2 old men, one wearing a grey robe and the other a white robe. They are the powerful figures of the Deonsing sect who once attacked Sky Wolf Valley. 1 from the Sky Wolf clan and 2 from the Deonsing sect were left here. Sunan was shocked. Last time, when the Deonsing sect and the Sky Wolf clan arrived here, they were all powerful king-level existences, and there were even emperor-level powerhouses leading them. Despite this, 3 people were still left behind in this place, demonstrating the horror of the temple. Corpse puppets attack your avatar, you control your avatar to resist with all your might, but their former strength far surpasses yours. Even without their divine souls, you cannot withstand their attacks as walking corpses. 1 minute later, your avatar is destroyed, transforming back into the power of techniques and returning to your body. Having witnessed the terror of the temple, you know it is not something you and the Sky Wolf clan princess can handle, and you decisively choose to bypass it. 2 minutes later, you suddenly see another temple appearing before you, identical to the one your avatar saw. You know that because of the influence of the incense divine path's luck, you have been entangled by the temple, and no matter which direction you go, you cannot escape it. You are unwilling to give up as things are, but no matter which direction you flee, the distance between you and the temple keeps getting closer. 2 minutes later, when you are 2 meters away from the temple, you see a completely different scene from what your avatar saw, where the grand hall of the temple is extremely festive, as if a wedding is taking place. In the grand hall, hundreds of dull-eyed corpse puppets and dozens of soul-eating demons are like guests seated at numerous long tables, all watching the 2 of you, waiting for you to enter. 3 minutes later, you and the princess can no longer escape the temple and finally enter it. At the moment you enter the temple, you fall into a coma. End of the 5th Death's Foresight, continue. A nearly identical situation has occurred like in the previous Death's Foresight. Just like the 3 ancient temples, the temple in the foresight is determined not to let him go. Sunan looks at the great princess and quickly asks, "What are the rules in that temple?" The great princess's expression is solemn. The temple is called Joyful Deity Temple, and it is one of the most dangerous places in the divine ruins. Basically, once you enter the divine ruins, regardless of being human or demon, there is a high probability of encountering that Joyful Deity Temple. In the temple, a wedding ceremony of a newlywed couple is being repeated. Once you enter the temple, you will become part of the ceremony. If you're lucky, you'll become one of the guests and may possibly escape after the ceremony. If you're unlucky, you become the groom or the bride. Survival is nearly impossible, as the great terror begins after the ceremony. Becoming part of the ceremony. Sunan's heart sinks. Undoubtedly, he will become the groom. The great princess continues, there are two parts to the ceremony. The first part is the kowtow ceremony, which is simple, it ends after 3 bows and 9 prostrations. The second part is the banquet, during which the bride and groom must share food with the guests. For the bride and groom, every step of these 2 parts is extremely dangerous, especially the first part of the ceremony. Each segment of the 3 bows and 9 prostrations results in a portion of their chi luck and lifespan being drained until they're completely depleted. As for the guests, there's not much danger in the first part, but in the second part, their lives are at stake because their flesh and divine spirits will become food at the banquet. Chi luck and lifespan can be drained? Shocked, Sunan recalled the previous 3 ancient temples where only divine souls were demanded for sacrifices by the offering god demons. Now, even intangible elements like chi luck and lifespan could be drained, highlighting the vast difference. As for what will happen after these 2 parts, no one knows because the people who have experienced these stages either died or ran away before they got to find out. After a pause, the great princess spoke solemnly, "Last time, I was the bride in the ceremony, and I almost died while struggling against the temple's power." The bride? Having listened silently, Sunan finally got a rough understanding of this so-called Joyful Deity Temple, and his heart inevitably sank. He couldn't just run, but carrying out the ritual would result in his chi luck and lifespan being drained. He remained clueless as to how to break free of such a predicament. "I do not know how you know in advance what we'll encounter, but if it's the Joyful Deity Temple, I advise you to take the same route back immediately." Once again, the great princess tried to dissuade him. She had been to the temple once and knew all too well the terror it possessed. Sunan remained silent, saying nothing, and turned his gaze back to the panel. Continue foreseeing. A minute later, you awake and realize you're lying on a stone bed. Mysteriously, you're dressed in red festive clothes. At that moment, a paper male child, about 8 or 9 years old, made from red paper, walks into the room and informs you that it's time for the marriage ceremony. You realize you're no match for the paper puppet demon before you and there's no traditional way to escape. You decide to use the Across the Heavens Shift technique. The Across the Heavens Shift technique is used and you successfully escape from the temple, emerging on a small hill. However, your actions have infringed some forbidden taboo. Instantly, you feel a horrifying presence advancing towards you. Without hesitation, you use the Across the Heavens Shift technique 3 more times, but to your disappointment, you cannot escape the terrifying presence. You die. He used the Across the Heavens Shift technique 4 times, each time covering roughly 3,000 meters, yet he still ended up dead after fleeing over 20 miles. The enemy was too powerful. Even using the Across the Heavens Shift technique was futile. Escaping won't work unless I have a teleportation stone, just like the great princess did last time, to escape directly from the divine ruins. Exiting the game should also solve the problem, but it's uncertain whether I will still be targeted upon logging back in. I shouldn't try this method unless absolutely necessary. Right now, I can only consider other options. I wonder what will happen if I use the spirit descent technique to control my avatar to enter the temple. After the spirit descent, the avatar would not be a mere tool, but a bona fide martial artist. If he could enter the temple under such conditions and still play the role of the groom, then that would be an opportunity for him. Perhaps after his avatar becomes the groom, he could recall his divine soul. This way, even if the avatar continues with the following rituals, it shouldn't affect him. After all, without the presence of a divine soul, the avatar is merely a tool, devoid of chi luck and lifespan. The foreseeing begins once more. The first 3 foreseeings were passed during a journey. It was only during the 4th foreknowledge that the so-called Joyful Deity Temple appeared in his avatar's sight. After the spirit descent into the avatar, you're ready to explore the temple before you. Upon reaching the temple, you notice its festive decorations, suggesting an ongoing wedding. In the grand hall, hundreds of lifeless corpse puppets and dozens of soul-eating demons sit like guests at several long tables, all watching your approach, awaiting your arrival. You did not avoid the temple and directly walked into it with your avatar. The moment you entered the temple, the divine soul inside your avatar fell unconscious. After a minute, when your avatar woke up, you discovered that you had been dressed in a set of wedding clothes without knowing when. You were not panicked, instead, your eyes showed pleasure. This was the outcome you desired. At this time, an 8 or 9-year-old male child, made from red paper, walked into the room and told you that the auspicious time has come and it was time for the wedding. You did not think about escaping, instead, you followed the male child out of the room and, after a moment, you went to the grand hall under the guidance of the child. You saw a woman wearing a wedding dress with a red veil over her face, led by another female child made from red paper, walking into the grand hall and standing next to you. In front of you was a statue of a goddess. You knew that once the wedding ceremony was performed, your divine soul and lifespan would be drained. You did not dare to continue incarnating your divine soul in the avatar and tried to withdraw the divine soul. However, when you were withdrawing your divine soul, you triggered an unknown taboo, and a terrifying force descended. Unfortunately, your avatar was killed and returned to your body in the form of Technique's origin. You cannot withdraw the divine soul halfway. Sunan was disappointed, the first attempt was a failure. Without the avatar, there was no need for foreknowledge next. Without a good plan, it was a dead end for his entity to continue to enter the temple. According to what the great princess said, the greatest danger is to become the groom and bride. I wonder if I can play the role of a guest. With a little thought, Sunan came up with another method, his eyes couldn't help but light up. In his previous entries, he had always played the groom. To change the identity, the difficulty is undoubtedly great. However, for him, it was not without solutions, it was just a few sacrifices to be made. There cannot be two grooms in a wedding. I will let my avatar enter the temple first and play the groom. Then I can enter as a guest with my entity. Then I can retrieve the divine soul from the avatar. At most, I am just going to lose an avatar. If the avatar were killed, it could be revived, but it would require a lot of strength and some time to gather again, similar to gathering life essence blood. Although by doing so, he wouldn't be able to use his avatar for the next 2 or 3 days, but it was nothing compared to being able to smoothly escape the temple. Foreknowledge started again. After wasting 3 foreseeings, his entity followed his avatar back to the joyful deity temple. You know, once you enter the temple, you will either become the groom and bride, or a guest. Compared to becoming the groom and bride, it is much safer to be a guest. You plan to make the avatar the groom and your entity the guest. Your divine soul incarnated in your avatar and marched straight into the temple. The moment your avatar entered the temple, your divine soul within the avatar fell unconscious. A minute later, when your avatar woke up again, you found that it had been dressed in wedding clothes. After confirming that your avatar had become the groom, your entity then started walking towards the temple. The moment your entity entered the temple, your vision blurred momentarily. When it cleared up again, you were seated at a long table. To your left and right were a man and a woman respectively, both with expressionless faces and a dull look. You knew you had successfully become a guest. Soon, your avatar and a woman in a wedding dress, each being led by a male and female child made of red paper, walked into the grand hall. You knew that once the wedding ceremony was performed, your divine soul and lifespan would be drained. You didn't dare to continue to incarnate the divine soul onto the avatar and attempted to retrieve the divine soul. However, at the moment of retrieving your divine soul, you triggered an unknown taboo and a terrifying force descended. Unfortunately, your avatar was killed and returned to your body as the origin of the technique. Same situation as before happened. The critical moment arrived, whether the death of the avatar had any impact on his entity was all in what followed. Chapter 216, 4 Guests. Everything was going according to plan, without any unexpected incidents. In the foreknowledge, the avatar was killed, and Sunan didn't know whether a wedding without a groom could continue. If the ceremony were to be terminated due to the lack of a groom, his real body might avoid the crisis. The avatar was killed, and the wedding lacked a groom. All guests were angry with fierce expressions. Just when you thought the ceremony would stop due to this, the male and female child hosting the ceremony glanced at the present guests, preparing to choose one as the groom and continue the ceremony. Unfortunately, as one of the 5 guests present, you were chosen for having relatively more chi luck. Chi luck. So, the reason I was repeatedly chosen as the groom was that I had enough chi luck. Seeing this, Sunan's expression changed slightly, finally understanding why he was always chosen as the groom. At the same time, he was also disappointed. Obviously, he failed again this time. The ceremony did not stop due to the lack of a groom, instead, they selected a groom from among the guests, and they chose him, which was beyond his expectation. However, compared to these, the number of guests mentioned in the foreknowledge made Sunan even more puzzled. 5 guests. There are 4 other guests besides me. Sunan was surprised. The guests in the foreknowledge could not possibly refer to the soul-eating demons and corpse puppets. Otherwise, there would not be just 5 of them. The guests here must be martial artists or demons with divine souls. This was strange. By rights, there should only be 1 guest in the temple, so how could there suddenly be 4 more guests? Could they be players? Suddenly, Sunan thought of a possibility. There was a high likelihood of this. Martial artists entering the temple might have encountered an accident long ago and could not have survived until now. The 2 powerful Dancing sect individuals and the demon king of the Sky Wolf clan were perfect examples. Players were different. Players could quit the game. Even if they died, it wouldn't matter. They could only not log into the game that day. When they logged in again on the second day, they would still be in the temple and continue to play the role of a guest. This place is already deep within the divine ruins. Ordinary players can't get here. Maybe a few unlucky ones logged in and ended up here. Then they got stuck in the temple. Sunan thought of a possibility. He didn't know, just as he thought, at that moment, several players appeared out of thin air in the temple. However, different from his guess, the temple didn't have 4 players. There were only 3. The forum said that there would be treasures appearing here, but I don't know what kind of treasure that could be. This place is the forbidden area of life. We won't get any treasures here, let alone that we are trapped here and can't get out. Apparently, the treasure information on the forum attracted them, so they logged into the game immediately. Just as Sunan thought, their luck was bad. As soon as they entered the game, they appeared in the divine ruins. After several death experiences, they all arrived at this temple and were then trapped in the temple and unable to leave. For us, this might be an opportunity. If other players come in looking for treasure, they might be able to help us leave. Don't dream. This place is very strange. Even Zhang Yang, Wang Nan, and Lang 13, the top 3 on the ranking list, would kneel here like us. Upon realizing that they couldn't leave, they had been collecting relevant information. They even spent a lot of money to have some informants on the forum help them search for related information. However, when they learned the place they were in was the forbidden area of life and that the temple they were trapped in was called the Joyful Deity Temple, they were devastated. I hope Zhang Yang and Wang Nan could come here. What if they could actually find a way out with their skills? Someone said with hope. More than half of the time for the human crisis task had already passed, but they had not even completed the novice task. If they continued like this, their fate would be nothing but elimination. Don't delude yourself. Didn't you see that even a king-level powerhouse like that old man was trapped here just like us? He could only pretend to be dead to escape any trouble. In a low whisper, the 3 people subconsciously looked towards the grey-robed old man not far away. The forum had many screenshots of when the Dancing sect and the Sky Wolf clan fought. After comparing the pictures, they discovered that the old man was a king-level powerhouse of the Dancing sect. If Sunan heard their conversation right now, he would be surprised. In the trio's conversation, that old man from the Dancing sect hadn't died. Unfortunately, you were chosen as the substitute groom. All guests looked at you. The next moment, your vision blurred. When you appeared again, you were already wearing festive wedding clothes and standing in front of the woman's divine statue in the grand hall, continuing the unfinished ceremony of your avatar. With the male child hosting the ceremony shouting "First bow to heaven and earth," the ceremony officially began. You immediately found that your body was out of control, bowing with the bride to the divine statue in front of you. As you and the bride bowed together, you immediately felt an invisible force draining from your body. It was your lifespan, In an instant, your body aged 10 years. You wanted to resist, but found out that you couldn't use any of your powers, be it techniques or divine abilities. You could only continue like a puppet. The ceremony didn't stop. As the male child hosting the ceremony shouted second bow to the joyful deity, you and the bride bowed again. This time, your chi luck would be extracted. However, at this moment, the life wheel scripture within your body uncontrollably operates, and the force trying to extract your chi luck in the dark is blocked. Life wheel scripture. The life wheel scripture is resisting the power of the temple. Seeing the information of foreknowledge, Sunan was startled and then overjoyed. Only then did he realize that his life wheel scripture could govern fate. I just don't know if the power of the life wheel scripture can completely block the power of the temple. Expectation appeared in Sunan's eyes. The ceremony had just begun, and the extraction of chi luck was far from over. It was uncertain whether the life wheel scripture could block all the power of the temple, and it was temporarily unknown whether the ceremony would change again if his chi luck was not extracted. The ceremony continues, as the male child hosting shouts, your body bows uncontrollably once again, this time the power within the temple wants to extract both your lifespan and chi luck. Your lifespan decreases, the life wheel scripture swiftly operates, and the force trying to extract your chi luck is blocked once more, failing to successfully take your chi luck. 3 minutes later, the 3 bows and 9 prostrations are complete, and by this time, you have aged 100 years. Fortunately, your chi luck has not diminished at all. The 4th foreknowledge ends. Do you want to continue? Continue. This time, Sunan didn't stop. He wanted to see what kind of ending he would face if he continued following the ceremony process. You have successfully completed the first step of the ceremony. The massive loss of your lifespan has a significant impact on you, your bloodlines inside are violently agitated, and your strength is reduced to 1/10. Fortunately, you have just merged the 4 bloodlines into one, so you only have one bloodline inside, and no bloodline conflict occurs. The ceremony continues, and you know that the second part, the feast, is about to begin. Glancing over all the guests, you notice that there are 3 striking figures among them. They are 3 young men. Unlike the other guests who appear dull, the 3 of them look at you with astonishment, and you understand in an instant that these 3 are outsiders. 3 people? Why are there only 3 people? Sunan was puzzled, as the previous foreknowledge mentioned that besides him, there were 4 real guests. As the male child hosting the ceremony shouts once more, the feast officially begins. In an instant, all of the soul-eating demons and corpse puppet guests turn their gazes toward the 3 outsiders. A greedy expression appears on their mundane, expressionless faces. The 3 outsiders' faces change drastically. Realizing the danger, they try to escape, but they have no chance at all, as they are surrounded by the guests. The next moment, the 3 are attacked by the power of divine soul and fall into unconsciousness. You see all the corpse puppets and soul-eating demons place the 3 outsiders separately on 3 long tables. The male child hosting the ceremony steps forward and cuts open the bodies of the 3 outsiders. Blood flows, staining the long tables before the corpse puppets and soul-eating demons in an instant. The male child takes the 3's hearts and presents them to you, waiting for you to consume. Do I also have to eat the guests' flesh and blood? Sunan's face turned pale. Thankfully, the 3 were outsiders, otherwise he was afraid that he would have to eat their flesh and blood in the next part. When outsiders die, their bodies disappear and leave no traces behind. Now, the 3 hearts could be presented in front of him because the 3 were only unconscious, not dead. However, with their hearts removed, unless the 3 were immensely strong and tenacious in vitality, they would not be far from death. With no guests, the ceremony should not be able to continue, right? Seeing the bloody hearts in front of you, you do not make any moves. At this moment, the intense pain in their bodies awakens the 3 outsiders, who look at their own bodies in horror. Then, in the eyes of all the guests, the 3 disappear, and simultaneously the heart that the male child tried to hand you vanishes. The 3 outsiders die, the food for the feast disappears, and the guests who had been eagerly awaiting to consume the flesh and blood of the 3 are instantly out of control. Their faces become distorted with anger, and their expressions are ghastly and terrifying. The male child hosting the ceremony becomes furious, scanning the hall with his gaze, searching for alternative food. Suddenly, the male child sees something and turns his gaze to a corner, where an old man is standing outside of the corpse puppets and soul-eating demons. The next moment, all of the corpse puppets and soul-eating demons turn their attention to the old man. You follow their gaze and see a grey-robed old man, one of the two powerful individuals from the Dianxing sect. Noticed by the corpse puppets and soul-eating demons, the old man, who originally had a dull expression and lifeless eyes, appears irked. He stares at you with angry eyes. The old man suddenly struck you with a blue beam, your weakened state left you unable to react in time, and you were hit by the old man's power. You died. That old guy from Dianxing sect is still alive. Sunan was shocked, finally understanding what happened to the missing person. Obviously, the old man had used some method to disguise himself as a corpse puppet, deceiving the soul-eating demons and other corpse puppets. Although he was unable to leave the temple, he managed to stay alive. It was likely that, in the old man's view, Sunan's arrival was what led to his discovery, thus prompting him to attack in anger. Of course, it was also possible that the old man believed that killing Sunan would remove the groom from the ceremony, ensuring his own safety. Interesting. If that old man could disguise himself as a corpse puppet, then maybe I can try it too. Sunan came up with the idea and immediately began attempting it. Bone shifting could only make him appear as a being of flesh and blood, so it definitely couldn't transform him into a soul-eating demon. However, becoming a corpse puppet should be feasible. In your view, transforming into the appearance of a corpse puppet might enable you to survive in the temple. Bone shifting is used, your appearance and aura begin to change, and in the blink of an eye, you become like one of the corpse puppets in the Grand Hall. Unfortunately, your bone shifting can only deceive those below king level. It is useless against the power of the temple. The moment you entered the temple, you fell into unconsciousness. When you awaken, you find yourself in festive wedding clothes. No good, hey. Sunan sighed but wasn't too surprised. From the beginning, the bone-shifting technique could only deceive those below king level. Its efficacy has not increased along with Sunan's own power growth. It's foreseeable that as his strength grows, this technique will be of less and less help to him. And so, he thought of the technique called Change One's Face. That technique could allow him to transform into any race he had seen before. If he could acquire it, maybe it would still help him. Unfortunately, there's only one technique seed in the contribution wall, and it's not available for exchange anymore. To exchange for it again, he would need to earn 20,000 contribution points for a divine ability seed. Sunan's expression changed. On the side, the great princess had been closely watching his expressions. Seeing his change, she couldn't help but say, if there's no way to bypass the temple, it's not too late to turn back now. The great princess advised again. She had no idea that now, she not only no longer wanted to kill Sunan and was no longer troubled by the bloodline coexistence technique, but she actually began to worry about him. Sunan shook his head and continued to consider his options in silence. Since the life wheel scripture can guarantee my chi luck from being stolen, now I just need to solve the problem of my lifespan. Having one's lifespan extracted would affect their bloodline, which is fatal for a martial artist. Thankfully, in order to complete the task of exploring the temple, he had switched roles to Lang 13 and had been using this character for his foreknowledge. If he had used the Wang Nan role for foreknowledge, he might have already lost control when his lifespan was reduced. If I use an avatar to play the groom in the ceremony, would my lifespan or the avatar's lifespan be extracted? A thought suddenly struck Sunan. During his previous foreknowledge, the avatar was killed while his true self played the groom, resulting in his lifespan being extracted. But if he used an avatar, things might be different. After all, avatars don't have something like lifespan. Although his divine soul descends onto the avatar, making the avatar Wang Nan, the two share chi luck and fate divine power, but seemingly not lifespan. With this in mind, Sunan immediately began another round of foreknowledge. Chapter 217, The Final Wedding Chamber. The divine soul descends on your avatar. The moment you enter the joyful deity temple with your avatar, your conscious awareness within your avatar falls into a faint. When you revive again, you've already dressed in festive wedding clothes. This is already Sunan's 38th foreknowledge of the day. He only has a little over half of his available foreknowledge times left. Due to the distance between his real body and the joyful deity temple, he has to waste several foreknowledge times on the journey each time. Just like in his previous foreknowledge, after transforming into the groom, Sunan is led by a male child made of red paper to enter the main hall and begin the wedding ritual. Sunan is no longer thinking about escaping from the joyful deity temple. Instead, he is contemplating how to find a solution to the joyful deity temple whilst partaking in its rituals. Your avatar and a woman, dressed in a wedding gown, are led by 2 children made of red paper, a boy and a girl, into the grand hall. You know what is going to happen next. You are not nervous. Instead, you use the opportunity to examine the divine statue and the woman who will participate in the wedding ritual with you. You observe that the divine statue is a breathtakingly beautiful woman with an embroidered ball in her hand. After looking for a moment, you find nothing unusual and instead turn your gaze to the bride beside you. The bride is shrouded in red, her face covered by a veil. She notices your scrutiny and turns to look at you. Although her expressions are unclear as they are obscured by her veil, the moment she turns to look at you, you feel a terrifying sensation of being singled out by a wild beast. This is goosebumps-inducing. In an instant you realize, there is something extraordinary about the woman participating in the wedding ritual with you. She may reportedly have tremendous strength. Tremendous strength. Sunan's expression became serious and immediately thought of a possibility. Could the bride be the offering god demon of the temple? With the male child, as the ceremony host shouting, the rituals officially begin. Your body uncontrollably follows the bride's movements, bowing down in front of the divine statue. You know that with each bow, your lifespan will be extracted. You dare not be careless and carefully feel the changes in your body. You are pleased to find that nothing happens to your avatar, your lifespan hasn't diminished, and neither does your real body experience any abnormalities. It really works. Brilliance ensues in Sunan's eyes. Everything went as expected. The avatar is a condensation of mana and green gold stone, a concept such as lifespan doesn't exist for it. The power of the temple that's capable of extracting lifespan is useless against him. The rituals continue. However, the following message causes Sunan's expression to change once again. With the ceremonial child shouting again, you and the bride bow again. The indiscernible power descends aiming to extract your chi luck. With the life wheel scripture, you had initially thought that you were safe. However, when the power descends, you are alarmed to find out that your chi luck is dissipating. It was then you realize that the life wheel scripture can't be utilized within the avatar's body. In a crisis moment, you, as your real self, run the life-turning sutra remotely and switch roles to Wang Nan, thereby sharing the chi luck of the avatar with your real body. Prompted by the unknown powers, the life wheel scripture turns uncontrollably within your real body and halts the extraction of your chi luck. However, just when you breathe a sigh of relief, you suddenly hear the bride beside you gasp in surprise and turns to look at you. Unfortunately, even though you successfully prevent the extraction of your lifespan and chi luck, it attracted the attention of the bride. You suddenly find yourself under the scrutiny of a pair of eyes, trying to see through you completely. How did the bride know that my lifespan and chi luck were not taken away? Could the one responsible for the extraction of chi luck and lifespan be the bride? Last time, although his chi luck was not extracted, over 100 years of his lifespan was taken away, which did not instigate any changes. This time, when neither chi luck nor lifespan are taken away, it arouses the curiosity of the bride. So, Sunan becomes even more suspicious that this bride could be the offering god demon. However, another question puzzles him. If the bride performing the wedding ritual with him is really the offering god demon, then who or what exactly is the groom who conducts the ceremony with someone else who plays the bride? Could it be that the offering god demon can play both the bride and groom? The ceremony continues. With the ceremony host continuously shouting, your body goes out of control and bows with the bride unceasingly. 2 minutes later, the 3 bows and 9 prostrations ritual concludes. Not a bit of your lifespan and chi luck has been diminished. However, the bride is infuriated because she couldn't extract anything from you. You could feel her gaze on you, cold and terrifying. Fortunately, due to the restrictions of the ceremonial rules, the bride cannot directly attack you. Is the bride also bound by the rules of the ceremony? Seeing this, Sunan is both shocked and amazed. The fact that the bride is unable to attack him is unquestionably good news for him. But if the bride was indeed the offering god demon, why would she be also bound by the ceremonial rules? It was unlikely that one's power was not in one's control, right? The first part of the ceremony is completed. Your strength is restored and you can use it again. You don't consider fleeing, instead, you begin the second part of the ritual, the banquet. Your gaze sweeps over all the guests. Among them, you notice 3 figures that are unusually prominent. They are looking at you in astonishment. Those are 3 outsiders. You pay them no heed, focusing on a grey-robed figure in the corner. You are aware that the old man has not died, but somehow deceived all the corpse puppets and soul-eating demons. With the continuation of the ceremony, the old man will surely wake up and launch an attack on you. You decide to strike first to gain the upper hand and to get rid of the old man. Just as the many corpse puppets and soul-eating demons focused their sight on the 3 outsiders, you used to cross the heavens shift to suddenly appear behind the old man. Your racial talent, one force breaking the sky, is unleashed. With the power of primordial chi and essence energy from your main body, you launch a full-scale attack on the old man. The old man, having used unknown secret techniques to feign death, had never imagined that someone would suddenly appear behind him and attack. He was caught unprepared without any chance to react, and you successfully landed your blow. A tremendous force landed on the old man's head, causing it to burst into pieces. He died on the spot, and became a headless corpse. A king-level powerhouse was killed in the foreknowledge. Previously, the offering god demons in the 3 ancient temples were defeated with the help of the great princess, but this was the first time Sunan truly killed a king-level powerhouse on his own. Of course, the main reason he was able to kill the old man in one blow was that the latter was using a secret technique to feign death. Another major factor was that the old man wasn't from the physique series, but from the law-controlling class, which accounted for his vulnerability. This was evident from the old man's last attack on him during foreknowledge. Otherwise, if they were to confront each other head-on, even if Sunan could kill the old man, he would have to put in great effort and wouldn't be able to finish him in one blow like he did now. To prevent the old man's corpse from becoming the food for the following feast, you dared not leave the old man's corpse, quickly put it into the cosmic ring and returned to the statue of the divine god. Your sudden move attracted the attention of all the corpse puppets and soul-eating demons. The bride looked at you with even more anger, though she could not attack you due to the constraints of the ceremony. The feast continued, and the eye gazes of the corpse puppets and soul-eating demons once again fell on the 3 outsiders. Greed surfaced on their previously expressionless faces. The 3 outsiders finally sensed the danger and wanted to run away, but had no chance at all. All the corpse puppets and soul-eating demons surrounded them. The 3 outsiders cried out to you for help, but you ignored them. The next moment, they were attacked by the power of divine soul and fell unconscious. End of 4th prediction. Continue. I've killed a guest and haven't been attacked. It seems as long as I don't run, there won't be any problems. After the death of the 3 outsiders, they will disappear and the only proper guest has been killed. Now that the food for the feast is gone, I wonder if the feast will continue. If it continues, what will happen next? Looking at the information of foreknowledge, Sunan contemplated silently. The foreknowledge continues. You see that the corpse puppets and soul-eating demons put the 3 outsiders on 3 long tables respectively. The male child, ceremony host, comes forward and carves open the bodies of the 3 outsiders. The 3 outsiders died, the food for the feast disappeared, and the impatient guests who awaited to savor their flesh immediately lost control. Their faces twisted in rage were grotesque and terrifying. The male child, ceremony host, who controlled the ceremony, was even more furious. He looked around the hall for a replacement for the food, but ultimately found no alternative. The wedding matron beside you was even angrier. Without food, the progression of the ceremony wouldn't halt, but her chances to extract your lifespan and chi luck diminished, which infuriated her even more. Unfortunately, due to the rules of the ceremony, she was helpless. The ceremony continued, and a minute later, the corpse puppets and soul-eating demons who couldn't find replacement food howled one after another. 2 minutes later, all the corpse puppets and soul-eating demons fell into madness. 3 minutes later, the feast time ended, and the ceremony will enter the 3rd part, the bridal chamber. End of 5th prediction. Continue. 3rd part? Why is there a 3rd part? Bridal chamber? What kind of joke is this? They expect me to have a bridal chamber with that ghostly thing. Looking at the last piece of information from the prediction, Sunan was instantly disturbed. If it was just an additional part, he wouldn't mind too much. He had managed to find ways to survive the first 2 parts and wouldn't be too concerned about this extra part. But the 3rd part was a bridal chamber, and this left him at a loss for what to do next. Although it was just a premonition now, if he wanted to continue his exploration into the divine ruins, he would need to follow all the actions in the premonition. Doing the bridal chamber with the rumored offering god demon in the premonition didn't bother him. After all, it was only a premonition. But if he was asked to sleep with such a monstrous demon bride posing as an offering god in the actual game, he wouldn't be able to accept that. What's wrong? Did you find something? Noticing the change in Sunan's expression, the great princess asked again. Sunan paused for a moment, then asked, "Why is there a third part in the ceremony of the joyful deity temple?" "A third part? How do you know there's a third part?" Great princess was startled. She couldn't understand how Sunan, who hadn't moved at all, had suddenly come to know that there was a third part of the ceremony. The great princess thought for a moment and said, "The divine ruins have been in existence for God knows how long. Plenty of people have entered the joyful deity temple. Many people have experienced the first part of the ceremony, many of whom have also acted as the groom, but often, after going through the first part, most people are drained of their chi luck and died. Even if they have a lot of chi luck and don't get drained, they often die due to massive loss of lifespan, leading to loss of bloodline control. Hardly anyone can make it through the first part. Those who can experience the second part are usually the guests. At this point, when the bride and groom lose control, the ceremony wouldn't stop, possibly only the guests might survive this step." Pausing for a moment, the great princess continued, "Legend says the ceremony does indeed have 3 parts. Some ancient books have recorded that only the bride and groom would experience the third part. However, in reality, no one has ever heard of anyone experiencing the third part because it is terrifying, a sure death. Once it begins, no one can survive." "A sure death?" Sunan's heart sunk. He had a deep experience of the horror of the first 2 parts and dared not to think about how dangerous the so-called sure death third part could be. However, when he thought about the content of the third part, he sighed in relief. Being in the bridal chamber with a suspected offering god demon that surpassed the king level, how was this different from seeking death? At this point, the great princess seemed to remember something. According to the ancient books, the original purpose of the ceremony in the joyful deity temple was to bestow a joyful blessing for newlywed couples. But I don't know what happened that turned this blessing into dangerous sorcery. Blessing? Sunan didn't doubt this was possible. It could be that the joyful deity blessed countless newlyweds every day when he was still alive. However, everything turned around after the joyful deity's death. There's no way around it. Even if it really means going into the bridal chamber with the offering god demon, I can only plow ahead now. After all, it's my avatar, not me, that will be in the bridal chamber. Moreover, since the bridal chamber is considered as a sure death situation, it can't just simply be about carnal relations." Pondering this, Sunan quickly made up his mind. Continue the premonition. The third part of the ceremony begins. Led by 2 male children, made from red paper, you and the bride are walking towards the inner hall. After a while, the 2 children leave you in a carefully arranged bridal chamber and you and the bride remain alone in the room. Knowing that something extremely dangerous would likely happen next, you're on full alert, ready to respond at any time. However, the bride, who was sitting by the bed, seemed to be waiting for you to lift her veil. She didn't make any move, which relaxed you a bit. You did not dare to make any move, just staring intensely at the bride. 1 minute later, nothing unusual happens. 2 minutes later, you keep staring at the bride. 3 minutes later, the bride who was quiet all this while suddenly speaks up, asking why you haven't lifted her veil. Without waiting for any response from you, in the next moment, your divine soul embodied in the avatar is attacked, and loses consciousness instantly. The 6th prediction has been terminated. Would you like to proceed with the next one? Chapter 218, Ceremony completed. As expected, the third part of the ceremony involves facing the bride, who is suspected to be a sacrifice for the god demons. It can be almost certain that this sacrificial god demon must be a being beyond the king level. However, it is limited by the rules of the ceremony and cannot act easily. It is unrealistic to confront the bride head-on, the only thing we can rely on now are the rules of the ceremony. The reason the bride didn't attack me right away is probably due to the limitations of the rules, which only allow her to act under specific circumstances, such as when I try to escape. Watching the foreknowledge, Sunan quickly considers solutions. Continue the foresight. You didn't follow the rules of the ceremony, finally giving the bride, who has been limited by the rules, a chance to act. Your divine soul is attacked and you lose consciousness. When you try to retrieve the divine soul from your avatar, you find that part of the divine soul has been forcibly extracted from the avatar by some power. You realize something is wrong and try to control your avatar through the connection between you and your avatar. But just then, your body sees a bride dressed in festive wedding clothes and covered by a red veil appearing in front of you and the great princess. Unfortunately, the bride manages to find your real body through the QJ luck connection between your avatar and your body. You are shocked and want to escape, but it's too late. You are dead. Pity that you successfully passed the first 2 parts of the ceremony but failed in the third part, missing out on an unknown opportunity. Indeed. The bride didn't act immediately because she was restricted by the rules of the ceremony. The first piece of information from the foresight confirms his suspicion. It goes without saying that the ceremony requires him to lift the bride's veil at the appointed time, and there may be other unknown rules afterward. Only by following the rules of the ceremony step by step can he prevent the bride from acting against him. However, this doesn't mean that it is safe for him to follow the ceremony procedures. On the contrary, just like before, each step poses a danger, and the danger is even greater than the previous 2 parts. Otherwise, it wouldn't be known as a deadly game. The bride can actually find my body by following the QJ luck connection. Her abilities seem to be related to Qi luck. Sunan can't help but speculate, his expression serious. The danger before was only that his avatar could be obliterated, but now in the third part, the danger can reach his real body. Now, he must treat the situation more carefully. Completing the 3 parts of the ceremony will grant me an opportunity? What kind of opportunity is that? Seeing the final piece of information, Sunan can't help but speculate. His current efforts to find a solution to the ceremony are merely to escape the temple and continue to venture deeper into the divine ruins. If he can obtain an opportunity, that would be fantastic. However, given the current situation, it seems challenging. Continue the foresight. He doesn't stop and starts another new foresight. This time, he plans to follow the ceremony and see what will happen in the end. A moment later, 2 young boys and girls lead you to a beautifully decorated bridal chamber, leaving you alone with the bride inside the room. Facing the bride who is sitting on the edge of the bed, you don't hesitate and decisively lift the red veil on her head. The moment you lift the veil, to your surprise, you see not the bizarre and terrifying face of the sacrificial god demon, but an extremely beautiful face. The face seems familiar to you, and after a brief pondering, you recognize it as being strikingly similar to the joyful deity's divine statue. However, for some reason, you find that her skin is crystal clear and looks like a crystal, different from humans, even somewhat similar to those massive strange people you saw in the memories of the Earth Official and Stove King before they died. Somewhat similar to those strange people? What's going on? Sunan is surprised, but the foresight provides too little information to deduce more. The bride looks at you, her lips curling into a smile. The next moment, you realize that your life wheel scripture is running wildly in your body, at a speed several times faster than before. You have a feeling that if the power trying to extract your Qi luck continues to increase, your life wheel scripture might not be able to withstand it. A few breaths later, your life wheel scripture in your body finally slows down, and your Qi luck is not reduced in the slightest. Blocked it again. Sunan is delighted in his heart. Obviously, the 3 parts of the ceremony each draw more powerful Qi luck and lifespan with each step. Just a pity that in the end, his life wheel scripture still prevails. If I can keep going like this, as long as I follow the rules of the ceremony, it doesn't seem to be a big problem. But I don't know if my life wheel scripture can hold up like this. Sunan is getting worried. Even though the life wheel scripture has a special effect on Qi luck, it definitely has limits. The frantic spinning is a clear indication of that. Now, he regrets having used his demon power to elevate Zhang Yang at the Xuan level earlier. Zhang Yang's breakthrough here doesn't do him much good now, but holding on to that demon power would bring him closer to the 500 demon power points needed to upgrade his life wheel scripture. At this point, his life wheel scripture is only at the 2nd level. If it could be upgraded another level, he could face the upcoming situation with absolute certainty. Once again, your life wheel scripture blocks the force trying to extract your Qi luck, and the bride still fails to take your Qi luck. The beautiful face turns fierce, and her gaze at you turns cold and horrifying. At this moment, you're not sure if it's an illusion, but the appearance of the bride seems to have changed slightly, although you can't quite figure out what has changed. Due to the rules of the ceremony, the bride cannot directly attack you. After a moment, the bride's expression returns to normal. She stands up, picks up a wine glass from a table nearby, pours 2 glasses of wine, and hands one of them to you. You know that the bride, who resembles the joyful deity, wants to drink cross-cupped wine with you. Not daring to violate the rules of the ceremony, you don't hesitate to accept the wine glass, and drink the wine with the bride, your arms crossed. However, at the moment you drink the cross-cupped wine, the life wheel scripture in your main body starts spinning madly again. The speed is unprecedented, and your main body is under immense pressure, risking being torn apart at any moment. The power of extracting chi luck has increased again. No wonder it's called a certain death predicament. Even if there was a lot of chi luck, after these 3 parts of the ceremony, it would have been drained away. Sunan's face turns pale, and it's clear that his life wheel scripture has reached its limit. If he continues, he's afraid he won't be able to bear it. Failing to extract your chi luck and lifespan again, the bride's face becomes fierce, her beautiful face distorted, and her gaze is filled with murderous intent. The bride asks you how you were able to resist her power, but you ignore her, waiting for the next part of the ceremony. Congratulations, after a series of ceremonies, you have reached the final step. As long as you complete the consummation of the marriage with the bride within the next 10 hours, you will become the first person to complete this ceremony. So, it still comes down to the bridal chamber in the end. Sunan sighs, somewhat helpless. Fortunately, the woman he's about to consummate the marriage with is an incredibly beautiful woman, not a strangely featured offering god demon. Moreover, even if he really has to consummate the marriage, it's only with his avatar, not his main body, which makes it somewhat more acceptable to him. At this point, he thinks of another problem and finds it curious. The last part seems to be simpler than I imagined. He originally thought that the final part of confronting the bride would be a horrifying experience, but the current situation is unexpected. Of course, this is only for him. His life wheel scripture and avatar combined perfectly to counter the power of the ceremony. If it were someone else, they would have been drained of their chi luck or lifespan and died already. Who cares, as long as I can complete the final ceremony, what does the bridal chamber matter in the end? You wait for the bride's move, but the fierceness in her face disappears, and she just looks at you with a cold smile, not making any further moves. You dare not be careless, so you also keep staring at the bride, ready to deal with any situation at any time. 2 minutes later, the bride is still looking at you with a cold smile, not making any moves. 3 minutes later, you don't know what to do, so you can only continue to wait. Is this forcing me to take the initiative? Sunan looks puzzled, as this situation is beyond his expectation. Continue. You know that the next step may be the last of the ceremony. Once you consummate the marriage with the bride, the ceremony will be considered complete. However, the bride obviously does not want to cooperate with you. You have no choice but to wait patiently. A minute later, you suspect that continuing to wait might cause you to miss the ceremony's timing, and you begin to worry. 2 minutes later, you dare not wait any longer, and finally walk towards the bride. Seeing your move, the bride reveals a mocking smile, her figure disappears, and reappears standing behind you. The bride does not want you to complete the ceremony, making you even more anxious. You know that in order to consummate the marriage with the bride, you have to try to catch her. You make a move against the bride, but the moment you do so, your divine soul is attacked, and you lose consciousness. Your main body senses that something is wrong and wants to withdraw the divine soul from the avatar but finds that the divine soul is forcibly pulled out from the avatar's body by some power. The next moment, your main body sees a bride dressed in festive wedding clothes appearing in front of you and the great princess. Unfortunately, the bride has followed the chi luck connection between your avatar and your main body and found you. You want to escape, but it's already too late. You're dead. What's going on? Did I break the rules of the ceremony? Am I not allowed to use strength? Or am I not allowed to forcefully consummate the marriage in the bridal chamber? End of foreknowledge. Sunan's heart sinks. There is no doubt that something went wrong at the last step. Now he understands why no one has been able to complete this ceremony for so many years. Even if all the previous steps were completed, as long as the bride is unwilling to enter the bridal chamber, everything would have been in vain. It is impossible to complete the ceremony under such rules. Now it's difficult. Sunan frowns. He doesn't know what impact the completion of the ceremony will have on the bride, but it's certain that it won't be something good. Under such circumstances, it is obviously impossible for him to make the bride willingly cooperate with him to complete the ceremony. He doesn't have that ability. This is an insoluble ceremony. If I keep stalling with the bride, what will happen? Will I die because I can't complete the ceremony? He thought of another question. From the previous situation, the ceremony required cooperation from both parties, and it has always been so. However, in the last step, the bride suddenly refused to cooperate. Did this count as the bride violating the rules of the ceremony? Sunan's heart moved, and he suddenly wanted to know the answer to this question. Unfortunately, the last step gave him too much time, 10 hours, and multiple foreknowledge attempts were simply impossible. He didn't have that many foreknowledge attempts. If he wanted to know the result, he could only use Death's foresight. His gaze fell on the panel's Death's foresight, and a prompt instantly popped up. You know that continue to go deeper into the divine ruins, you will encounter a joyful deity temple. To escape the joyful deity temple, you must complete the ceremony within. You have found the methods to complete the previous steps but don't know how to complete the final step. Do you wish to consume a certain number of foreknowledge attempts to foresee the final 3-minute moments before your death? Yes. Sunan didn't hesitate to choose foresight. Staring at the remaining foreknowledge attempts, he saw that 10 foresight attempts were consumed in an instant. 10. Sunan was not shocked but delighted. Last time, he could foresee a day and a night's events with 20 attempts. Now, with 10 attempts, he should at least foresee 12 hours later, right? And the time limit for the final step was 10 hours. Did this mean he didn't die from a failed ceremony in the end? After passing through a joyful deity temple, you successfully completed the ceremony, but it also triggered changes in the divine ruins. A glow appeared deep in the divine ruins, attracting the Whitewater Demon King and 3 other Demon Kings who were originally watching from outside the divine ruins. The 4 Demon Kings entered the divine ruins. By completing the joyful deity temple's ceremony, you made this once bizarre temple that had blocked countless demons and martial artists become ordinary, and it did not appear in front of the Demon Kings. Of these 3 Demon Kings, they charged deep into the divine ruins, while the Whitewater Demon King rushed straight towards you to capture you. I succeeded? How did I successfully complete the ceremony? Did I really consummate the marriage with the bride in the end? As soon as the foresight began, Sunan got the answer he wanted. Sunan was both shocked and delighted. He had wanted to see how he would die in the end, but he didn't expect to get the answer that the ceremony was successful. His heart was amazed, and his previously heavy mood instantly relaxed. No matter what happened or whether he consummated the marriage with the mysterious bride, as long as the ceremony was successfully completed in the end, that was enough. Aside from the Whitewater Demon King, there are 3 other Demon Kings outside the divine ruins. They seem to be attracted by the golden light from before. As for the fact that completing the ceremony would cause changes in the divine ruins, Sunan was not too surprised this time. It was evident that by completing the joyful deity temple's ceremony, his connection with the fragrant fire spiritual path's chi luck had grown stronger and reached a certain level sufficient to cause changes in the divine way's chi luck. Chapter 219, The True and False Joyful Deity. Upon using Death's foresight, Sunan consumed 10 foreknowledge opportunities and got the answer he wanted. The foresight was still ongoing. Not long after you leave the joyful deity temple, the Whitewater Demon King catches up with you. You and the Skywolf clan princess join forces, but still are no match for the Whitewater Demon King and can only flee in disgrace. Eventually, with the help of Across the Heavens Shift, after more than an hour of escape, you arrive at the deepest part of the divine ruins and see a huge city in ruins. Outside the ruins, a large number of corpse puppets and soul-eating demons wander, blocking your path. You have no choice but to confront them head-on. A minute later, the Whitewater Demon King catches up to you. You are caught between 2 enemies, so you have to resist the soul-eating demons and corpse puppets while fighting against the Whitewater Demon King. 2 minutes later, both you and the Great Princess are seriously injured by the Whitewater Demon King, with greatly reduced strength. 3 minutes later, unfortunately, you are killed in your injured state by a corpse puppet. It's the Whitewater Demon King again. He really is a troublemaker. I must find a way to get rid of him. Luckily, the other demon kings did not join the White Water Demon King, otherwise, even with Across the Heavens shift, it would not have been so easy to escape. Sunan's expression was solemn. However, he wasn't too worried at this point. Instead, he began planning how to deal with the White Water Demon King. Killing the White Water Demon King would have been unthinkable to him before. After all, the White Water Demon King is a peak king level powerhouse, and the gap between Sunan and him is like night and day. Fortunately, now they are in the divine ruins. There is no power of heaven and earth here, and the Demon King's strength is greatly diminished. Most importantly, he now has the help of the Great Princess. Although the Great Princess can now only exert the power of the early king rank, she belongs to the secret power system, which is good at manipulating the power of divine soul. This alone gives them many advantages. In Death's foresight, I was finally entangled by many soul-eating demons and corpse puppets. This problem is not a big one. When the time comes, I'll just quit the game first and log in again after the game refreshes. Once the usage count of Across the Heavens shift is restored, I can directly use it to bypass the corpse puppets and soul-eating demons. With these thoughts in mind, Sunan breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the content of the foresight and smiled. Seeing Sunan's face showing happiness, the Great Princess couldn't help but ask curiously, "What did you find out?" Sunan smiled and said, "I've found a way to solve the Joyful Deity Temple." "You've found a way? How is that possible? How did you find it?" Hearing this, the Great Princess was first startled, then reacted with extreme surprise, and looked at Sunan with a face full of questioning. This time, Sunan did not hide it anymore and directly said, "I have an immortal avatar that can explore the situation ahead for me." From Death's foresight, it could be seen that the Great Princess could help him deal with the White Water Demon King. Now the Great Princess was almost influenced by the bloodline coexistence technique. As long as he doesn't make any excessive demands now, the Great Princess will most likely agree. He doesn't fear the Great Princess betraying him now, so rather than letting her guess that he can predict the unknown, it's better to let her know about the avatar. In this way, he can easily explain why he always knows what's happening next. Avatar? What is that? The Great Princess was curious, apparently never having heard of such a thing. It is a product of a technique. Technique? The Great Princess frowned and then seemed to think of something and questioned, "That's impossible. Human race's techniques need the power of ancient scriptures to be used. Humans cannot cultivate ancient scriptures now, how do you have techniques?" "Lam an outsider," Sunan said calmly. There was nothing to hide. He couldn't keep never quitting the game. The Great Princess was bound to find this issue sooner or later. An outsider? The Great Princess was even more incredulous, her eyes full of disbelief. "It's impossible. The outsiders have only descended for more than a month, how could you have cultivated to such a level so quickly?" "Lam indeed an outsider." Sunan didn't explain any further, then continued, "I have found a way to solve the Joyful Deity Temple." Indeed, that ceremony is divided into 3 parts, the first part is the ceremony itself, the second part is the feast, and the last part is the bridal chamber. Each of these 3 steps takes a significant portion of the performer's chi luck and lifespan. However, my avatar is a condensed product of a technique, it just happens to have no lifespan, and I also happen to have the means to prevent the extraction of my chi luck. Combining these 2, it is easy to complete the ceremony. It's just that the last step will take 10 hours to complete, so we need to wait now. As he spoke, Sunan was already in control of his avatar and approached the Joyful Deity Temple. Spirit descent falls on the avatar, and he controls the avatar to enter the Joyful Deity Temple. Everything is like the foresight predicted. The moment the avatar enters the temple, the spirit in the avatar loses consciousness. When it wakes up again, it has become the groom. Then, under the guidance of the red paper-made paper puppet demon male child, he walks into the hall. Hi! There's actually someone who has become the groom. In the hall, 3 players were mixed among corpse puppets and soul-eating demons, apparently restricted by the ceremony rules, and the soul-eating demons and corpse puppets did not attack them. However, this is only temporary. After a certain period, these corpse puppets and soul-eating demons will turn on them, and by then, they will be cleaned up. As soon as Sunan's avatar entered the grand hall, he naturally caught the attention of the 3 people. The 3 immediately realized that someone had been as unlucky as them, entering this temple, and even more so, becoming the groom. They took joy in Sunan's misfortune. However, when they saw Sunan's avatar's appearance, they were all stunned. Eh? Does this groom look familiar to you guys? It's Wang Nan. It's deity Wang Nan. That's right, it's him. How did he end up here, and as the groom? They were astonished that deity Wang Nan had appeared before them when they had previously wondered what would happen if Wang Nan and Zhang Yang showed up. Great, with Wang Nan here, does that mean we'll be saved? One of them exclaimed excitedly. However, another person beside him shook his head, don't even dream about it. Those king-level powerhouses have died here, and even if Wang Nan were to break through to the Xian level now, it would be impossible for him to escape. Another chimed in, that's right. What a pity, the once first great god will end up staying here forever like us. They were seemingly ready to watch the drama unfold, as if they had already seen Sunan's avatar drained of all chi luck and lifespan, then dying. They even started taking screenshots of the current situation to post on the forum later. However, as the ceremony went on, they grew curious. What's going on? Wasn't it said that as the ceremony goes on, the bride and groom will be drained of their chi luck and lifespan and die? He looks totally fine. Did he find a way to break the ceremony? If that's really the case, does it mean we can leave too? The hope of escaping lit up their eyes. But it didn't end there. At the start of the second part of the ceremony, Sunan immediately attacked the Dianxing sex powerhouse, killing the old man with one punch, which left them all gasping for air. He actually killed a king-level powerhouse. King-level powerhouses aren't supposed to be killed that easily by ordinary Xian-level ones, so how could he be so powerful? Overwhelmed by Sunan's strength, they came to their senses and immediately begged Sunan for help, glancing at the corpse puppets and soul-eating demons around them. Unfortunately for them, Sunan completely ignored their pleas. Eventually, all three of them died with their bodies dug open. After the second part of the ceremony ended, Sunan's avatar was taken to an incredibly festive bridal chamber. The third part of the ceremony began. By now, even though knowing the ultimate outcome, Sunan couldn't afford to be anything but cautious. After lifting the veil and the cross-cupped wine, both he and the woman who looked almost identical to the joyful deity fell silent, not daring to make the next move. In this way, they were locked in a standoff. Sunan only knew about the result, not the process, so he decided to adapt on the fly. His main body was also prepared for any sudden situations, ready to quit the game at any time. Fortunately, all his worries were unnecessary. In the time that followed, the two coexisted peacefully. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. In the bridal chamber, Sunan remained fully focused, staring at the bride, and not making any further moves. During this time, he tried using his foreknowledge several times. He tried to escape, to leave the bridal chamber, but all attempts ended in failure. However, during the process, he discovered that the bride seemed to grow increasingly restless as time went on. Is it as I thought before? Not going along with the bridal chamber is a violation of the ceremony's rules. Sunan considered a possibility. In a blink of an eye, another 2 hours went by. In the bridal chamber, Sunan noticed the bride's eyebrows furrow in obvious irritation. In her eyes, there was even a struggle. What's going on? As Sunan was about to attempt using his foreknowledge once more to see what would happen next. Suddenly, the bride's struggle disappeared, and her eyes calmed down. The bride looked at Sunan, her eyes flashing an inexplicable color. At the next moment, something unexpected happened. Sunan suddenly felt a headache, and his consciousness instantly blurred. He had been hit by a divine soul attack. How could this be? Did I break the rules, or did the bride break the rules? Sunan's face turned pale in fear. But that wasn't the worst part. What made his face change even more was that not only was his avatar's consciousness blurring, but even his main body's consciousness was blurring as well. Both his avatar and main body were attacked simultaneously. The bride's attack caught him off guard, and everything happened in the blink of an eye. Even though Sunan was always prepared to take action, he still couldn't react in time. At the last moment before his consciousness faded, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to see the bride's appearance faintly changing. His last remaining consciousness disappeared, and Sunan fell into unconsciousness. What? Deity Wang Nan entered the divine ruins? And he killed a king-level powerhouse. Deity Wang Nan is in the divine ruins now, could it really be that there are treasures there? In reality, after dying in the joyful deity temple, the 3 players immediately posted recordings of the situation in the Divine Ruins onto the forum. As soon as the post was made, it instantly sparked heated discussions among countless players. The majority of the players had just learned about the Divine Ruins and wanted to go see it after hearing about the treasures, but they gave up upon learning it was a forbidden area of life. However, Sunan's appearance reignited the once discouraged players. Deity Wangnan can already kill king-level opponents without having achieved a breakthrough to the Xian rank. If he does, wouldn't killing king-level opponents be like slaughtering chickens for him? The crowd was shocked by Wangnan's strength. However, in a small building, the members of the Destiny Society looked at the posts on the forum and remained dismissive. There's no way his strength is that powerful. There's a world of difference between king level and Xian level, it's not something a small spirit level player can handle. That's right. Even if it's the law controlling class, once they reach king level, their physical strength isn't something an Xian stage martial artist can injure. The fact that he can kill the elder of the Dianxing sect only proves that there was a huge problem with that elder. It's very likely that he didn't die as stated in the post. Even with 3 screenshots provided by players, several people in black from the Destiny Society did not believe that Sunan could kill a king-level opponent and eventually blamed the old man from the Dianxing sect. Compared to the players, they were more familiar with the strength of king-level opponents. In their opinion, if Wangnan was at the peak of the Xian level, it wouldn't be impossible to kill a king-level opponent. However, Wangnan was not at the peak of the Xian level. In the game, after an unknown amount of time, Sunan woke up from his daze. Upon opening his eyes, his face immediately changed. In front of him was a familiar yet unfamiliar bridal chamber. It was the bridal chamber in the Joyful Deity Temple. However, now in the bridal chamber was not his avatar, but his real body. His real body had mysteriously appeared in the bridal chamber. How did I get here, and what happened? At some point, his avatar had been retracted into his body, and besides him, there was no trace of the bride in the bridal chamber. Upon checking the time, there were only 2 or 3 minutes left until the end of the ceremony. The bride left, I didn't die, did I really consummate with the bride? Sunan was filled with doubt. The current situation was completely beyond his expectations, and he urgently wanted to know what happened after he lost consciousness. He looked to foresee the future and tried to use foreknowledge to find the answer. Upon waking up in the bridal chamber of the Joyful Deity Temple, you find that your real body has mysteriously appeared in the bridal chamber, and your avatar has been retracted. You don't know how all this happened, and you try to find answers in the bridal chamber, but there are no answers you want. You carefully recall everything that happened before and eventually focus on the changes in the bride's appearance before you lost consciousness. At the moment you lost consciousness, you clearly saw the crystal-like texture on the bride's face disappear, transforming into real flesh and blood. Thinking carefully, you realize that the bride's appearance also changed after you removed her veil, but at that time you didn't notice the transformation. You don't know what this represents, but you know that the change didn't start when you lifted the bride's veil. It might have begun with the first step of the ceremony. You speculate that it might be related to the fact that the other party didn't extract your chi luck and lifespan. You don't know that the bride you saw in the end was the real Joyful Deity. The bride I saw at the end was the Joyful Deity. Sunan was suddenly struck by a thought and considered a possibility. Could it be that he was able to complete the ceremony because of the help of the real Joyful Deity at the end? Was it with the help of the Joyful Deity that he finally completed the ceremony? Chapter 220, The Eccentric Spirit of Desire. The ceremony time has not ended, so you dare not leave the bridal chamber easily, only waiting silently. 1 minute later, there are no abnormalities in the bridal chamber. 2 minutes later, you release your avatar again and find it functioning normally. 3 minutes later, as the final moment of the ceremony finishes, you suddenly discover that the bridal chamber has transformed from a well-decorated room to a dilapidated one, as if weathered by the ages. Congratulations, you are the first person to complete the ritual set up by the dying Joyful Deity. The first foreknowledge has ended, do you wish to continue? The ritual has really been completed. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief. He is now almost certain that he really had a bridal chamber experience with the Joyful Deity. Moreover, it was not with the fake Joyful Deity, but the real one. The fake Joyful Deity was unwilling to have a bridal chamber with him and tried to stop him from completing the ceremony, while the real Joyful Deity wanted to help him and tried to make him complete the ritual. Continue the foreknowledge. You have completed a ceremony that no one has ever completed before, helping the remnant soul of the joyful deity regain its stolen chi, luck and destiny. Congratulations, you have received the blessing of the joyful deity, and your second grade divine seal has been upgraded to a third grade one. Within the divine ruins, no ancient temple will block your path anymore. You have become the first person of this era to condense a third grade divine seal, deepening your connection with the incense divine path's luck. Congratulations, you have received help from the joyful deity. Your spirit of the divine Deo has begun to condense, making you the first person of this era to condense the spirit of divine Deo and further deepen your connection with the incense divine path's luck. The growth of your incense divine path's luck causes further changes to the divine ruins, making a rosy glow appear. Help the remnant soul of the joyful deity regain its chi, luck and destiny. I understand now. The fake joyful deity might have been the enemy of the real joyful deity in the past, born from stealing the real joyful deity's chi, luck and destiny. And the ritual might have been a backup plan laid down by the joyful deity before its death. As long as someone completes the ceremony, they can help the joyful deity regain its chi, luck and destiny. Thinking of the description of the appearance of the fake joyful deity in his foreknowledge, Sunan instantly connected the causes and consequences. While feeling amazed at the joyful deity's methods, he also felt suspicious. Stealing chi, luck and destiny, how is this power so similar to my life wheel scripture? Stealing other people's chi, luck and destiny, taking their place, this power is extremely similar to his life wheel scripture. Moreover, the fake bride was proficient in manipulating chi luck, even being able to find his real body through the chi luck of his avatar. Even he could not do it at the moment. This made him very suspicious, believing there is a connection between the fake joyful deity's ability and his own life wheel scripture. Fortunately, compared to the life wheel scripture, the power of the fake joyful deity was obviously weaker. After confirming the completion of the ceremony, you finally feel at ease leaving the bridal chamber. 1 minute later, you arrive at the grand hall of the temple. You see that the corpse puppets and soul-eating demons that were gathered here have left at some point. You search the temple for useful items. 2 minutes later, after searching the entire temple, you haven't found anything useful and eventually have to leave the temple. Upon seeing your emergence, the Skywolf clan princess, who has been cautiously waiting outside the temple, quickly approaches you, asking you about what happened earlier. 3 minutes later, you learn from the great princess that after your consciousness had fainted, your body seemed to be controlled by something, moving towards the temple on its own. The great princess tried to stop you but couldn't. The second foreknowledge has ended, do you wish to continue? I came here myself? Was it the real joyful deity controlling my body? Sunan speculated. However, all of these are not important now. Looking at the time on the panel, he silently waited. Finally, as the last moments of the ceremony ended and accompanied by the changes in the bridal chamber, Sunan instantly felt a powerful force in the temple rushing towards him. The next moment, the divine seal imprinted on his divine soul leaped, bursting forth dazzling radiance. With the blooming of the light, he clearly felt his divine soul rapidly growing along with the upgrade of the divine seal. When the light dissipated, the 2 shining spots on his divine seal had turned into 3, and his divine soul had reached a level comparable to the late Xian stage. This rate of improvement is too fast. Sunan was overjoyed. A late Xian stage divine soul, when fully enhanced by primordial chi power and essence power, might not rival a king level but would not be far away. This was all without using his starlight netherworld body. He couldn't imagine how powerful his fully supported divine soul would be if he used the starlight netherworld body now. And it wasn't over. The power of the temple had not yet faded, and it was still constantly pouring into him. 6. Sunan felt something gestating within his divine soul. After everything was over, he was startled to find an infant-sized, fully soul-formed baby inside his divine soul. Is this the spirit of divine Deo? Sunan was curious. This was the second time he had heard about the spirit of divine Deo. Before that, he had only seen it in the task reward for the second phase of the mystery of the divine Deo. The second phase of the mystery of the divine Deo asked him to refine the divine Deo ritual artifact. It was a 4-star task, and the task reward was a technique called the divine Deo wish spirit cohesion method. Regrettably, he didn't know what the spirit of divine Deo was used for yet. Moreover, the spirit of divine Deo at present was only in its initial stage of condensation, and it would inevitably need to continue condensing and growing in the future. He didn't know how to continue the condensation process right now. It seems that to learn the usage of this spirit of divine Dao, I can only wait until I complete the second phase of the mystery of the divine Dao. There must be an introduction to the spirit of divine Dao in the reward for the second phase of the mission, the method of divine Dao spirit condensation. After observing the baby, which was condensed by the power of divine soul, for a moment, Sunan was about to withdraw his consciousness. Suddenly, he discovered a problem and couldn't help but be taken aback. He found that the gender of the spirit of divine Dao was actually female. Female? What's going on? Could it be that the gender of the condensed spirit is random? Sunan frowned, not knowing why, but he felt that this was abnormal. In the real world, Daoism talks about condensing a primordial infant, but the primordial infant should still be based on oneself. Even if it doesn't resemble oneself, it cannot have a different gender. He couldn't help but think about the joyful deity. The spirit of divine Dao was condensed with the help of the power of the joyful deity. Could it be that the joyful deity has done something to my divine Dao spirit? With this thought, Sunan's expression instantly turned serious. He wasn't afraid of a lot of possibilities, but just in case. If he was just overthinking it, that would be fine, but if what he thought was true, that would be a serious problem. It seems that I must complete the second phase of the mystery of the divine Dao mission as soon as possible and obtain the divine Dao spirit condensation method. Looking at Zhang Yang's mainline task, Sunan quickly made a decision. At the same time, outside the divine ruins, the Whitewater Demon King and the other 3 Demon Kings looked towards the depths of the divine ruins. In the depths of the divine ruins, rays of splendid light burst forth, illuminating the horizon brilliantly. There was golden light before, and now there's this splendid light. It seems that indeed, some changes have occurred in the depths of the divine ruins. Let's not wait any longer. Let's go in now. The Demon King called Thousand Eyes spoke in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, the other 2 Demon Kings, a male and a female, also nodded. As they were talking, without waiting for their action, they saw that the Whitewater Demon King had already quickly entered the divine ruins. Seeing this, Thousand Eyes said, "Let's go in too." The 4 Demon Kings entered the divine ruins. In the beginning, the few Demon Kings took the same route, but soon, the Whitewater Demon King changed direction and headed towards another side. Thousand Eyes frowned slightly as he looked at the direction where the Whitewater Demon King was departing, and suddenly, he discovered something. He exclaimed in surprise, "Eh? There's actually a blood god imprint in that direction." The other 2 Demon Kings, a man and a woman, also noticed the imprint and said, "Those who are marked by the blood god seal are people who have recently obtained the god weapon. No wonder the Whitewater Demon King came here. It seems that he's chasing the one who obtained the god weapon. Should we go and take a look?" Thousand Eyes was silent for a moment and then said, "No need to bother about him. Those who are escorting the ancient sacred weapons this time are outsiders. Although their strength is no different from ants, they are not that easy to capture. The Whitewater Demon King has been chasing all the way from Tianyun City but couldn't catch the outsider. It is very likely that the outsider has treasures like teleportation stones. Since he wants to waste time catching that outsider, we can take advantage of this opportunity to be one step ahead of him." The Whitewater Demon King acted alone. He did not directly head towards Sunan's direction but took an irregular and winding route. But if Sunan saw it, he would definitely find that the route the Whitewater Demon King took was exactly the same as his own. The Whitewater Demon King had memorized the entire route that Sunan took. It's interesting that one can accurately avoid all the soul-eating demons. Even though he knew that taking this route would avoid the soul-eating demons, the Whitewater Demon King still felt it was unbelievable. As a result, he looked forward to catching Sunan even more. In his view, if he could catch Sunan, there would definitely be a huge harvest. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task. Explore a temple. 45 demon power points have been issued. Usable demon power, 266 points. The task was completed when he left the Joyful Deity Temple. When he saw Sunan appear, the great princess rushed over and asked, "Are you alright? Something happened to you earlier. Let's talk about it after we leave this place. The Whitewater Demon King will come soon. He is here to catch me, and we are no match for him." Sunan quickly replied. "The Whitewater Demon King? The one from Tianyun City?" The great princess seemed to know about the Whitewater Demon King. "Yes, it's him." Sunan nodded, "I have a way to escape from the Whitewater Demon King, but I need your cooperation." What do I need to do? The great princess asked subconsciously. When the time comes, you will need to temporarily enter the cosmic ring first. No matter if he was using the across the heavens shift or quitting the game, he couldn't leave the great princess alone. It was the only way for her to enter the cosmic ring. This time, the great princess hesitated slightly, but after a moment of silence, she nodded and said, "All right." Seeing this, Sunan let out a sigh of relief. It was clear that the great princess was now almost under the influence of the bloodline coexistence technique, if not completely so. With a thought, he released his avatar again and used it to scout ahead. This is your avatar." Seeing the avatar Sunan released, the great princess was amazed. In her eyes, Sunan's avatar was no different from a real person. Even she couldn't see any flaws, and if she hadn't seen Sunan release his avatar herself, she would have thought it was a real martial artist. Yes. Sunan didn't explain much and immediately controlled his avatar to go deeper into the divine ruins while looking at his personal information panel and starting to use his foreknowledge again. In the following time, Sunan didn't stop for a moment. He used his foreknowledge and hurriedly moved deeper into the divine ruins with the great princess. During this time, he encountered an ancient temple and a divine temple once again, but due to the blessing of the joyful deity, the two ancient buildings didn't hinder him. Sunan also tried to hunt the offering god demons in the ancient temple with the great princess in his foreknowledge, hoping to get the divine seal and enhance its rank. But the result disappointed him. The strength of the offering god demons in the ancient temple was so strong that it had reached the mid-stage king level. Even when he used his starlight netherworld body, he couldn't defeat them. And the divine temple was even more terrifying. Sunan and the great princess had just entered and were mysteriously killed without even having the chance to take action. The deeper I go into the divine ruins, the stronger the beings in the ancient temples and divine temples become. He had initially thought that he could rely on the divine seals in those ancient temples to quickly enhance his own divine seal. But now, this idea seemed destined to be impossible to achieve. With his avatar and foreknowledge, Sunan's journey went smoothly. Even though the deeper he went into the divine ruins, the more soul-eating demons he encountered, and the stronger they became, he could easily avoid them. Time was passing continuously in his foreknowledge. In the divine ruins, the White Water Demon King couldn't use the power of heaven and earth, and naturally lost his air sovereignty flight ability. His speed had slowed down by more than several times. He wanted to catch up with Sunan but couldn't do it for a while. It wasn't until his 10th foreknowledge that Sunan was caught up by the White Water Demon King. "I'll be caught up in half an hour. Maybe I can take advantage of this opportunity to set a trap." An idea popped up in Sunan's mind. He planned to use the soul-eating demons and across the heavens shift to set a trap for the White Water Demon King. But, not right now. The group of soul-eating demons he encountered at present wasn't strong, and once he used his strategy, the White Water Demon King would be cautious next time. Therefore, he had to seize the right opportunity. Half an hour later, the White Water Demon King caught up. Sunan used the across the heavens shift to escape and widened the gap between himself and the White Water Demon King. More than 10 minutes passed, and the White Water Demon King caught up again. Sunan used the across the heavens shift again. "Almost done, it's time to implement the plan." Another 10 minutes later, Sunan saw a group of soul-eating demons appearing in his foreknowledge and a cold smile appeared on his face. Among those soul-eating demons, there was even a king level 1. This was the first time he encountered a king-level soul-eating demon on his way. Sunan directly rushed towards the group of soul-eating demons. The soul-eating demons also discovered Sunan and quickly surrounded him. However, at the last critical moment, Sunan used the across the heavens shift to leave. The White Water Demon King soon arrived at the place where Sunan used the across the heavens shift. When he saw the approaching soul-eating demons, his face turned extremely ugly. This time, more than 20 minutes had passed. Sunan finally arrived in front of the huge city ruins that he saw in Death's foresight. This should be the city in Earth official's memory before he died. Just like the few ancient temples he encountered before, this city rooms also had some mysterious power. Through the eyes of his avatar, this place was just a vast area of building rooms. But in Sunan's own eyes, this was a well-preserved city, only desolate and lifeless. Just like in the foreknowledge, outside the ruins were numerous corpse puppets mixed with soul-eating demons roaming around. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5, totaling thousands. These corpse puppets and soul-eating demons were gathered by unknown forces but couldn't enter the city. They could only wander outside the city, forming a barrier. Anyone who wanted to enter the city had to go through these corpse puppets and soul-eating demons. There are so many corpse puppets and soul-eating demons. Sunan felt his scalp tingling as he looked at them. One could imagine the endless siege he would face if these corpse puppets and soul-eating demons discovered him. Luckily, he had the Across the Heavens shift, otherwise, facing this barrier made up of soul-eating demons and corpse puppets, he wouldn't have been able to enter the city. What do we do? With our strength, it's impossible to enter this city. The great princess looked solemn. Don't worry, I have a way. Sunan calmly said. Corpse puppets and soul-eating demons were roaming in a large area, leaving traces within 1,000 meters of the city ruins. As long as they got close, they would be detected. Fortunately, his Across the Heavens shift could now teleport him 3,000 meters at once, so he could easily bypass the corpse puppets and soul-eating demons and enter the city directly. But it was impossible to do so today. To get rid of the Whitewater Demon King, he had already used up all his chances to use the Across the Heavens shift today. Luckily, although he couldn't shake off the Whitewater Demon King, it wasn't without benefits. The Whitewater Demon King was seriously injured. He was hurt by the king-level soul-eating demon he encountered earlier, injuring his divine soul. I wonder if I can team up with the Great Princess and kill the injured Whitewater Demon King with my current strength. Sunan had a thought and looked at his foreknowledge. Chapter 221, Entering the Ancient City. Princess, how is your injury? Sunan asked the Great Princess. Dealing with the Whitewater Demon King, the Great Princess was the main force. If she could recover some strength, their chances of dealing with the Whitewater Demon King would naturally be greater. However, the Great Princess shook her head and said, the damage to the divine soul is different from the damage to the body. It's not easy to recover, even with the power of essence energy. It's not something that can be achieved in a short time. I can only exert the strength of the early king rank now, even with plenty of essence energy. It will take several days to recover to the mid-king stage. Several days? Sunan frowned, somewhat disappointed. Having no choice, he had to find another way. With a flick of his hand, a rust-covered broken arrow appeared in his grasp. It was the very broken arrow that he had acquired in the Governor Mansion's treasure vault. It contained enough power to severely wound a demon king, and as long as it was exposed to demon blood, it could be activated. Now was the perfect time to use it against the Whitewater Demon King. You arrived at the deepest part of the Divine Ruins, seeing a huge ancient city ruins. However, outside the ruins, there were a large number of soul-eating demons and corpse puppets blocking your way, preventing you from getting closer. You didn't press on but chose to wait with the Great Princess, while preparing for battle. You knew the Whitewater Demon King would be coming soon. As you predicted, a minute later, the Whitewater Demon King arrived, his expression extremely ugly. Although there were no injuries on his body, his aura was wilted. The Skywolf clan princess immediately noticed the problem with the Whitewater Demon King and told you that his divine soul had suffered severe damage. In an instant, you understood that the Whitewater Demon King had paid a price to break free from the king-level soul-eating demon under your calculations. The Whitewater Demon King was furious to the extreme, you had nowhere to escape, so you decided to fight him to the death. You used the racial talent Starlight Netherworld Body, adding all the surged power of primordial chi and essence power to your divine soul, planning to use the power of divine soul against the Whitewater Demon King. Your power of divine soul surged, reaching the power comparable to the early king rank. At the same time, you controlled your avatar, used the racial talent One Force Breaking the Sky to simultaneously attack the Whitewater Demon King with the Great Princess. However, even so, you still were not a match for the peak king level Whitewater Demon King. A minute later, the racial talent effect disappeared, your strength plummeted, but fortunately, you found an opportunity to insert the broken arrow into the Whitewater Demon King's body. As the broken arrow came into contact with the Whitewater Demon King's bloodline, it instantly released a powerful force, heavily wounding the Whitewater Demon King and leaving a bowl-sized hole in his body. Unfortunately, the vitality of a peak king level being was beyond your imagination. Even with such severe injury, the Whitewater Demon King showed no signs of being on his last breath. Without the support of racial talent, you were no match for the Whitewater Demon King. You died. Not a match. Sunan was not surprised. After all, it was a peak king level existence, not so easy to kill. Although I can't kill it, lean add injury to injury, which is not bad. Sunan's gaze fell on the wandering soul-eating demons in the distance, and he had an idea in his heart. Even though he knew he was no match for the White Water Demon King, Sunan hadn't given up on fighting. Since he planned on quitting the game, why not take advantage of the last chance and give the White Water Demon King another surprise? Sunan made a plan in his heart. Soon, the White Water Demon King arrived. At this moment, the White Water Demon King was full of anger. His eyes were fixed on Sunan, filled with killing intent. Kid! You really deserve to die. The White Water Demon King was furious. He couldn't believe that he had been schemed against by a human, something he would never tolerate. Sunan mocked, "Want to kill me? Catch me first." As his words fell, he had already made his move. Activating the Starlight Netherworld body, he added all the power of Primordial Chi and Divine Soul to his Divine Soul. In an instant, the power of his Divine Soul surged, even reaching the point of solidification. Is this a racial talent? How is it possible? What kind of racial talent can increase so much? The Great Princess was slightly surprised when she saw Sunan's burst of strength. This was Sunan's first time using all his power to strengthen his Divine Soul after entering the Xian level, and the Great Princess's first time seeing him use his racial talent. She couldn't understand what kind of racial talent could make an early-stage Xian level martial artist possess king-level strength. However, there was no time to think too much now. The Great Princess also took action, helping Sunan to deal with the White Water Demon King. A moment later, as in his foreknowledge, Sunan found the opportunity to use the broken arrow after using the power of Divine Soul to make the White Water Demon King falter. He originally intended to stab the broken arrow into the White Water Demon King's vital point, but unfortunately, the White Water Demon King seemed to have sensed the unprecedented danger and instinctively dodged it. Sunan was disappointed, but there was nothing he could do. Achieving this much in front of such a peak king-level demon was already impressive enough. The higher the realm, the greater the gap between each small realm. It was much more challenging to achieve the same level of success as the spiritual level to easily defeat demons of higher rank across realms. Insects! Nobody can save you today. The White Water Demon King was furious. His mind was now filled with killing intent, and all he wanted to do was to kill the insignificant human before him. Sunan didn't dare to take any chances and immediately looked at the Great Princess. The Great Princess understood Sunan's intentions and cooperated with Sunan to enter the cosmic ring. After that, Sunan put away his avatar and rushed straight towards the direction of the soul-eating demons. He wasn't far from the area where soul-eating demons were roaming, but as soon as he dashed out, he was discovered by the soul-eating demons wandering on the outskirts and quickly surrounded. When the soul-eating demons were only 100 meters away from him, Sunan reacted quickly and decisively exited the game. His figure disappeared. However, the attracted soul-eating demons didn't leave, but instead headed straight for the White Water Demon King. Seeing the rapidly approaching swarm of soul-eating demons, the White Water Demon King was even more furious, but he had no choice but to turn and flee. At this point, he couldn't continue the fight against these demons, and taking action here would only attract even more soul-eating demons. A full 10 minutes passed. White Water Demon King finally managed to shake off the swarm of soul-eating demons. At this moment, his face was dark as water, and he looked extremely embarrassed. Just then, 3 figures arrived quickly. It was led by a demon king named Thousand Eyes. White Water Demon King. Didn't he chase after that outsider? How come he arrived here before us? Seeing the White Water Demon King, the 3 demon kings were all dumbfounded. But then, noticing the demon king's wretched appearance, they gasped. What happened? What did White Water Demon King encounter to end up like this? The 3 demon kings were also somewhat embarrassed, and both the man and woman among them were injured, indicating that their journey had not been smooth. However, compared to the White Water Demon King, their situation was much better. The demon king named Thousand Eyes reacted, laughing, "White Water Demon King, your speed is impressive, but it seems that you paid a hefty price." The White Water Demon King's face grew even darker when Thousand Eyes mocked him. After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, "Thousand Eyes, I need your help to catch a little ant." Even if he didn't want to admit it, he had to face reality. He knew very well that with the abilities Sunan had shown in his current state, capturing Sunan would be difficult, let alone killing him. Now, his only choice was to ask these 3 demon kings for help. Exiting the game, Sunan checked the time. It was already 2 in the afternoon. Since he had logged into the game at 12 o'clock last night, he had been busy in the game and could finally rest now. He slept until over 10 o'clock at night. After eating some good food and with nothing to do, he habitually opened the forum and started browsing. Haha, the task of escorting the divine weapon is complete, and I've earned 3,000 contribution points. A post attracted the envy of many players and caught Sunan's attention. People had already delivered the divine weapon so quickly? Sunan was surprised, checked the post, and realized that the player's county was near Zhongtian County, which allowed him to deliver the divine weapon as soon as he got it. It's been almost 3 days since the end of the last Human Crisis side quest, and with 8 counties falling, there are only 4 days and 2 hours left for the Human Crisis side quest. This means that I must send the 2 divine weapons to Zhongtian County within 4 days. Sunan's face was solemn. Before, he had only thought about obtaining the divine weapon, and hadn't considered the escort process would be so difficult. Compared to him, however, other players escorting the divine weapons were much more fortunate. It wasn't that they weren't being chased by demons, but rather that they had help from other players. The demons could only find marked players, so as long as other players escorted the divine weapon, the marked problem could be solved well. However, doing so had a problem. Even if the divine weapons were delivered, those who handed over the divine weapons to others would not be rewarded. The rewards would belong only to the players who eventually delivered the divine weapons. Fortunately, handing over the divine weapons to other players didn't count as a task failure. Many people speculated that as long as the divine weapons didn't fall into the hands of the demon clan, it wouldn't count as a failure. This made many influences offer sky-high prices, wanting to buy the qualification to escort divine weapons from players who obtained them. Human experts in Zhongtian County have already begun arranging the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition, but it is said that there will be a brief gap when the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition is completed. During that period, the power of the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition will temporarily drop to a low point, and the Demon Clan is likely to try to destroy the formation again at that time. Players from Zhongtian County had obviously already taken the follow-up branch tasks of the Human Crisis task and obtained information that ordinary players could not obtain. Seeing this, Sunan's eyes lit up. The Demon Clan will attempt to act again. Doesn't that mean I will have another chance to get a large number of contribution points? Now he has many contribution points, with Zhang Yang contributing more than 20,000. But it is still far from the 40,000 contribution points required to exchange for ancient scriptures. If he could have another great harvest like the last time, he would be sure to have enough contribution points to exchange for an ancient scripture. Moreover, by that time, his strength would be even stronger, and perhaps he would get more contribution points. I hope I can find Zhou Lingyan smoothly this time, otherwise, let alone contribution points, it would be a problem whether I can deliver the divine weapon to Zhongtian County. Looking at the time, Sunan waited quietly. Finally, the time came to 12 o'clock. He logged into the game immediately. In the game, as soon as Sunan appeared, he didn't give a thought and used the Across the Heavens shift directly. Just as he used the Across the Heavens shift, a loud shout sounded. "You insignificant ants finally showed up." Sunan's heart was filled with alarm as he instantly saw 4 attacks from different directions bombing towards him. Whitewater Demon King had actually joined forces with the other 3 Demon Kings to attack him. Sunan was shocked and scared. If others faced such a situation, they might not be able to escape. Fortunately, at this moment, the effect of Across the Heavens shift had already taken effect, and his figure disappeared just as the 4 attacks struck. The attacks of the 4 Demon Kings fell, and the place Sunan had just been standing was leveled by their powerful strength. Is he dead? A male and female demon frowned. They had also killed outsiders before and knew that outsiders would disappear instantly upon death, but the situation just now seemed different. Whitewater Demon King's face was ugly, and he immediately looked towards the ancient city in the distance. He has already entered that ancient city. Sunan's figure appeared in a dilapidated temple, and in front of him was a middle-aged divine statue. Without time to think, he looked to foresee immediately. You used Across the Heavens shift to successfully bypass the barriers formed by corpse puppets and soul-eating demons and reach the deepest part of the divine ruins. This is a broken ancient city that has existed for countless years. Some people speculate that it came from an even more ancient era before the ancient times, and it was once one of the many main cities of a place called the Heavenly Kingdom of God's dynasty. There are 12 temples and 36 ancient temples here. Each ancient temple and temple once contained terrifying power. Once entering carelessly, even emperor-level powerhouses may lose their lives. Unfortunately, you have entered one of these ancient temples. Fortunately, you have received the blessing of the joyful deity, and the remaining power in the ancient temple did not attack you immediately. So, the blessing of the joyful deity also has this use. Sunan's eyes lit up. If the blessing of the joyful deity can prevent him from being attacked by the forces of the ancient temples and temples, doesn't that mean he can enter any temples and ancient temples as he pleases? You try to search in the ancient temple. A minute later, you find your gaze falling on a longsword in the hand of the divine statue. You reach out for the longsword, but the moment you touch it, the divine statue undergoes a change, turning into a terrifying and weird-looking demon. The demon does not attack you directly but calls you the inheritor and tells you that if you want to obtain his divine seal, you must first pass his test. As the demon speaks, it suddenly attacks you. You react quickly and immediately release the Great Princess from the cosmic ring, intending to deal with the demon together with the Great Princess. Unfortunately, your actions anger the demon, and its power surge. You and the Great Princess are no match for the demon. You are dead. Chapter 222, Soul-Devouring Deep Pit. Inheritor. Upon the end of foreknowledge, Sunan was startled. This was the first time he had seen this title in his foreknowledge. Could it be because I'm the first one in this era to condense third-grade divine seals? Or is it because of the blessing of the joyful deity? Sunan couldn't help but guess. Unfortunately, the foreknowledge didn't specifically explain this. However, regardless of the reason that made him the so-called inheritor, at least from what he sees now, this identity was beneficial to him. From the foreknowledge, the offering god demon gets enraged when the Great Princess appears, meaning only I can pass the test. Looking at the last piece of information from the foreknowledge, Sunan understood what was going on. Clearly, because of his inheritor identity, he could pass the test issued by the offering god demons in the temple, and then obtain the divine seal. Compared to the previous method of obtaining divine seals by killing the offering god demons, this was much less difficult. Even though they are offering god demons, those in this ancient temple still retain some rationality and can act following rules. This is different from the offering god demons in the city god temple of Tianyun City. It is very likely due to the difference in the laws they practice. He had previously discovered that those who practiced fragrant fire divine path in the Heavenly Kingdom dynasty, even when they became offering god demons, did not lose their rationality. But those in the Duxuan dynasty who practiced the fragrant fire divine path were different, as demonstrated by the bizarre behavior controlled by negative emotions described in the previous foreknowledge. The difference between the two was huge. The tasks have been refreshed. Let's take a look at today's tasks. Without rushing to continue the foreknowledge, Sunan turned to look at his tasks for the day. Daily Task 1, Kill the White Water Demon King. Task Difficulty, 4-star. Task Reward, 45 Demon Power Points. Daily Task 2, Kill a King-level Soul-Eating Demon. Task Difficulty, 4-star. Task Reward, 45 Demon Power Points. Daily Task 3, Find Zhou Ling Ian. Task Difficulty, 4-star. Task Reward, 45 Demon Power Points. It was evident that because he was currently in the core region of the Divine Ruins, a place even Emperor-level powerhouses dared not enter easily, the difficulty level of the tasks generated today was quite high. Even the task to kill the White Water Demon King appeared. All 3 tasks reached the 4-star level. This was the first time such a thing had happened. If he were to post a screenshot of this on the forum, it would probably become a hot topic in no time. The White Water Demon King has been severely injured, and if it weren't for the other 3 king-level demons, I might have a chance to kill it. Unfortunately, he's probably trapped now. Sunan shook his head. However, looking at the information in the foreknowledge, he sneered. If he could really enter and exit the temple and ancient temple freely using his inheritor identity, the White Water Demon King would not dare to chase after him, and he could simply enter the temple. If the White Water Demon King did not dare to enter, that would be fine. However, if it did, it would be no different from seeking death. Next, he looked at Zhang Yang's tasks. Daily Task 1, Hunt a King-level Demonic Beast. Task difficulty, 3-star level. Task reward, 45 demon power points. Daily task 2, enter the deep pit in the center of the ancient city. Task difficulty, 4-star. Task reward, 60 demon power points. Daily task 3, explore the divine ruins. Task difficulty, 4-star. Task reward, 60 demon power points. Enter the deep pit in the center of the ancient city. There's a deep pit in the center of this ancient city. Sunan was surprised, and what startled him even more was the difficulty of this task. 4 stars. A task to simply enter the deep pit was already at 4 stars. This indicated how incredibly dangerous the so-called deep pit was, making it nearly impossible to just enter it. Finally, he looked at Lang 13's tasks. Daily Task 1, obtain a divine seal from an ancient temple. Task difficulty, 3-star. Task reward, 45 demon power points. Daily Task 2, obtain divine seals from 2 ancient temples. Task difficulty, 3-star. Task reward, 45 demon power points. Daily Task 3, escape the divine ruins. Task difficulty, 3-star. Task reward, 45 demon power points. Yesterday, Lang 13's task was to explore 3 ancient temples. Today's task was to obtain the divine seals from the 3 ancient temples. While they seemed like 2 different tasks, there was not much difference between them. All 3 tasks were 3-star tasks, but Sunan did not dare to underestimate them. 3-star tasks must involve powerful beings at the king level. It could be early king rank or peak king rank. Yesterday, with the help of the great princess, I was able to obtain the divine seals from the 3 ancient temples. However, today is not necessarily the same. This was the core area of the divine ruins. The power within the temples and throughout the divine ruins would naturally be stronger than other places. It was impossible to kill the offering god demons and obtain the divine seals like he did yesterday. Now, he could only pray that the difficulty of the test wouldn't be too high. After finishing the tasks, Sunan looked back at the foreknowledge he had just seen. Since the great princess's help won't work, let's see if I can pass the test with my own strength. He looked at the panel and started the foreknowledge once more. You arrive at an ancient temple of the once heavenly kingdom of God's dynasty. Because you have the blessing of the joyful deity, the power in the ancient temple does not attack you. You know, as the inheritor of the fragrant fire divine path, as long as you pass the test issued by the ancient temple, you can obtain the divine seal that remains in the ancient temple. You stretch out your hand towards the longsword in the hand of the divine statue. The moment you touch the longsword, the divine statue changes, turning from a middle-aged man into a terrifyingly weird demonic creature. The demon does not attack you directly but tells you that to obtain its divine seal, you must first pass its test. The demon's voice has not yet died away when it suddenly lunges at you, transforming its power of the divine soul into a longsword and slashes towards you. You react swiftly, immediately concentrating all your power of primordial chi and essence power onto the power of the divine soul, while simultaneously releasing your external avatar to distract the demon. To your delight, the demon only deploys the strength equivalent to the early king rank. With your avatar providing resistance, you manage to hold your own against the demon's attack. After 1 minute, your avatar is gradually overwhelmed. After 2 minutes, you're seriously wounded by the demon. After 3 minutes, you're dead. Compared to the previous encounter, the demon now only deployed the strength equal to the early king rank. Even so, Sunan still fell short. The power of the divine soul is still lacking. He did not use the starlight netherworld body during the premonition. Although from the current perspective, if he used the starlight netherworld body, he would surely defeat the demon. However, doing so would make his movements within this ancient city extraordinarily challenging. He must reserve using the starlight netherworld body until it's absolutely necessary. The only 2 ways to increase the power of the divine soul now are to enhance the bloodline and to practice the divine Deo ritual artifact refining method, and by once again defeating the offering god demon to increase the divine soul. Both methods are quite straightforward for him now. With the help of the great princess, it's easy to kill the offering god demon in the incense burner. However, the enhancement from killing it again wouldn't be as significant as before. Enhancing the bloodline is the simplest and most effective method, and he has the demon power needed. However, looking at the panel showing the demon power, he hesitates again. He thinks of those giant monsters. If those giant monsters are like demons, belonging to a certain race, they might all possess the ability to steal the destiny of others. The previous experience in the joyful deity temple made him realize the importance of the life wheel scripture in these divine ruins. He strongly suspects that there is still power left by those giant monsters within this ancient city. Better safe than sorry. Last time my life wheel scripture almost reached its limit. If I encounter even stronger power again, then that will be trouble. 111 Reserve the demon power. After some thinking, Sunan quickly gives up on using the demon power. He plans to first enhance his life wheel scripture. So, naturally, he only has one choice left for enhancing the divine soul. That is to practice the divine Dao ritual artifact refining method. Sunan looks towards the entrance of the ancient temple, intending to first leave the temple and release the great princess. I wonder if there are dangers outside. At a sudden thought, he looks again at the premonition. You know you can't temporarily obtain the divine seal from the temple, so you choose to leave temporarily. You arrive at a street paved with blue stones, looking sideways. The street is in dead silence, devoid of any life. You release your avatar, trailing 100 meters behind it along the street towards the city center. After 1 minute, you haven't encountered any danger. After 2 minutes, you've achieved nothing. After 3 minutes, you encounter another ancient temple. End of first prediction. Would you like to continue? Continue. After seeing another ancient temple, your spirit descends onto your avatar. You can't help attempting to control the avatar to enter the temple for exploration. After 1 minute, you haven't found anything unusual, let alone the existence of divine Dao ritual artifact. You're a bit confused but haven't given up and continue to search. After 2 minutes, you still came up empty, feeling slightly unwilling. After 3 minutes, you still haven't found anything and had no choice but to leave. You don't realize that not every temple in the city contains a divine seal. End of first prediction. Would you like to continue? Not every temple contains a divine seal. Sunan has a sudden realization. Without giving it much thought, he can't even obtain the divine seal from the current temple. Even if every temple did contain one, he would still need to be able to get it. Continue. After leaving the temple, you continue to control your avatar to move forward. After 1 minute, nothing unusual happens in the surroundings. Over the next period of time, Sunan successfully made 4 continuous predictions, continuing to walk along the same street. During this time, he did come across 2 ancient temples, which he entered again. The results, to his surprise, were that neither of the 2 temples contained a divine seal. This was very strange. Unable to do anything else, he had to continue making predictions. The ancient city was just too large. In the prediction, he was walking along the main street and made 4 successive predictions. He spent a little over half an hour but still hadn't reached the city center. He did encounter a temple, but, disappointingly, it did not contain a divine seal either. What's happening? The previous prediction clearly mentioned that there are terrifying powers left behind in these temples. But why is there no divine seal right now? Could it be because of the avatar? Do I have to enter with my real body? Sunan couldn't help but speculate. However, this speculation was soon dismissed. During the prediction, his real body also entered the temple. This time the prediction clearly told him that because of his identity as the inheritor, he was not attacked by the power of the temple, but there was not a divine seal in the temple either. Having no other options, he had to stop paying attention to the divine seals. He continued to control his avatar to move forward. Finally, during the 10th prediction, he arrived at the city center and discovered the deep pit mentioned in his task. As you approach the center of the ancient city, from a distance, you see a vast open space in front of you. There are no buildings there, as if it has been flattened by some mighty power. In the middle of that area is a deep pit that descends downwards. As you carefully approach, you immediately notice that the pit is incredibly large, with a diameter of hundreds of meters. The pit is dark as if it were an abyss, its exact depth unknown. You observe carefully for a moment, and seeing no danger, you attempt to control your avatar to crawl down along the edge of the deep pit. 2 minutes later, you detect no danger and continue downward. Unknown to you, the moment you entered the pit, a pair of large eyes at the bottom of the pit started staring at you. There's a living creature at the bottom of the pit. Sunan was surprised. Since entering the divine ruins, he hadn't even seen an ant, which led him to believe there were no living beings here. Of course, before seeing the owner of those eyes, he couldn't be sure if it was a living creature. 3 minutes later, you are about to continue downwards when suddenly a large suction force comes. In an instant, the divine soul within your avatar is pulled out of the body by the terrifying force. In the next moment, the divine soul within your avatar loses contact with your body. You react swiftly, attempting to control your avatar to leave the pit. However, another suction force comes and your avatar instantly loses contact with your body. The 10th foreknowledge has ended. Do you wish to continue? What's going on? My avatar has lost contact with me. Sunan frowned. This was the first time he had lost contact with his avatar since he had created it. In the past, even if the avatar died, it would transform into the power of the origin technique and return to his body. But this time, it lost contact with him directly. My avatar has lost contact with my body. It seems there's only one possibility. According to the description of externalizing the body, if he quit the game without withdrawing his avatar, he would lose contact with it. Although the current situation wasn't about quitting the game, it was similar. Could it be that the avatar has entered another independent space? Sunan thought of a possibility. The avatar didn't transform back into the power of the origin technique and return, which meant it probably hadn't died. Since it hadn't died but had lost contact, there was only one explanation. The divine soul in my avatar was pulled out in the foreknowledge. Could it be the creature at the bottom of the pit? The avatar lost contact, but his body didn't die, so foreknowledge could continue. Sunan chose to continue. The loss of your avatar puts you in a hurry. For you, the avatar is extremely important and cannot be lost. After some thinking, you decide to personally enter the pit to investigate. Arriving at the pit, this time you choose to directly jump down into the pit, while also preparing to use the Across the Heavens shift. Your body is falling rapidly in the pit. The wind is whistling in your ears. Just as you are ready to use the Across the Heavens shift at any moment, suddenly you feel a strong suction force. The suction force comes too quickly, pulling not only your divine soul, but also your physical body. In just an instant, before you can react, your divine soul is pulled out of your body. You are dead. Dead again. Not even getting a chance to use Across the Heavens shift. That pit could very likely be the core of these divine ruins. If Zhou Lingyan is in this ancient city, she's probably inside it. Also, the Demon Emperor's coffin could possibly be inside as well. Despite failing twice, Sunan did not give up. That place might be a place he must go to. If he was too late to use the Across the Heavens shift after entering the pit, what would happen if he used the Across the Heavens shift directly without entering the pit? Chapter 223, The Living. Sunan left the ancient temple. Since he was sure there was no danger outside, he didn't need to continue using his foreknowledge in the temple. The distance from the temple to the deep pit was too far, and continuing to use foreknowledge here would be a waste of his ability. Knowing there was no danger, Sunan moved quickly, and in just over 10 minutes, he arrived near the deep pit he had seen in his foreknowledge. Only then did he continue to use his ability. You know, once you enter the deep pit, an unknown entity will pull your divine soul out, so you plan to directly use Across the Heavens shift to reach the bottom of the pit. Using Across the Heavens shift, your avatar instantly arrives at a position 3,000 meters inside the deep pit. To your surprise, you don't directly arrive at the bottom but are caught in the process of falling. You react swiftly, using Across the Heavens shift again. However, you still haven't reached the bottom of the pit. You don't give up, continuing to use Across the Heavens shift. This time, you finally arrive at the bottom of the pit. You see, at the bottom of the deep pit is an enormous underground space, surrounded by countless white bones. Each bone is incredibly large, and what makes your heart tremble is the presence of a giant monster lying here. It is a monster a kilometer in length, resembling a gigantic crocodile. Its body seems like a stone but glimmers with metallic luster. Its pair of vertical pupils emit faint red light, appearing like two huge red lanterns in the darkness. Dozens of thick chains entangle the monster's limbs, disappearing beneath the bones. The moment you see the monster, your strength freezes, making it difficult to exert your full power. You don't know that this is an ancient fierce beast, which has existed for countless years. However, with the changes in heaven and earth since ancient times, although the beast has survived, it can no longer display its former power. Before you can react, the terrifying beast slightly opens its mouth, and a powerful suction force pulls your divine soul, along with your avatar, towards it. Your avatar enters the monster's mouth, and you lose contact with it. An ancient fierce beast? A living ancient fierce beast. Sunan's pupils contract, his face full of disbelief. He had heard of fierce beasts before, but he never knew there were still living fierce beasts in this world, let alone one that had survived since ancient times. Such a lifespan is simply terrifying. With such a terrifying existence there, wouldn't anyone who enters the pit die? Although foreknowledge said that the fierce beast was no longer able to exert much of its former power, the strength it currently displayed was undoubtedly beyond his reach. The fierce beast is clearly trapped in the pit. Who could have trapped such a being here, and for what purpose? Calming down, Sunan wondered. After pondering for a moment, he decided to begin using foreknowledge again. His attention was focused on the fierce beast in his previous foreknowledge, and he hadn't had time to observe what else was at the bottom of the pit. This time, he planned to examine the environment at the bottom of the pit. On the third use of Across the Heavens shift, you arrive at the bottom of the deep pit, knowing that an ancient fierce beast is here and that you will soon face an attack. Your time is limited, so you don't have time to think too much and immediately look around your surroundings. You see that the size of the pit's bottom is several times larger than the top. However, apart from the numerous bones piled up here, there is nothing else. Just as you're about to continue your observation, a sudden great suction force arrives, pulling your divine soul, along with your avatar, towards it. Your avatar enters the monster's mouth, and you lose contact with it. There's nothing? How can this be? Sunan frowns. He had previously guessed that if Zhou Lingyan was in this ancient city, she would likely be at the bottom of the deep pit. But now, there is only a trapped fierce beast at the bottom of the pit, which was unexpected. It seems Zhou Lingyan is in another place. His gaze turns to other directions in the ancient city. At the moment, he is in the center of the ancient city. From just one glance, there are 8 roads leading to his location, forming a TK character. The road he came from is due west. This means that the area he has explored is only 1/8 of the ancient city. According to his foreknowledge, there are 12 temples and 36 ancient temples in the city. So far, he has only encountered 4 or 5 ancient temples, and not a single temple. Perhaps Zhou Lingyan is now in an ancient temple or a temple somewhere in the city. No matter what, let's explore the rest of the ancient city first. A golden light and a halo appeared in the ancient city earlier. If it was a treasure, there should be traces. Sunan decides to explore the ancient city first and, if possible, complete the task of exploring the ancient temples. Of course, before that, he needs to release the Great Princess to help him defeat the offering god demons. This is the ancient city. As soon as the Great Princess leaves the cosmic ring, she immediately observes her surroundings. Yes. Sunan nods. You actually entered this place. The Great Princess looks at Sunan, her eyes filled with disbelief. Sunan is only at the Xian level. In theory, with his realm, he should be struggling to move an inch in the divine ruins, let alone enter the core of the divine ruins. He could die at any moment just by delving deeper into the divine ruins. And yet, Sunan has done it. Not only has he successfully entered the heart of the divine ruins, but he has also reached the ancient city, which is difficult for even king-level powerhouses to enter. At this time, the Great Princess noticed a deep pit not far away, her face showing curiosity. Sunan said, "There is a living ancient fierce beast in that pit." Upon hearing this, the Great Princess froze for a moment, and then her face changed slightly. An ancient fierce beast? How is that possible? How could there be a living ancient fierce beast in this world? Even as a peak king-level figure who had seen and experienced much, the Great Princess still seemed shocked when she heard about the living fierce beast. If she didn't know that Sunan possessed an avatar capable of exploring the situation below, she would never have believed it was true. After briefly discussing the situation, Sunan took out the incense burner. What followed was relatively simple. Just like the day before, with the help of the Great Princess, Sunan entered the incense burner and killed the offering god demon. As he had previously thought, although he absorbed a considerable amount of power of the divine soul from the offering god demon this time, the boost was not that significant, and paled in comparison to his first attempt. However, after the offering god demon was resurrected this time, its strength dropped further, directly falling out of the king level and only reaching the peak of the Xian level. With the decline of the offering god demon's strength, Sunan's control over the incense burner further increased. Now, he could actively initiate the incense burner and summon the space it condensed. If I continue like this, perhaps I will only need to kill the offering god demon once or twice more to completely refine this incense burner. Anticipation filled Sunan's eyes. The incense burner was merely a vessel for the incense, and it needed to be placed in a place with abundant incense to function, which was presently of no use to Sunan. However, once he successfully refined the incense burner, he would acquire the Divine Dao Wish Spirit Cohesion method, which would help him understand his own spirit of Divine Dao. Sunan released his avatar and said to the Great Princess, "This ancient city is very dangerous, I need to investigate the situation here first." As he spoke, he appeared to control his avatar to move forward while actually looking at the prediction on the panel. You know that there are many ancient temples and divine palaces in this ancient city, and you want to obtain the divine seals in these ancient temples and divine palaces to increase your own divine seals. Your main body follows behind your avatar, controlling it to go in the southwest direction. A minute later, you haven't discovered anything. 2 minutes later, you haven't encountered any danger. 3 minutes later, you come across a huge temple. End of first prediction. Do you want to continue? Continue. Just like the previous explorations, Sunan could freely enter the ancient temples in the city because of his inheritor status. Unfortunately, all the divine seals in these ancient temples were gone. From the moment they entered the ancient city up to now, only the divine seal in the ancient temple they first encountered was still there. Sunan couldn't help but wonder if his luck was good or bad. He wondered what was going on. Not until the 5th time prediction did he receive a hint. You don't know that there was once another inheritor who entered here and took away most of the divine seals. Another inheritor. Could it be that the Emperor Xianhuang of the Duxuan dynasty took them away? Instantly, Sunan thought of a possibility. In this era, only he had condensed divine seals, so it was impossible for anyone else to take them away. Before that, only the Duxuan dynasty practiced the fragrant fire spiritual path. I remember that when I first learned about the fragrant fire spiritual path, the prediction mentioned that Emperor Xianhuang's fragrant fire spiritual path was incomplete and was obtained from a forbidden land. It seems that the forbidden land should be the divine ruins. Sunan suddenly realized what was going on. Fortunately, the prediction also mentioned that most of the divine seals were taken away, which meant that there should still be a small portion of the divine seals left. As the prediction continued, his luck appeared to improve. As he explored the 13th ancient temple, he finally found another ancient temple with divine seals still intact. Unfortunately, the trial in this temple was even more challenging than the first one, reaching the mid-stage king level realm. In the end, he failed. The prediction continued. By the 14th prediction, he came across another ancient temple with divine seals. The trial this time was at the early king level stage, but he still failed. There was no way, without using his racial talent, the gap between him and the king level was enormous. And on the 16th foreknowledge, something that bothered him happened. You control your avatar to continue walking forward, suddenly, 4 figures appear in your line of sight. In an instant, you recognize them as the Whitewater Demon King and the other 3 Demon Kings. The 4 Demon Kings look haggard and dispirited. Clearly, they have paid a significant price to enter the ancient city. The 4 Demon Kings know you are here, head straight for you, and go all out to blast you to death. Knowing that you are not a match for the 4 Demon Kings, you use Across the Heavens shift to escape at the crucial moment. The Whitewater Demon King will arrive in half an hour. Sunan's expression became solemn. Even the Whitewater Demon King alone was not something he could deal with now, let alone the 4 of them together. Even if the 4 of them were in a bad state, it was still the case that a malnourished camel is still bigger than a horse, and they were not something he could handle. Half an hour is not too urgent. Half an hour was enough for him to explore the entire ancient city 2 or 3 times. If he could find Zhou Lingyan, what was there to worry about with the 4 Demon Kings? Time passed quickly during foreknowledge. In just 5 or 6 minutes in reality, Sunan and his avatar had explored the entire ancient city in the foreknowledge. 36 ancient temples, 12 temples, not a single one less, all visited once. The result displeased him. Only 6 of the ancient temples and temples that had divine seals. Only one of the ancient temples could he pass the test. And the reward was merely a second-grade divine seal. If I can only get one divine seal, does that mean I can only complete one task today? Sunan's face turned ugly. As for the tasks of the 3 roles, besides find Zhou Ling Yian, explore divine ruins, and escape divine ruins, today's refreshed tasks were either to hunt demon kings or to obtain divine seals. If the 4 demon kings were separated, he could plot something. But with the 4 demon kings together, he had no chance at all. During his foray into foreknowledge, he also tried to lure the 4 demon kings into the ancient temples, but none of them fell for it. As such, it was impossible to kill several demon kings. That wasn't the main issue. What bothered him most was that he had searched the entire ancient city and couldn't find Zhou Ling Yian. He also couldn't locate the demon emperor's sarcophagus. It shouldn't be. I've been through the entire ancient city. If Zhou Ling Yian is here, I should be able to find her. Could it be that Zhou Ling Yian is not in this ancient city? Divine ruins were vast, and he had headed straight for the depths of divine ruins. If all of his worries were misplaced and Zhou Ling Yian wasn't in the deepest part of divine ruins, then his efforts would have been in vain. Sunan looked at the great princess and asked, "Princess, when you guys were chasing the demon emperor's sarcophagus into the divine ruins, do you know where it ended up?" The great princess shook her head. That sarcophagus definitely entered the depths of the divine ruins, but nobody knows exactly where. Nobody knows. Sunan sighed silently. The divine ruins were vast, and without a specific location, finding a person in there would be extremely difficult. Before, as my connection to the fragrant fire spiritual path deepened, the ancient city was filled with a golden light. Where did that come from? He thought of another question. Unable to find Zhou Ling Yian, the demon emperor's coffin, or even the location from where the golden light appeared, something seemed amiss. No, there must be something I've overlooked. Sunan murmured. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to the abyss-like deep pit not far away. Recalling his previous speculation, he thought of a possibility. Is the problem with the fierce beast? Every time the avatar gets sucked into the mouth of the fierce beast, it only loses contact without dying. Could there be an independent space within the belly of the fierce beast? Sunan's heart stirred, and his eyes lit up. This possibility was not impossible. After all, it was an ancient fierce beast, and the specific incredible abilities it possessed were not something he could imagine. No matter if it is or not, I need to figure out a way to get inside the fierce beast and take a look first. Sunan came up with a daring idea. Chapter 224, The Eight-Winged Strange Person. After making a round, Sunan eventually returned his focus to the deep pit. Of course, everything he had done up until now was not in vain, at least it allowed him to know which ancient temples in this ancient city possessed divine seals. My divine soul was effortlessly pulled out of my body by that fierce beast. The underlying reason is that the beast is too strong and I am too weak. As long as my divine soul is strong enough, it shouldn't be easily pulled out of my body. I wonder whether my divine soul would still be drawn out of my body if I use the Starlight Netherworld body to strengthen it. Sunan came up with an idea and immediately looked towards foreknowledge to experiment. You suspect, inside the body of the ancient ferocious beast in the pit, there might be a hidden space, and you intend to try to enter it. You use the Starlight Netherworld body and grant all the rapidly increasing primordial chi and essence power to your divine soul, then use Across the Heavens shift to enter the deep pit. After using Across the Heavens shift 3 times in succession, you arrive at the bottom of the pit. The ancient ferocious beast detects you, a terrifying pulling force arrives, and you feel like your divine soul could be pulled out of your body at any time. Fortunately, your divine soul does not immediately get pulled out due to the enhancement brought about by the Starlight Netherworld body. Your body suddenly enters the mouth of the fierce beast under the tremendous suction force. You died. Just as you thought, there really is a peculiar space within the body of the beast, but to enter there, you can only do so at a specific time. Is there really a space? Sunan's eyes lit up. Although he still died in the end, it also affirmed his hypothesis. The only problem was the specific time. He did not know when that would be. If it was a specific period of time every day when he could enter, that would be fine, but if he could only enter once every few days or even few tens of days, that would be troublesome. No choice, I can only wait now. I still have over 30 foreknowledge times left, at worst I'll foresee once every hour. Sunan quickly made a decision. Since he temporarily could not enter the space inside the beast, he naturally would not just wait here idly. He took the great princess with him and headed towards the ancient temple from the foreknowledge where he was able to pass the test. Over 10 minutes later, a second grade divine seal was obtained, and simultaneously, the task completion notification popped up. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task. Obtain a divine seal from an ancient temple. 45 demon power points have been issued. Current available demonic power, 311 points. Just as the divine seal was obtained, just like when he obtained the Earth Official and the Stove King before, he saw the final scene of the temple owner before death. The scene was different from those when the Earth Official and Stove King faced death. Because the location he was currently at was a main battlefield, all of those battling here were entities of immense strength. Only then did Sunan realize that the strange creatures that battled the once heavenly kingdom were not all with just one pair of wings. Battling here were creatures with 2 pairs of wings, and even existences with 3 pairs of wings. However, existences like those were only 3 or 4 in number. What attracted Sunan's attention the most was a female strange creature. Unlike the other strange creatures, that female creature had 4 pairs of giant wings behind her back, a total of 8 wings. Seeing this, a term suddenly came to Sunan's mind. Angel. Isn't this an angel? Sunan was stunned. This world actually has angels? When he saw the strange creatures with a pair of wings before, he didn't think much about it. After all, this world had countless demons with wings. But now when he saw creatures with 4 and 6 wings, he suddenly associated them with angels. According to legends, high-level angels all have multiple pairs of wings, even 10-winged and 12-winged existences exist. Facing the 8-winged figure who was suspected to be an angel, even though it was just a scene, Sunan felt an unprecedented pressure. He even faintly had a feeling that if the being wanted to kill him, it would only take a thought. In the scene, the one battling that female creature was a middle-aged man. Above his head was a shining divine seal with a full 8 points of golden light. 8th grade divine seal. Only 1 step away from 9th grade ascension to godhood. Sunan was shocked. However, what shocked him even more was that the middle-aged man with the 8th grade divine seal was actually not match for that 8-winged creature. Under the onslaught of the female 8-winged creature, the golden light on the divine seal gradually dimmed. Fortunately, as this ancient city was after all the home ground of the fragrant fire spiritual path, that middle-aged man with the 8th grade divine seal did not know what method he used in the end, and even managed to trigger 36 ancient temples and 12 temples. The temples and ancient temples formed a large array, each one of the temples and ancient temples released dazzling golden light. Those golden lights converged into a bright arrow and shot at the 8-winged creature, piercing through her chest, leaving a huge hole. The 8th grade divine seal realm of the starfire spiritual path should be equivalent to the 8-wing realm of that creature, but I don't know what it is equivalent to in the present boundary. The Earth Official and Stove King before were both 6th grade divine seals, and the strength they displayed was at the peak king level. If the 6th grade corresponds to the peak king level, then the 7th grade might likely correspond to the emperor level, the 8th grade to the saint level, and the 9th grade to above the saint level, which is god level. Sunan could not help but speculate, but these are not important to him at this moment. After leaving the ancient temple, he looked at the great princess and said, "Princess, the White Water Demon King will enter this ancient city soon, we must find a place to hide." Okay. The great princess did not ask any questions and entered the cosmic ring. As for Sunan, he found a temple not far from the deep pit and hid in it. This way, not only did he not have to worry about the White Water Demon King making a move on him, but it also made it convenient for him to enter the deep pit at any time. Over 20 minutes later, the White Water Demon King and the other 3 Demon Kings arrived. The 4 Demon Kings headed straight for the temple where Sunan was. How can this kid freely enter these ancient temples? How did he do it? The Demon King known as Thousand Eyes looked at Sunan in the temple, a curious look in his eyes, and the other 2 Demon Kings, a man and a woman, were also puzzled. As demons of Red Mountain Prefecture, they knew more about the horrors of the divine ruins than anyone else. They couldn't understand how a Xian-level human could move so freely in the divine ruins. Curious as they were not foolish. None of the Demon Kings proposed to enter the temple. "Damn this ant, I don't believe you can hide in there forever." The White Water Demon King gritted his teeth, his face gloomy. He wanted to enter the temple, but ultimately did not take any action. Sunan stood in the temple and naturally saw the 4 Demon Kings outside. He didn't fear them but instead smiled. He actually hoped that the 4 demon kings would come in. In the end, the 4 demon kings had no choice but to leave reluctantly. They planned to explore the ancient city first and then settle the score with Sunan. 1 hour later, Sunan began his foreknowledge, wanting to see if he could enter the space within the fierce beast now. You know you need a specific time to enter the space within the fierce beast, but you don't know when that specific time is, so you have to risk going to the deep pit in the center of the ancient city every once in a while to try. A minute later, you see the White Water Demon King and the other 3 demon kings studying something in front of the deep pit in the center of the ancient city. When they discover you leaving the temple, the 4 demon kings almost simultaneously make a move against you. You react quickly and use Across the Heavens shift to enter the deep pit in the center of the ancient city. After using Across the Heavens shift 3 times in a row, you arrive at the bottom of the deep pit and simultaneously use the racial talent Starlight Netherworld Body. Unfortunately, the time you chose was not right. You died. The timing was wrong. It's not a solution to wait like this. Let's log out of the game first. Sunan quit the game. In the following time, he logged in to try his foreknowledge every once in a while. In the meantime, with nothing to do, he browsed the forums to pass the time. Today is the 12th day since the human crisis task began. There are only a little more than 3 days left until the task ends. Li Longfei's working guild has arrived in Zhongtian County. Soon Zhongtian County will become the battleground for the major guilds. There are 2 powerful player influences in Zhongtian County. One is the Dream Guild, which is mostly made up of women. The president, Bai Mengmeng, is a top 10 player on both lists. The other one is the Official Guild. Rumor has it that the officials have established contact with the Great Yu Dynasty, and there are even rumors that the officials have already received the support of the Great Yu Dynasty. The second divine weapon has been sent to Zhongtian County. There were many posts on the forum, and Sunan browsed them casually. Most of the information was not very helpful to him, except for the information about Zhongtian County. The officials are actually being supported by the Great Yu Dynasty. It seems that their power will rise dramatically soon. In reality, the officials were getting help from the Night Patrol, and now in the game, they were getting help from the Great Yu Dynasty. It would be hard not to rise to power. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, most of the daytime had passed. It was already 3 p.m. in reality, but Sunan still had no breakthrough in the game. After another 6 or 7 hours, it was 10 at night. There were only 2 hours left until the end of the day. Predicting again. Unfortunately, Sunan got the same result as before. You chose the wrong time. You died. The outcome I least wanted to see has happened, hasn't it? Sunan frowned. 22 hours had passed, and he had foreseen the situation once every hour. This time marked the 26th time he had died in the mouths of the fierce beasts, yet he still had not seen any hope of entering the beast's insides. If he still could not get inside the beast in the last 2 hours, it would mean that the opportunity to enter the beast's insides is not available every day, and perhaps only once every few days or even tens of days. Not to mention that he had no time to wait any longer. Even if he did have the time, he could not just sit here and wait. I have 5 more chances of foreknowledge, I wonder if that's enough to use Death's Foresight. He thought of Death's Foresight again. Previously, he didn't know how many foreknowledge opportunities Death's Foresight would consume, so he chose not to waste it and instead saved the opportunities to foresee entering the inside of the fierce beast. Now that a day was almost over, and the chance to enter the beast's insides in the last 2 hours was slim, he had no plans to keep foreseeing through regular means. With 5 chances of foreknowledge, he could at least see events 6 to 7 hours later, but if he wouldn't die within 6 to 7 hours, the 5 chances would definitely not be enough. If he had enough foreknowledge opportunities, he would like to see what consequences he would face if he did not find Zhou Lingyan on this journey. You realize that if you can't enter the special space inside the fierce beast in this ancient city, you will not be able to find Zhou Lingyan, which may lead to unforeseen consequences. Do you want to consume a certain number of foreknowledge opportunities to predict what will happen 3 minutes before your death? Yes. His gaze focused on the number of foreknowledge opportunities on the panel, and the 5 chances of foreknowledge instantly decreased by 2. 2 chances could foresee at most events happening 2 or 3 hours later, so I will die in 2 to 3 hours. Sunan was first surprised and then thought about it, his eyes lit up. You know that inside the ancient fierce beast in the depths of this ancient city's center, there is a special space, but you have never had the chance to enter it. You wait silently until 2 hours later, just when you think there's no chance to enter the inside of the fierce beast within a short time, you suddenly hear a faint roar coming from the ancient city center. You quickly leave the temple, and instantly feel a strong suction force, your body is pulled uncontrollably towards it. You enter a barren space, without light or darkness, the sky and earth covered with grey haze, and the earth barren without a single blade of grass, devoid of any vitality. You don't know which direction to go. As you wander aimlessly, 4 figures quickly approach you, the 4 demon kings who were also sucked into this space. Immediately, you use the Across the Heavens shift to escape. Half an hour later, after using all heavens teleportation 4 consecutive times, you still cannot get rid of the 4 demon kings and are surrounded by them. 1 minute later, you use your racial talent to fight the 4 demon kings. 2 minutes later, you are defeated by the 4 demon kings, and are captured by the White Water Demon King. 3 minutes later, your memory is read by one of the demon kings. You have died. I can enter the beast's insides in 2 hours. Sunan was overjoyed. 2 hours later would be just when the tasks refresh. He had thought he wouldn't be able to enter the beast's insides again in a short time, yet unexpectedly, he would have a chance at the end. Could it be that midnight is the only time one can enter? He thought of a possibility. Previously, at midnight, he had entered the ancient city, but was at the ancient temple. By the time he found the deep pit, he could no longer enter, obviously having missed the time. Since he now knew the timing, the following matters would be much easier to handle. He just needed to wait. 2 hours later. There were only 1 to 2 minutes left until the game refreshes. Sunan immediately began foreseeing, using up his last foreknowledge opportunity. You know that 2 to 3 minutes later, the ancient fierce beast in the deep pit at the center of the ancient city will roar, which is the only opportunity in a day to enter the inside of the ancient fierce beast. You wait silently, and a minute later, the ancient city becomes completely silent. 2 minutes later, you do not hear any sound. 3 minutes later, the roar you anticipated resounds, you immediately rush out of the temple, heading towards the deep pit not far away. End of first prediction. Would you like to continue? Continue. As you rush out of the temple, you immediately feel a huge suction force. That force is only directed at your physical body, not pulling your divine soul out, and your body is drawn into the deep pit. A moment later, you crash heavily onto the ground and find yourself in a grey space. Congratulations, you have successfully entered the insides of the ancient fierce beast. Chapter 225, The Big Tomb Under the Coffin. Successfully entering the fierce beast's body, the next issue to deal with is the 4 demon kings. Unable to defeat them or escape, all he could do now was to find Zhou Lingyan before being captured by the 4 demon kings. This is a strange space where you can feel that there is also no power of heaven and earth, and you find that your bloodline power is gradually losing. If you stay here for a long time, you will become an ordinary person. You know that in this space, not only you but also 4 other demon kings will soon find you. Quickly observing your surroundings, you eventually choose a slightly raised mound not far away as a reference and head east. A minute later, you don't find anything. The area you just walked through is desolate and lifeless, and the entire space is eerily silent, as if you are the only one here. 2 minutes later, you continue to move forward quickly. 3 minutes later, you suddenly see 4 figures approaching you quickly in the distance, precisely the 4 demon kings who want to kill you. End of second foreknowledge. Do you want to continue? Continue. The space inside the fierce beast is unknown in its size. To find Zhou Lingyan, he can only eliminate one direction at a time. This approach is primitive but also the most direct. Unfortunately, he has only 2 foreknowledge times left today. Next, in his foreknowledge, he uses the Across the Heavens shift and tussles with the 4 demons. Until the last foreknowledge time runs out, although he doesn't die, he doesn't find anything either. There's no other way, I can only foresee again after entering the space. Looking at the game refresh time, Sunan prepares to leave the temple. Soon, the time comes to midnight. Nearly at the same time, the fierce beast's roar comes from the deep pit in the center of the ancient city. Without a second thought, Sunan rushes out of the temple as soon as possible. A strong pulling force arrives, and his body uncontrollably flies at high speed towards the deep pit. Degree. The howling wind roars past his ears, as if he has jumped from a 10,000-meter high altitude. The intense weightlessness makes it impossible for Sunan to maintain his posture. Finally, he arrives at the bottom of the deep pit and is pulled by a huge suction force straight toward the fierce beast's wide-open mouth. At the moment he enters the bottom of the deep pit, a mission completion prompt pops up. Congratulations, completed daily task entering the deep pit, 60 points of demon power has been issued. Current usable demon power, 371 points. Today's tasks have already been refreshed. Obviously, the task of entering the deep pit has been refreshed again, and with the help of the fierce beast, it is easily completed. However, it's not over yet. Just as he enters the space inside the fierce beast's body, another mission completion prompt pops up. Congratulations, completed daily task explore the divine ruins, 60 points of demon power has been issued. Current usable demon power, 431 points. In just a short breath, 2 tasks are completed, and a total of 120 points of demon power are credited. Just by entering this space, the task is completed. Sunan is somewhat surprised. He had thought that he would have to explore this space thoroughly to complete the task, but it seems that it is not needed. Perhaps in the game judgment, he has already explored the main parts of the divine ruins, and this space inside the fierce beast does not belong to the scope of the divine ruins. Without further ado, he releases his avatar while observing the surroundings. As in the foreknowledge, the space is lifeless and silent. Without hesitating, Sunan looks to foresee the future. This time he doesn't foresee one step at a time like before but chooses death's foresight directly. In this space, unless he could find Zhou Lingyan, he would definitely be killed by several demon kings. It is better to use fewer times to directly see the result rather than foresee it with a large number of times. You know that 4 demon kings will soon come after you, and you may not be able to escape. Would you like to consume a certain amount of foresight to foresee the situation 3 minutes before your death? Yes. With a thought, only 1 foresight time is consumed on the panel. Once. Seeing this, Sunan already knows without looking that he won't find Zhou Lingyan in this foreknowledge. As expected, the following foreknowledge confirms his guess. He knows that 4 demon kings will soon come after him, so he does not hesitate to choose a mound not far away as a reference and head east. A few minutes later, the 4 demon kings appear in his sight, and he immediately uses Across the Heavens shift to escape. Half an hour later, after using Across the Heavens shift 4 times in a row, he still can't get rid of the chase of the 4 demon kings. Due to the exhaustion of foresight last time, he didn't see the result. He chooses east again this time. Unfortunately, the outcome remains unchanged. The content of this death's foresight is basically the same as before, and he ends up dying from having his memory read. He had thought of using his avatar to divert the several demon kings, but to his disappointment, the foresight showed that these demon kings were targeting him and heading straight for him. When the foresight is over, Sunan doesn't hesitate and foresees again. In the second foreknowledge, he chooses to go south. In the third foreknowledge, he chooses to go north. In the fourth foreknowledge, he chooses to go west. The consecutive 4 times of foresight, he checks all 4 directions of east, west, south, and north. The result is the same in all cases, he dies after having his memory read. With no other choice, he can only grit his teeth and continue foreseeing. Going southeast, northeast, southwest, northwest. This space was unknown in size, and even as Sunan predicted different directions each time, he could not find any clues. Fortunately, each death's foresight only consumed 1 foreknowledge opportunity. However, even so, it could not withstand the continuous use of predictions. Going on like this won't work. Each prediction only allows me to escape for half an hour. Although half an hour is enough time to search a large area, more distant places are always blind spots. If only I had asked for an item to contact Zhou Lingyan when I left Kuntian prison. Sunan felt a bit regretful. At that time, he had only asked about the influence Zhou Lingyan belonged to but didn't think something like this would happen. As he was thinking of a solution, he suddenly had an idea. With a flip of his hand, he took out an item from his personal space. It was a key. The Kuntian key. This Kuntian key is considered a treasure related to Kuntian prison. Can I use it to find the prison? If he could find Kuntian prison, it would naturally mean finding Zhou Lingyan. Sunan changed his thinking and prepared to start with Kuntian prison. However, it seemed impossible to achieve this, as the Kuntian key only had the function to open the prison and not to find it. This could be seen from the fact that there was no change in the key at present. Regardless of whether it works or not, I'll know after predicting. Sunan continued to make predictions. This time he used a normal prediction. It let him down. There were no hints in the prediction, and the key did not change at all. Sunan sighed and brainstormed a solution quickly. Eventually, he had a flash of inspiration and looked at the chi luck on the panel. What if I actively trigger an adventure event using fortune here? Although this space seemed barren, it was still located inside an ancient ferocious beast. He did not believe there was nothing there. Perhaps actively using fortune could guide him in the right direction to find Zhou Lingyan. Once he had the idea, he didn't hesitate and chose to use chi luck. Do you want to consume 2 chi luck points and actively trigger a rare level adventure event? Lang 13's breakthrough rewards were 200 points, Zhang Yang's breakthrough rewarded 150 points, plus the remaining 4 points from before, reaching a total of 354 available chi luck points. If possible, he hoped to save up to 500 points to see what higher level adventure events were like, but there was no time to accumulate more now. Yes. A rare level adventure event has been triggered. Please reach the location 400 miles due south within 1 day. 400 miles due south. Sunan's eyes lit up, as he finally had a definite direction and was no longer aimlessly wandering like a headless fly. Without much thought, he used Death's foresight again. However, the result was still death. In the prediction, he did not even reach 400 miles south. Under the pursuit of the 4 demon kings, he could only hold on for half an hour each time. This wasn't enough time for him to reach such a distant place. In order to reach the destination while being chased by the 4 demon kings, it won't be easy. It seems I have to utilize the quit game method to escape. Sunan thought for a moment, and once he had an idea, he didn't choose to head south immediately. Instead, he chose to quit the game. In each prediction, the Whitewater Demon King would find him within minutes, indicating that the 4 demon kings were nearby. Not only was there no power of heaven and earth in this space, but staying here for too long would also cause a continuous loss of strength. Although the Whitewater Demon King and the others wanted to capture him, they would not risk the loss of their strength and continuously wait for him in one place. They would definitely choose to explore this space. That's when his opportunity would come. Once the 4 demon kings left the area, he could head south with enough time. Just as he had thought. Just as he quit the game, the 4 demon kings who were already rushing towards him frowned. The mark has disappeared, is that guy dead? Asked the Thousand Eyes Demon King. Whitewater Demon King was silent for a moment and said, that mere mortal has quite a few tricks up his sleeve, and he won't die easily. He should have returned to his own world. Then there's no point in chasing him anymore. There's something strange going on here, and we need to figure it out as soon as possible. Thousand Eyes Demon King looked at Whitewater Demon King and said, Whitewater, I don't have the patience to keep watch over that outsider for you. You'll have to do it yourself if you want. Having said that, he led the other 2 demon kings to explore in another direction. Whitewater Demon King frowned with a slightly gloomy expression on his face. He did want to keep watch over Sunan, but without the help of the other 3 demon kings, it wouldn't be that easy to catch him with his current condition. Quit game. Glancing out the window at the night sky, Sunan went straight to bed. The prompt suggested that he should reach the destination within a day, which means there wouldn't be any changes in that adventure location for a day, so he had plenty of time. He slept soundly until 8 o'clock the next morning. After having breakfast, Sunan calmly logged into the game. As soon as he logged in, he immediately prepared to use the Across the Heavens shift. Fortunately, there were no signs of Whitewater Demon King around, and as expected, the Demon Kings had not kept watch over him. You know that there is an adventure event to the south of you, but adventure often comes with danger. Would you like to consume a certain amount of foreknowledge opportunities and foresee your situation 3 minutes before your death? Yes. He didn't need to know the details now, just the result. As he confirmed, 2 foreknowledge opportunities were consumed on the panel. Finally, it doesn't just consume 1 opportunity at a time. Sunan's eyes lit up. Although 2 foreknowledge opportunities weren't much, it meant that he wouldn't die for the next 2 or even 3 hours. That would give him plenty of time to reach his destination. You head south to search for the adventure in this strange space. After more than an hour of trekking, a small hill appears in the distance. This is the first and only small hill you see in this space. However, its strange shape makes it look more like a huge tomb that unknown existence was buried in, rather than a hill. You see a massive coffin on the hill, and you instantly recognize that it's the coffin of the ancient demon emperor you've been looking for. Found it! Sunan sighed in relief, having finally found the coffin after all that effort. Although he didn't see Zhou Lingyan in the foresight, since the demon emperor's coffin was here, Zhou Lingyan should be somewhere around too. 1 minute later, you arrive at the foot of the hill, and control your avatar to climb the hill. Just as you get closer to the hill, you find that your strength is immediately suppressed, and you can only exert half of your power. 2 minutes later, you arrive halfway up the hill. By now, only 1/10 of your strength remains, but fortunately, you have not encountered any danger. 3 minutes later, you reach the top of the hill, and by now, all your strength has been completely suppressed. Just as you are about to approach the coffin, you die. What happened? How did I die out of the blue? Sunan frowned, not knowing the cause of his death. He was well prepared for the inevitable death in death foresight, but the way he died didn't make sense. In the foresight, he clearly controlled his avatar to approach the coffin, but somehow, his main body died as well. It was the first time anything like this had happened. Either way, I'll just head there and see. Without time to think, Sunan quickly headed south. At the same time, in another direction, about 70 or 80 miles away, the 4 demon kings were roaming around like headless flies. By now, the faces of the 4 demon kings were not looking good. After 6 to 7 hours, they had found nothing. Moreover, as time passed, their strength had declined, which further worsened their already weakened state. Suddenly, the 4 demon kings noticed something and their eyes lit up. That outsider has appeared. Let's go. We chase that outsider. Since he can enter this place safely, he must have a great secret on him. Perhaps if we follow him, we can uncover the secrets of this place. This time, without waiting for Whitewater Demon King to speak, Thousand Eyes Demon King did not hesitate to chase after Sunan in his direction.